Hello friends, this is Fictional Vortex. How are you all? So we are back with an interesting series on what if Naruto was a Vortex hunter. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Land of Fire. Konoha no Sato. Minato Namikaze could only stare at his newborn son named Naruto, his azure blue eyes filled with regret, sadness but also fear. Only a few days ago he had fought a man claiming to be Mata Ra Uchiha but also the famed Kyuubi no Ryu, before it reached the village. He also had to witness his fiancée Lunafreya Nox Florette sacrifice her life by sealing the beast into their son by summoning the Shinigami. Naruto gurgles as he stares at his father, unaware that his own father is afraid of him. Konoha has never had a Jinchuriki. Sensei has told me about the insane Mizukage who is the Sanbi Jinchuriki, but Naruto has the Kyuubi. It could cause untold destruction to Konoha, Minato thought. He has spiky blonde hair with azure blue eyes and jaw-length bangs, wearing the standard Konoha attire. It consists of a blue long-sleeve shirt and matching pants with a forest green flak vest. The door of his office opens as the former Sandaime Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi enters, flank ed by Jonin Commander Shikaku Nara and Anbu Commander Danzo Shimura. We have avoided a great tragedy, Hiruzen says. He has peach skin with graying hair and liver spots, wearing a black hakama and a dark blue kosode. Minato leans back in his chair with a sigh. Indeed we did. If not for Luna's sacrifice and sealing the Kyuubi away, Konoha could very well been destroyed, he says. Is this our new Jinchuriki? Danzo says. He has shaggy black hair and an X-shaped scar on his chin, his right eye missing with a black hakama, matching kosode and a shoulder cape to hide his missing right arm. He's more Minato's son than a Jinchuriki, Shikaku says. He has black hair in pineapple-shaped ponytail, a few scars on his face and wearing the standard Konoha attire. Regardless, we now have a Jinchuriki at our disposal, Danzo says. He's still a newborn Danzo and he's our Yondaime's son, Hiruzen says, chastising his former rival. Sensei told me stories that Jinchuriki can run wild if they lose control. Kumo has had issues with the Hachibi in the past, and then there is the current Mizukage, Minato says. What sort of seal did Luna use? Hiruzen says. She sumo Ned the Shinigami and used something similar to the 8 trigram seal of the Uzumaki. The seal will leak the Kyuubi's chakra into Naruto's chakra system, and by the time he's an adult will have more chakra than everyone in this room, Minato says, shocking Shikaku and Hiruzen. Then he should be properly trained then, Danzo says. For now Naruto will be raised by a nanny, Minato says, shutting Danzo down, but the Warhawk could see the blonde was afraid of his own son. Perhaps I can use this to my advantage, Danzo thought. The next 5 years would pass by in the blink of an eye and NY changes would come to the village hidden in the leaves. Minato would announce to the village as a whole about his son, but also the incident with the Kyuubi, declaring his son now housed the beast. And every breath he took would keep the beast at bay. Shinobi understood what Jinchuriki were, but civilians were superstitious and would keep away from the child in the coming years. Minato would also create a shinobi and civilian council to decrease the burden on the Hokage, also giving civilians a voice in village affairs. Minato would also shockingly marry the grandniece of the fire daimyo named Circe Hine. Not even 8 months after Luna's death. This was done in a bid to keep the Fire Lord on Konoha's side and further endorse Minato being Hokage. Circe would look at Naruto with disgust and would drip honeyed poison into her husband's ear to keep the boy at arm's length. This didn't take much, as Minato would let the voice in his head and preconceived notions about Jinchu Riki justify him pushing of his own son to the side. When Naruto was about 18 months old, Circe gave birth to twin daughters named Azula and Asuka. This further pushed Naruto away, and a Toin Warhawk attempted to take advantage, however this would end in failure and his death. The village at large ignored Naruto's existence and focused on the royal twins, namely due to their cage's concern or lack of concern for his son. Konoha no Sato, 5 years post-Kyuubi incident. 5-year-old Naruto Namikaze, or simply Naruto, is walking through the village as people ignore him or whisper about him behind his back. He has lightish blonde hair and azure blue eyes, wearing black shorts and a white t-shirt with shoes. Naruto is considered a curious child and quite intelligent, sp. ending much of his time in his father's library to avoid his family. His stepmother despises him and his half-sister have picked up on this, treating him as someone not worthy to be in their family. Azula and Asuka could do no wrong, but Naruto could only do wrong. His father would often chastise him or scold him for anything the sisters did. The village at large ignored his existence, but he heard whispers that he was a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. The little blonde read stories about his father defeating the storm dragon by some unknown means, and said dragon was sealed inside him. He often wondered about his birth mother, but all his father would say is her name was Luna and she was from another country. He didn't even have a picture of her, as secretly his stepmother had burned much of everything concerning Luna. Naruto soon reaches the park and finds a bench to read a book on the stars as other children play with others or their parents. However, unbeknownst to Naruto, someone is watching him, and this person would become a better parent to him than his own. He cuts an imposing build with blonde hair similar to Naruto, also having heterochromatic eyes with a blue right eye and a purple left eye. He wears a white frock with black lining having a large collar that has purple trim, and armored boots. Black downward pointing sword symbols are found on the hem and sleeves of his coat, as well as a large crest with crossed swords. Luna, I found him, the man thought, slowly approaching the small blonde. Naruto looks up from his book as a man takes a seat next to him. Hello sir, Naruto says, politely. Hello. My name is Ravis Nox Floret and you are, the man says. Naruto sir, Naruto says. I see. What are you reading? If you don't mind me asking, Ravis asks. Naruto closes his book to show Ravis it is on astrology, quite the book for someone so young, Ravis says. Naruto looks down at his book with a sad look on his young face. It helps me to escape, he whispers. Ravis stares at his nephew and cursed Minato Namikaze for treating him like this. Why didn't I fight harder to keep Luna safe? I should have been here, he thought. Sir, are you from Konoha? I've never seen you, Naruto asks. No, I am from Niflheim. It's to the south and it's a pretty fantastical place, Ravis says. I've read about Niflheim. They have dungeons to explore and can use magic, which is different than chakra, Naruto says, and Ravis smiles. Indeed, Ravis says and pauses for a moment, and it is where your mother is from. He adds, and Naruto's eyes widen to flicker. My mom, Naruto says, trying to find his voice, and Ravis nods his head slowly. Yes, your mother was Lunafreya Nox Floret and my younger sister, Ravis explains. Naruto stares at Ravis to see if he was lying but looks down at the ground as he trembles slowly. Then where were you, he whispers, pain in his voice. Niflheim is not a nice place and can sometimes be a dead zone. I didn't learn of Luna's death until a year ago, Ravis says and places his hand on Naruto's head, but it doesn't excuse me for not being here, he adds. What was mom like, Naruto asks, looking into his uncle's mismatched eyes. She was the kindest soul one could meet. She loved helping and healing others with her magic. She came to Fire Town. Try during the Third Shinobi War and met your father. I was against it, but Luna could be stubborn. When I learned she was pregnant I was happy, but that happiness died, Ravis says, as sudden Why an Anbu with a dog mask and silver hair appears. The Anbu uniform consists of a black outfit with matching sandals, gray chest armor and gray forearm guards. The Hokage wishes to speak with you. Ravis Nox Floret dog says, and Ravis narrows his eyes. So Minato was watching us, Ravis says, rising to his feet but turning to Naruto. We will see each other again, Ravis adds, as dog grasps his shoulder and vanishes with a swirl of leaves. Naruto stares at the spot his uncle was, unaware he would leave Konoha for the next decade or so. Tension fills the Hokage office as Minato stares at Ravis. Why are you here, Minato says. Ravis stares at him with a serious look on his face. You know why. I came to finally see my nephew, he says. Minato leans back in his chair with a soft sigh. Sorry I didn't contact you sooner, but Niflheim is a hot zone, he says. I already know, Minato. However, I'll put that aside. Why is my nephew allowed to roam around on his own at such a young age, Ravis says. He's safe in the village. I have an Anbu watching him, Minato says, actually not knowing Naruto would roam the village alone. Why doesn't Naruto know anything about Luna or his heritage, Ravis says. He's still too young to know about it. Luna is a touchy subject in the village and it upsets Cersei, Minato says, and Ravis narrows his eyes. You've married, Ravis says. Yes. It was several months after Luna's death, but it was for political reasons. Cersei is the grandniece of the fire daimyo, Minato says. So you've pushed Naruto aside for a new wife. Has she given you children, Ravis says, and Minato nods his head. Yes. 2 girls, Minato comments but leans forward on his desk. Why have you really come? You knew Luna was pregnant. Yet you stayed away. Now that she's dead, you come 5 years too late, he adds. Ravis clenches his leather right glove. Luna and I didn't have best relationship, but I never stopped loving her. However, you have moved on and married someone else. Even replaced your son with 2 daughters, he says. The kid and your sister weren't even married. So that shoal. D'n't matter, a voice says, and both see Jiraiya Ogado, stepping through the window. Sensei. He's still my son, Minato says, trying to keep his reputation. Maybe, but he's a bastard from your unmarried fling. No offense, Jiraiya says. He has a mane of white hair with dark eyes, red line going down his eyes, and horned Hittite with the kanji for oil on it. He wears a green outfit having mesh segments. Geta sandals and a red hori with 2 yellow circles on them. Luna was engaged to him and they would have married, Ravis says. True, but the Kyuubi incident happened and she died. The Fire Lord was gracious enough to let Minato marry his grandniece. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of one child. He's Hokage and his marriage has and will help Konoha in the long run, Jiraiya says. So Konoha is more important to you than your own son, Ravis says, looking Minato in the eye. The blonde remains silent for a few moments but sighs. Yes. I am Hokage and I have to put personal feelings aside, Minato says. Ravis wanted to punch Minato in the face but he remains calm. So what sort of training will Naruto receive, Ravis says. He'll go to the academy at 10, Minato says. The academy will teach him all he needs, Jiraiya adds. What about your daughters? Will you wait until the academy to train them, or will they be trained earlier, Ravis says, but both men say nothing. I see, but I can also see it in your eyes. You fear him, Ravis adds, as Minato's breath hitches. He's the Jinchuriki of the strongest Biju. What if the seal your sister used fails, Jiraiya says. Are you both not seal masters? Haven't you inspected his seal, Ravis counters. We have, but it could still fail. Jinchuriki are ticking time bombs. I care about Naruto, but Minato says. Ravis shakes his head and makes his way to window with a slight look to Jiraiya. Then I will take him, Ravis says, shocking both men. What? You want to take Naruto, Minato says. HMPH. You want the power, the Kyuubi, Jiraiya says, but Ravis scoffs, looking the Sannin in the eye. He's my nephew and the last link to Luna. I could care less if he is a Jinchuriki. Unlike the 2 of you, Ravis says. Why take him, Minato asks. Ravis turns to face the Yondaime Hokage, so he can reach his full potential. From the little I've seen, Naruto is horribly lonely and escapes into books. Even if I've never met her. Your new wife must hate Naruto as he is constant reminder of Luna. So I will take him away from this stifling place and let him spread his wings properly, Ravis says, and makes his way to the door. I will return in 3 days. I hope you make the right choice, Ravis adds, opening the door and leaving the pair. Minato leans back in his chair with a sigh and rubs his eyes. Letting him leave would be alleviate things, he says. You not seriously considering this? Jiraiya says. The civilians on the council and the village at large are superstitious people. Worse are the Uchiha. Jinchuriki are dangerous and having Naruto leave would alleviate some problems. Sirs. I does hate Naruto and she has the daimyo's ear. You know what that means, Minato says. I know, but to hand him over with no fight, Jiraiya says, but could see the logic. Konoha has never had a Jinchuriki and they are still the strongest village of the Big Five. Well, Danzo did attempt to make him his own. What's to stop someone else in the village from doing so? Rumors do say the Sharingan can control a Biju, Jiraiya says. Fugaku and I have been speaking at length about the unrest within the Uchiha clan. A pawn like Naruto could be too enticing for the Uchiha. Minato s. Ays and Jiraiya places a hand on his shoulder. Just do what's best for the village, Jiraiya says, and heads off to do some research at the hot springs. Minato looks at the ceiling and puts up a LF Ram sign to vanish with a yellow flash, reappearing at his family compound. It is a tradition Japanese-style manor with training ground in the back, medium-sized lake with fish and a small dojo. He enters the home and slips off his sandals, but he hears the sound of feet as he enters the hall. Papa, two voices say, and Minato looks to see his daughters, before kneeling and hugging both. Azula has fair skin and amber gold eyes. Her shoulder-length black hair pulled into a small bun with two long bangs framing her face. She wears a long red sleeve shirt with black shorts. Asuka has black hair in twin tails but azure blue eyes like her father, wear the same outfit as sister but purple and white. "You're here early," Cersei says, approaching as Minato rises to his feet. She is a beautiful woman with fair skin, short black hair and amber gold eyes, wearing a dark red kimono with black obi. "I need to talk to Naruto. Is he home?" Minato says, giving her a kiss but sees a wrinkle of her nose. "He's in his room and he's punished with no dinner," Cersei says. "He broke a vase," Azula says, knowing full well she and sister broke the vase. "I see. I'll talk to him," Minato says, shaking his head. He makes his way to Naruto's room, which is on the eastern side of the manor as everyone else is on the western side. "Naruto," Minato says, knocking on his son's door and opening it. The room is Spartan with a bed, desk, closet and a small bookcase. The little blonde is sitting at his desk with a book open. "Your mother tells me you broke a vase," Minato says, disappointment in his tone. Naruto turns to face his father with sadness in his eyes. "I didn't. It was Azula," Naruto says. "What have I said about lying?" Minato says, and Naruto sniffles a little but the older blonde sighs. Changing the subject. "You met your uncle today," he adds, as Naruto slowly nods. "He told me a little about my mom," Naruto says, looking down at the floor. "Yes. Luna was my fiancée but she died during the Kyuubi incident by sealing it into you," Minato says and clears his throat. "Naruto is, you know, a Hokage. Well, as Hokage, I have to make hard choices," he adds, before kneeling to look his son in the eye. "Your uncle asked me to take you out the village and I will agree to it," Minato says, with his hands on Naruto's shoulders, and the little blonde's eyes were wide. "Why you sending me away?" Naruto says, his voice trembling and tears welling up. "It'll be for your own good. Think of it as an adventure," Minato says. But I want to stay with you. I'll be a good boy. Please let me stay," Naruto says, tears running down his cheeks. "You can't. It's best for the village if you leave. I know this isn't an ideal situation, but to uphold certain ideals, I have to accept less than ideal outcomes for those who don't deserve it. The village must come before everything. Even family," Minato says, rising to his feet. "Your uncle will come get you in 3 days. I'll have a maid pack your things," Minato says, leaving his sobbing son to cry himself to sleep. Naruto would not leave his room for those 3 days. Maids would bring him food and drink to make sure he was all right. If he did leave his room, it was to go to the bathroom, but his half-sisters would mock him and declare he was being thrown away like the trash he was. Cersei was quite giddy for Naruto's departure, as she would finally be rid of Luna's taint. Naruto stares at the ground at the main gates of Konoha as Ravis is speaking to Minato. "Why would Dad send me away? I'm not a bad boy," he thought. Minato and Ravis approach as the former kneels to his son, Naruto. "I know the situation sounds bad now, you'll see it was the right choice," Minato says, but Naruto only sniffles. "I've given Ravis some materials you can learn the necessities to be a splendid shinobi," Minato adds, before rising to his feet. Ravis lifts Naruto into his arms with a serious look on his face. "When do your genin graduate?" Ravis asks. 16. They spend 6 years in the academy and graduate around spring. Minato says, and Ravis slowly turns on his heels. Naruto stares at his father with hot tears in his eyes, but the older blonde simply stares, before the younger buries his head into Ravis' shoulder. "I know you're hurting, Naruto, but in time it will lessen," Ravis says, but Naruto says nothing, before Ravis takes off at a speed rivaling a ninja. The pair travel for about 2 hours as Naruto says nothing, but Ravis stops to give the young boy a chance to stretch his legs. "Are you hungry?" Ravis says, letting him down. The pair were near the main road as people or carriages pass by, but Errol feet into the forest in a small clearing. "Naruto, are you hungry?" Ravis says, and Naruto slowly nods. Ravis rummages through his pack and pulls out a small bag of jerky, before giving it to the young boy with a small bottle of apple juice. "Why did Dad send me away?" Naruto says, finally breaking his silence. "Because he is a fool," Ravis says, curtly and opens a bottle of water to drink some. He wants to keep his power. Your stepmother is related to the royal family of Fire Country and he cares more about being Hokage than being a father, Ravis adds. See, can I hate him? Naruto whispers. Yes you can. He chose power over his family, Ravis says and kneels to one knee to look Naruto in his eyes. Never forget who you were and what you possess. The world Certainel. Why won't is there a stigma on Jinchuriki? However, wear it like armor and it can never be used to hurt you. You may be the son of the Kiroi Senko but you are the son of Lunafreya Nox Floret as well, he adds. Naruto stares into his uncle's mismatched eyes and slowly nods. Are we heading to Niflheim? Naruto asks, after another piece of jerky. Ravis rises to his feet with a shake of his head. Not at the moment. We're heading to the island nation of Uzushio, he says. Whirlpool. Naruto says. Uzushio and Konoha were once allies when Mito Uzumaki married Hashirama Senju, but things soured after her death. Hashirama and his brother's students didn't honor her passing. Their alliance suffered because of this, Ravis explains. So we're taking a boat? Naruto asks, perking up at seeing the ocean. No, there's a bridge in the port city of Nami, connecting Uzushio to the mainland. We'll be taking my regalia, Ravis replies, starting to pack up. What's a regalia? Naruto asks, giving Ravis his empty bottle and bag. It would be easier to show you than explain, Ravis replies, securing everything and picking up the little blonde. They would continue to travel a few more hours with a few stops to do their business, but they soon arrived to one of the highways towards Nami. Naruto notices the roads were more developed and paved. You've seen wagons mostly, have you? Ravis asks and Naruto nods. Niflheim's technology spreads through the continent and these paved roads are one such thing. Konoha has trains and rail lines but not paved roads to the village. This is mainly due to where they are situated inside their massive forests, Ravis explains, putting Naruto down. I saw a train once but I couldn't ride it, Naruto says. Ravis slowly nods and raises his hands wide with words Naruto didn't understand, before his eyes widen as a large array forms off the road, and a large thing rises from the array. It is a white contraption with black trim, having no top on 4 wheels and a white interior as well. This is my regalia. Barracuda, Ravis says. Barracuda, Naruto says, sounding out the word. Yes, it is a special vehicle used in Niflheim known as a car. It is powered by special engine made with magic, Ravis explains, popping the hood. He then picks up Naruto to show him the engine, Magi. Cal runes create internal combustion to make it move, Ravis explains, closing the hood with his free right hand and Naruto sees the crossed swords on the hood. You'll learn more once we reach Uzushio, Ravis says, putting Naruto in the passenger seat. He moves to the driver's seat and pulls a key from his pocket to start the car as it roars to life, causing Naruto to smile as he liked the sound. Ravis pulls onto the highway towards Naruto's new life and the birth of the Vortex Hunter. The Great Whirlpool Bridge. Naruto stares out the car as the smell of the sea enters his nose and his ass. Your blue eyes on the ocean's crystal blue waters. The Great Whirlpool Bridge, as it is called, connects the island of Uzushio with the mainland. The bridge is several miles long and has 4 lanes for travel with a lane for foot traffic. Small places for people to relax on the travel across the ocean and a lane to park as well. Why are we going to Uzushio? Naruto asks. The Uzumaki will help you unlock your chakra but also help you commune with the Kyuubi, Ravis says and Naruto's eyes widen. The seal Luna used came from the Uzumaki and they can help you, Ravis says. I read about Jinchuriki. They say the Biju give their hosts a Kekkei Genkei or something similar, Naruto says, remembering the book was written by Mito Uzumaki. The Kyuubi is known as the Storm Dragon. So it could be possible. We will know once you unlock your chakra, Ravis says and the Naruto slowly nods. The little blonde turns his attention back to the ocean to look as best he could. The journey would take about 3 hours as Ravis would stop to let Naruto stretch his legs or eat some jerky on the way. Soon the island of Uzushio come into view but Ravis would slow down to let Naruto see the mighty whirlpools where the island got its name. They don't hurt the bridge? Naruto asks, in awe of the churning water. The bridge is outfitted with seals made by the Uzumaki to protect it from the mighty ocean, Ravis says. Before pulling off, they soon reach a toll and Ravis pulls out a paper from his coat and the man reads it over, glancing to Naruto as he does. Welcome to Uzushio, the man says, and Ravis nods. Pulling off. The countryside of Uzushio has many steep hills with farmland, but this soon gives way to high-rise buildings and a massive river running through the center. There were stores, hotels, parks, casinos, and even places of pleasure. Naruto would see the various people, and many would have a shade of red hair. It's a trait of the Uzumaki, Ravis says. Hey, soon leave the town proper and Naruto would see the countryside once again. We'll be meeting with the Uzumaki clan head Asakura Uzumaki. She knew Luna and taught her fuinjutsu, Ravis says. They soon arrive at large compound near the sea with a high wall to about 8 feet high with 2 guards at the gate, both wearing black outfits with red armor and matching hair. Who are you? One says, as Ravis pulls up to them. I'm Ravis Nox Floret and I am here to see Lady Asakura, Ravis says, and the guard gasps, before telling his fellow guard to open the gate. Ravis drives in and Naruto sees a large seaside home with a large yard and 2-story manor, as Ravis parks not far from the home. He comes around and lifts Naruto out of the car as a young woman that appears to be in her late 20s approaches. She has long and wavy blood-red hair to just above her butt with violet eyes, wearing black pants with a white button-up and suspenders, and finishes off the outfit with heeled boots. It's been a long time, Ravis, the woman says. It has, Asakura, Ravis says, and looks down at Naruto. This is Naruto, he adds. Luna's little one, Asakura says, and smiles at the little blonde. Hello, I am Asakura Uzumaki, she adds. Hello, Naruto says. Asakura leads them inside through the foyer to the back of the house to a deck with a view of the ocean. So what brings you here, she says. Holding her hand out for them to sit. Ravis helps Naruto into a chair and takes his own seat to start explaining about Naruto's life in Konoha, how he finally came to Konoha and met the small child. How he spoke to Minato and could see the fear in the man's eye and Naruto's lack of a home life. As powerful as Minato is, he's a coward, Asakura says. Mom. A voice shouts and Asakura shakes her head. Out here, Kushina, Asakura shouts. Naruto looks back to see a girl about his age with violet eyes and red hair to her ears, wearing a pair of shorts and a kimono blouse. My daughter Kushina. Kushina, meet Ravis Nox Floret and Naruto, Asakura says. Hey, Kushina says, and Naruto says hi back. Kushina, why don't you take Naruto to your room? The grown-ups talk, Asakura says, and Kushina nods, as Naruto slowly hops off the chair to follow the little redhead. To think Luna would seal a biju inside her own son, Asakura says. Minato was tight-lipped about the incident to me, but Luna must have had a reason, Ravis says. So you brought him here to check his seal but also to teach him to use the biju's power, Asakura asks. I did. We'll spend at least a year here and then I'll take him to Niflheim, Ravis says, as Asakura leans back in her chair. I'll prepare a room for the both of you. Though you won't be the only Guests in my home, Asakura says, and Ravis arches an eyebrow. Tsunade Senju and her apprentice Shizune Kato are living here, she adds. Perhaps she can aid Naruto as well, Ravis muses. She can teach him some control techniques. She planning to run our medical program. Something Konoha shot down during the last war. They're lost as our gain, Asakura says. Konoha continues to fail Air allies, Ravis says, and Asakura nods. So how old are you? I'm 6, Kushina says, leading Naruto to her room. I'm 5, Naruto replies. Kushina opens the door to her room and it's filled with a bed having orange sheets. A bookshelf, walk-in closet and a chest of toys. You have a nice room, Naruto says. Kushina climbs into her bed as Naruto takes a recliner in the corner. Why did you come to Uzushio, she asks. My uncle Ravis brought me. Because. Naruto says and pauses, as his father's words well up in his mind. Kushina sees this and hops off her bed to approach Naruto. You don't have to say. If you don't want to, she says, as Naruto sniffles a bit. He wipes a forming tear with a slow nod. Uncle wants to train me and Lady Asakura to help me with the Kyuubi, Naruto says. Kyuubi, Kushina asks. My mom sealed the Kyuubi inside me and made me a Jinchuriki, Naruto explains. My mom's told me about the biju. How there are 9 of them scattered around the continent, but the first Hokage had captured all except the Kyuubi and gave them to the major nations as a sign of peace, Kushina says. I read about that too. The land of wind received the Ikibi. The land of lightning received the Nibi and Hachibi. The land of water received the Sanbi and Rokubi. The land of Earth received the Yonbi and Gobi. While Akigakure received the Nanabi. Naruto says. You sure know a lot, Kushina says, and Naruto blushes softly. I like to read. It helps me escape, Naruto says, softly. Escape what? Kushina asks, but before Naruto could answer, her door opens and her mother pokes her head in. Naruto. Ravis has your things. I'm going to show you to the room the both of you will be using, Asakura says. Ah mom, Kushina says. Don't worry Kushi. You'll see him for dinner, Asakura says, and Naruto waves to Kushina, following the older redhead to his room with Ravis. Asakura leads Naruto to the southeast wing of the manor. You seem to have your father's eyes but your mother's hair, she says. I didn't know. I've never seen a picture of her, Naruto says, running his fingers out his hair, and this shocks Asakura, but she remains silent. Damn you, Minato, Asakura thought, and looks down at the blonde. She was beautiful. I think I have a picture of her, she says, reaching the room and opening the door. The room has a large bed, a desk, a large bookshelf with books, and a walk-in closet. This will be our room for the next year, Ravis says, unsealing their things. Dinner will be at 5, Asakura says, before excusing herself. Tomorrow we'll begin on unlocking your chakra, Ravis says, and could see the little blonde was getting tired, before helping him on the bed. Naruto would take a nap and wouldn't awaken until dinner. It would be an interesting affair, as Kushina is a bit of a motormouth and talks about anything. Naruto would also get to meet Tsunade and her apprentice Shizune Kato, but also their pet pig named Taunton. His first day in a new place comes to an end, and the next day he would begin his journey to become strong. The next day Naruto, Ravis, Kushina, Asakura and Shizune were in the western yard of the manor with the little blonde trying to unlock his chakra for the first time. You can do it, Naruto, Kushina shouts. Naruto is sitting on the ground with his legs crossed, his hands in his lap and his eyes closed as he tries to find the pole Asakura told him about. He tries to reach inside himself and he hears the voice of his sisters or his stepmother belittling him, but suddenly he feels this warm feeling, like the sun wrapping her arms around him. The others watch as a blue aura starts to leak from Naruto to signify him unlocking his chakra. You did it, Kushina shouts, as Naruto opens his eyes. I did, Naruto says, but his eyes grow heavy and falls over. Naruto, Kushina shouts. It's just chakra. Exhaustion from unlocking it for the first time, Shizune says. She is a young teen with short black hair and onyx eyes, wearing gray pants and a white sweater. You should know that, my little Mato, Asakura says, and Kushina puffs her cheeks. Unbeknownst to everyone, Naruto is meeting his tenant for the first time as he finds himself in a large cave system. It is 2 streams with one having blue water and the other having red water, as the cave is illuminated by blue crystals. Where am I? Naruto says, looking around, but sees the waters are leading to a lake of purple and coming from behind him. At last we meet. This way, child, a voice says, scaring Naruto and having him looking around frantically. It's all right, another voice says, but this one is motherly. Naruto sighs and follows the 2 water paths towards their source as the cave's ceiling becomes higher and higher, until reaching near 100 feet in the air. You are kind of small, child, a voice says, and Naruto gasps. As inside this cave is a massive dragon. It has long neck with scales gleaming like black steel, 9 tails with small fins down each. Long wings with light blue membrane and 4 RNS coming from its head and pupil-less glowing eyes with red marking around the eyes. Are you the Kyuubi? Naruto asks. The dragon leans forward with its long neck. That's what you humans call me. Yes, it says. But his name is Veldora, the motherly voice says. Naruto feels the warm feeling once again as it encircles him like a hug, and he looks up to see a young woman with long blonde hair styled in side-sweeping bangs. A double braid going across her head with the rest twisted and pinned up with blue eyes, wearing a white dress. HMPH. He doesn't need to know my name. But I'll allow it, Lunafreya, Veldora says, in an almost tsundere-like tone with his arms folded and looking away. L. Luna. Freya, Naruto says. But you can call me Mom, Luna says, holding her little boy tighter. Veldora stares at the little boy and his ethereal mother, so little one. Why are you here? He asks. Uncle Ravis and Lady Asakura were helping me unlock my chakra, Naruto says. I saw through your memories. I'm happy Ravis came and took you away from Minato. I had no idea that he would turn out in such a manner, Luna says. It's not your fault, Mom, Naruto says and looks to the storm dragon. Why did you try to attack Konoha? Naruto adds. Veldora cups his chin in thought but growls, it was a bastard with a Sharingan. He found my lair and took control of me. If not for Luna, I would have killed a lot more people, he says. Minato claimed he was Madara Uchiha, but I don't believe such a proud man would hide behind a mask, Luna say. Essen looks to left hand as it slowly fades, it seems I don't have much longer, she adds. Naruto turns to her with wide eyes as Luna places her forehead on his own. Naruto. I'm sorry I placed such a burden on you and subjected you to such a life, she says, and few tears run down his cheeks. Live a good life, my dear son. One last thing I'll do is awaken your magic as well, Luna says, kissing his forehead and fading away. Sorry, little one, Veldora says. Naruto slowly wipes his tears away and looks back to the dragon. Thank you. I've read that Biju give their hosts a Kekkei Genkai, he says. Coming to terms with meeting his mom but losing her. We can talk about that later. You're waking up, Veldora says. Naruto gasps and finds himself staring the blue sky. Naruto. Kushina says and he turns his head to see her. Kushina, Naruto whispers. Shizune is opposite the little blonde with her hands out and glowing green. You suffered chakra exhaustion, she says, before helping him sit up. Ravis is staring at him and Naruto sniffles a little. Uncle. I saw Mom, Naruto says, and Ravis' eyes widen slightly. Seems Luna sealed part of herself int. Oh, the seal, Asakura says, and Ravis looks to the sky with a rueful look. I promise, Luna, I will make him strong, Ravis thought. Asakura would have lunch served and let Naruto rest as the little blonde would enter his mindscape to speak to Veldora once again. You've returned, little one, Veldora says. Naruto sits on a rock in front of the massive dragon with a small nod. I wanted to tell K about our Kekkei Genkai and the other Biju. Are they dragons like you, he says. Among the 9 of us I am the sole dragon. As for your Kekkei Genkai, it's known as the storm release as I am the storm dragon. If you were to use my full power, you would be able to manipulate storms, but for now, you will be able to create lightning that flows like water, Veldora says. The T sounds interesting, but what about the other Biju, Naruto asks. Veldora folds his arms as he sits down. Well, first there is Shukaku the sand demon. He can give his host control over sand, and why? Oh, you can guess what they would do in a desert, he states, and Naruto nods, a shuddering thought. Then there is Matabi the Hellcat. She gives her host command of blue flames that burn hotter than normal flames. Third is Isobu, and he allows his host to create special corral but also mastery of water. Fourth is Son Goku the Boastful. His host will be able to create magma or lava, Veldora says, remembering his fight with the giant red silverback. Next is Kokuo. She's a bit shy and her host can use steam. Sixth is Saiken, and he gives his host the power of acid. Then there's lucky number 7 Chome. Though there is nothing special about that Kabutomushi. Eighth is Gyuki the 8-tail Ushi-Oni, and he can be a bit bull-headed but gives his host several kill, including the use of ink, Veldora finishes. Ushi-Oni, Naruto comments. He's a cross between a bull and octopus. Thus the ink, Veldora says. The Biju are very unique, Naruto says. We are, but you humans see us as weapons, Veldora says, thinking about the past and how Hashirama Senju captured his siblings and sold them to other countries for some notion of peace. I don't see you as a weapon. We could be friends, Naruto says, and Veldora huffs with a look away. Who'd want to be friends with a little human? Veldora shouts, but see Naruto frowning. Well, I guess I cool. Be friends with you, little one, but you need to grow first, he adds. Naruto leaves his mindscape with a mission to become friends with Veldora as he opens his eyes to see Kushina staring at him. I tried waking you, Kushina says. Naruto slowly sits up and runs his fingers through his hair. I was talking to Veldora, he says, and Kushina tilts her in confusion. The QB, he adds. Oh, so you can talk to a Biju. That's pretty cool, Kushina says. The door opens as Tsunade enters, wearing a white kimono blouse with wide sleeves and blue capri pants. So this is where you are, little tomato, Tsunade says. Her blonde hair pulled into a high ponytail. I wanted to see if Naruto was awake, Kushina says, puffing her cheeks at the tomato comment. Tsunade narrows her honey eyes as she gives the blonde the once over. So this is Minato's little boy. I hope you're nothing like him, she says, and Naruto frowns. I hope not too. If I can ask, why are you in Uzushio? Naruto asks. Tsunade folds her arms under her 106 centimeters bosom. It's a long story, but I got tired of Konoha's double standards, she says. Now, since you have awakened your chakra, you can start on your control, Tsunade says, and to show the two kids, which would be their routine for the next few months. Uzushio. 6 months later. Seems you have 3 affinities, Asakura says. It has been 6 months since Naruto came to Uzushio with his uncle, meeting Asakura and her daughter Kushina, also Tsunade Senju and her apprentice Shizune. The little blonde also got to meet V. Eldora and his mother, but also learning he possessed a Kekkei Genkei. Raiden, Suiten and Futon, Naruto says. 2 are from Veldora and the Futon from Minato, it seems, Asakura says. Do you think Uncle Ravis will find anything on the storm release? Naruto asks, sitting with his legs crossed and a few leaves on his body. You can find anything on the black market, Asakura says, and Naruto slowly nods but groans as one of his shadow clones dispels. Lady Tsunade is quite rough, Naruto says, and Asakura chuckles. She can be a bit of a brute. Her taijutsu is centered around her enhanced strength, Asakura says. Something she's teaching Kushina, Naruto says. Yes, Kushi won't be able to learn the more finite techniques from Tsunade, but super strength is a bonus to her Kongo Fusa, Asakura says. Pulling out a pair of wooden bakken from a scroll and tosses him one. Naruto shifts into a basic kendo stance as Asakura holds her bakken in her right hand. Begin, she says. Naruto slowly edges forward and strikes with a side-sweeping attack, but Asakura parries it with ease. The spar would last only a few minutes as Naruto's skill with the sword were prodigious but still unrefined. Your son is a prodigy, Luna. If Minato wasn't so blind to keeping his precious Hokage position, he would have seen it, Asakura thought. Ravis would return about 2 weeks later with some materials on the Ranton Kekkei Genkei, but before the little blonde could use it, he needed to use both Raiden and Suiten to an acceptable level. Naruto would start with Raiden with a clone working on Suiten, a third clone working on Futon. Kushina joined in as she too had a Suiten affinity, and she had nearly a dozen clones for her training, something Naruto was jealous about, but it didn't bother him as she didn't lord it over him. The two children were becoming fast friends, something Ravis and Asakura noticed. On off days or downtime, the two children would learn from Shizune about subjects other than ninjutsu. Kushina would find this annoying as she is a bit hyperactive, but Naruto's presence would keep her engaged. Ravis would spar with Naruto and teach him some basic magic spells, but also prepare him for what to expect in Niflheim. The country was in the midst of a civil war and the fighting has been bloody. On one side is the Emperor of Niflhel, Ladle as Aldercapt, and on the rebels' side is Naruto's distant cousin Noctis, Lucis Kylum. Noctis had grown tired of the Emperor's seemingly blind eye to the plight of his people, and he's gathered many nobles, leaders and others to his cause. The civil war is currently at a stalemate, but Noctis' side is gaining ground. Ravis prepared his nephew for Niflheim as it is a harsh place and it swallowed those who were not ready. He pushed Naruto as hard he could, teaching him elemancy, which fell in line with his elemental affinities. Naruto excelled in his training as their year in Uzushio came to a close, but something changed, which allowed Naruto to stay 1 more year in Uzushio. The change being the birth of Ravis' daughter with Tsunade, as both had a drunken one-night stand on Naruto's 6th birthday. About 2 weeks later, Tsunade nearly broke Ravis' jaw when she announced she was pregnant. This naturally shocked the blonde's uncle, and the stoic man fainted at the news, and Asakura simply belly laughed. Tsunade would give birth their daughter in July, naming her Arya Nox Senju, and her having light blonde that looks almost white but also heterochromatic eyes of honey brown and blue. Naruto and Kushina were instantly smitten with the baby, playing with her often. Uzushio. 1 year later. You better take care, my daughter, Asakura says, her violet eyes on the now 7-year-old Naruto. Naruto is now wearing black pants and matching boots with a white long-sleeve shirt having the Uzushio symbol in blue and a dark hoodie. I will do my best, Lady Asakura, Naruto says, and Asakura ruffles his hair. Kushina declared she wanted to go with Naruto and Ravis, stating her chains could stop Naruto if he lost control while trying to use Veldora's power. Asakura was apprehensive but could see in daughter's eyes that cared greatly about Naruto. When you see me again, I'll be strong, Kushina says, and Asakura smiles, before hugging her daughter. I know you will. I can tell, Asakura says. Naruto sees Ravis speaking to Tsunade and saying his goodbyes to Arya. I wonder what he'll teach you next, Veldora says. One can only wonder, Naruto thought. Naruto. Kushina. Are you ready to leave, Ravis says, approaching, and the children nod. Asakura hugs her daughter with a few goodbyes to her as Kushina waves to Tsunade, Arya and Shizune as she climbs into the Barracuda. Ravis starts up his regalia and pulls off as the two children wave. We'll be head across the bridge and then head further south. You should know Nilfheim has odd weather patterns. The land is arid desert but has snowfields that paradoxically coexist mere miles apart, he says. Is there a reason why, Kushina asks. There is a legend that a near epoch, elliptic battle took place in the distant past and it reshaped the world. Niflheim is technologically advanced compared to the other nations. So be prepared for things that will appear to be very fantastical, Ravis explains, and both nod. The journey to Niflheim, or Nazis's base operations known as Insomnia, would take about 2 months. In that time the group of 3 would encounter bandits, brigands, beasts and the like. This was test for the 2 young children as they were forced to kill for the first time, both becoming nearly catatonic, but Ravis told them that this the life shinobi but also soldiers live. This was sobering experience for the pair, but having each other got them through the situation. Once they were in Niflheim they did indeed see arid deserts with barely any life for miles. 2 white snowfields which Ravis allowed the pair to be children and play in said snow under his watchful eye. They would stop in several smaller towns to reload on supplies and teach them more Niflheim. Along the way Ravis showed them the ruins of the Lucis kingdom and told them the history of the once great kingdom. Ravis told them Lucis fell over 2 generations before his birth and was the seat of power for Niflheim. Before the Aldercapt created a new seat of power known as Eos. He told them how from the ruins of Lucis rose the kingdom of Insomnia, or its other name the Crown City. He told them about the Beluve mines, which was used to build Insomnia, and about the various dungeons spread about. However, when they were old enough, they would be able to venture into them to gain experience, and this excited Kushina. Welcome to Insomnia, Ravis says, as they pass through the wall around the city. Naruto and Kushina were in completely awe of the massive city, having tall skyscrapers and it being a bustling metropolis. This is amazing, Kushina says, and Naruto nods, as he sees numerous regalia. We'll be heading to the citadel where Noctis is, Ravis says. Driving through the streets of the city and occasionally stopping at red lights. They soon reach a lush area and a large bridge to a man-made island surrounded by water with tall ramparts. Kushina and Naruto gasp as they see more tall buildings, but one stands out. It is silver and has 2 long rows of steps lit by light poles. It has 2 towers of equal height and 3 portals entering into the nave. Above and slightly behind the central portal is a large rose window with tall arched windows flanked by statuary under pointed canopies projected forward. The towers have numerous windows up the length. Behind the front 2 towers are 2 more towers linked by an X-shaped truss. Be mindful of your manners, Ravis says, stopping in front of the steps. Several men in Omen approach to salute Ravis as he exits his regalia. They wear black combat fatigues with visors over their eyes. Welcome back, Lord Ravis, one declares. These are the Crown Guard and they court the royal family with the Kingsglavy, Ravis says, ushering the 2 children up the numerous steps. Both look around in awe at the designs of the citadel, but they see someone waiting for them. He wears a purple and black patterned dress shirt with a black suit and black shiny red sole shoes. He wears shimmery silver driving gloves with glasses and has short, light ash brown hair swept up at the front of his hairline and green eyes. It's been 2 years, Ravis, he say, adjusting his glasses, but sees Naruto and Kushina. It has been Ignis Scientia. This is my nephew Naruto and his friend Kushina Uzumaki, Ravis says. Ignis looks over the 2 children as they bow to him. So he is Lunafreya's, Ignis says, and Ravis nods. This is her only son and he is also the Jinchuriki of the Storm Dragon, Veldora, Ravis says, and Ignis, eyes widen slightly. I see. Well, follow me. Noctis is waiting, Ignis says, and turns on his heels. Ravis and his young charges follow Ignis as he leads through the citadel's lower levels and towards the Hall of History, which precedes the throne room. The hall has numerous paintings that depict the coming of the true king with the one Winged oracle giving her blessing to the chosen king who radiates light that repels the hordes of demons below. What are demons? Kushina asks and Ignis stops to turn to her. Unholy abomination. That have been corrupted by corrupted chakra from an ancient evil, Ignis explains. Another portrait shows the true king accompanied by 3 companions. The rulers of yore and the astrals stand. Watch with 7 swords facing the demons from the king. The 4 soon reach the throne room and Ignis pushes open the door as the 2 young children take in the room. The room has 2 sets of saint airs leading to the golden throne that is surrounded by elaborate metalwork and numerous windows to let in light. At the bottom of the steps were 2 men and on the throne is a young man, which Naruto suspects is Noctis. So that's Luna's kid. The taller of the 2 at the bottom of the steps says. He is a tall man with a large build and long black hair. He wears black leather trousers with a small side chain, and a black dress shirt with a suit vest but no tie. Though his eyes are a bit different, the second says. He is a young man of average height and a slender build, blue eyes, light freckles and short, unruly blonde hair with a similar outfit to his taller companion. Gladiolus Amicidia. Prompto Argentum. Good to see you again, Ravis says. Ravis. Is that Lunafreya's son? Noctis says. It is. His name is Naruto and this friend Kushina Uzumaki from Uzushio, Ravis says, and both children but gasp as Noctis is now in front of them. Noctis has spiky black hair and blue eyes that can glow red with a light beard, wearing a black 3 suit with the suit coat having 6 buttons. Why did you bring them here, Ravis? The war is still going on, Noctis asks. Ravis starts to explain about how 2 years prior he went meet his nephew, finding him alone in a park. However, he confront Minato Namikaze about things and seeing in the man's eyes, BEF. Or suggesting to take Naruto away from Konoha. Minato agreeing to let Naruto leave no fuss, before heading to Uzushio for the next 2 years to train but leaving out things with Tsunade and P. Repairing him for the harshness of Niflheim. I would like Naruto and Kushina to be trained with the Crown Guard and Kingsglaive, but also could you allow him a royal arm to awaken his Armiger, Ravis says. Noctis shifts his gaze from Ravis to Naruto and looks into his azure blue eyes. You would ask for him and his friend to be trained, Noctis says. We can handle it, Your Highness, Kushina blurts and Noctis arches an eyebrow. Ignis, are you not heading to the slave auction in Greyshire to root out those traitorous nobles? Noctis says and Ignis nods, as Noctis looks his way. Take them with you. It will be a test, Noctis says and his comrades gawk. You want me to take 2 children with me to the slave auction? Ignis says and Noctis nods. He is the son of Lunafreya and she is the daughter of the Whirlpool Maiden. I believe they can assist you, Noctis says and looks to the pair. Are you capable of the henge jutsu? He asks and both nod. They will pose as young nobles looking to buy a slave. You will be their guard. Once you have the nobles, the Kingsglaive will deal with them, Noctis adds and Ignis nods, adjusting his glasses and is unaware the number of children with him would grow by 2. How long can you hold your henges? Ignis asks. The 3 were inside a carriage making their way towards a mansion in the woods of Greyshire, for a few hours. So long as no one can dispel it, Naruto says. He and Kushina now look like adults with him looking like a combination of his father and uncle. He cuts an imposing build but with silver hair having jaw-length bangs. Wearing a black 3-piece suit with a silver dress shirt. Will there be shinobi there? Kushina says. She has a to-die-for figure like her mother but with long black hair and red eyes. Wearing a long black dress with lace sleeves. There won't be. Your names for this are Loris and Olena Makara. You're from the north and are looking for slaves. You both need to act arrogant, Ignis says and both nod. Now I'll be with you if things go sideways, Ignis says. Do we need to buy slaves? Naruto asks. To keep the cover. Yes, and you need to buy at least 2. This way we can get close to the organizer, Ignis replies and the 2 children slowly nod. The carriage finally arrives at a 3-story mansion with numerous other carriages and people. Are you 2 ready? Ignis says and both nod, as the door opens. Ignis steps first as Naruto and Kushina follow as the latter links her arm with the former, both giving of an arrogant energy as Ignis is ahead of them. Loris and Olena Makara, one of the armed men says, wearing a mask. Yes, Naruto says, with snarky tone. Is there a problem? Kushina adds, equally snarky. The guard shake his head and hands the pair masks that are half white and half black with a smile on it. Enjoy, he says. Naruto and Kushina slip on the masks and follow Ignis inside. if you need to keep people away. Just use a little of my aura Veldora comments and Naruto mentally nod. The smell of booze and cigarettes catch their noses as people were drinking or smoking as Ignis leads them through. I got us a booth for the auction, Ignis says, and both of them nod, but Naruto could see several men leering at Kushina, something that causing him to glare. The first floor is decorated with tables and chairs. Dark decorations of red, black, purple and dark blue. They take the stairs up to the second floor to a ballroom with a stage and booths looking down from above. This way, Ignis says. They reach a private booth and step inside, with it having 2 chairs, a table but also a fan with a number on it. The auction should start soon. Remember, you need to purchase 2, Ignis says. As the pair take their seats, Naruto and Kushina see a man appear on the stage under a spotlight with a microphone. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I won't waste time because I know your time is more valuable than the product we have, he declares, and many clap. The man starts the auction with a muscular man and the people start bidding as this continues for several people. This is disgusting, Kushina says. Indeed. Aldercapt allows this to happen and some nobles support this, Ignis says. We'll free them, right? Naruto asks and Ignis nods. I have the Kingsgla. I've surrounding the mansion, Ignis whispers. The auction continues on for another half hour, but both children gasp as young girl with chopped white hair and matching eyebrows is brought out. Her eyes are pale as well, with rabbit ears on her head and wearing rags. We have a young 8-year-old demihuman. Her name is Kagaya, named for the Moon Princess, the announcer says. Kushina could see Kagaya's fear-filled eyes. We need to help her, she whispers, as the bidding starts. Naruto raises his number at 15,000, but someone bids double that. How much can we spend, he says. Seeing as this will be rated. Go wild, Ignis says, and Naruto bids 45,000. Kushina sees a man bid 50,000 and he looked disgusting with a neckbeard but also disgustingly overweight. He might eat her, she thought, as Naruto bids 55,000, but the neckbeard goes to 75,000. Use my aura, Veldora says. Naruto focuses on the neckbeard as he bids 80,000 and projects Veldora's aura, and the neckbeard freezes before he bids. Winner Loris Makara, the announcer says, and some men take Kagaya away, as the next person is brought out. Other 3 people are bought and sold as another young girl is brought out. She has reddish brown hair and reddish hazel eyes with a dirty dress, but could see the defiant look in her eyes. Here, we have Rebecca Victoria from the fallen Victoria family, the announcer declares, and a few people murmur. Victoria family, Naruto asks. They were the first family to turn against Aldercapt and He paid the price for it, Ignis says, and the people start bidding. Kushina picks up the number and places a bid of 20,000, another bids 30,000 and she counters with 40,000. Winner Olena Makara, the announcer declares, and Rebecca is led away. A few minutes pass and one of the masked men opens the curtain. Would like to see your merchandise, he says, and the pair nod. We like them, young, Kushina says, adding a snarky giggle and Naruto wiggling his eyebrows. Ignis leads Naruto and Kushina to another meeting room, where Rebecca and Kagaya were waiting with an overweight man in a suit. He has a bald head and rings on his fingers and a lecherous smile on his face as the 3 enter the room. 2 fine pieces of merchandise you have purchased. Both are virgins, of course, the man says. Rebecca stares at Naruto with defiance in her eyes as Ignis approaches the man, but they widen as Ignis kills the man with a hidden blade. Stay with these 2, Ignis says, before leaving and locking the door. Are you 2 okay, Kushina says, before shocking both by dropping their hinges. Why, your kids like us, Rebecca says. We were sent on mission by Octes Lucis Kylum and the Kingsglaive, Naruto says. I see, Rebecca says. What will happen to us, Kagaya asks. We can ask my uncle to take you back to your homes or find a place to live, Naruto replies. I don't have a home. My village was destroyed, Kagaya says. My family was wiped out and I was sold to make some money, Rebecca says. Maybe you can stay with us, Kushina says, but stares at Kagaya's eyes. Are you blind, she adds. No, my father was from the north and assaulted my mother. She said he was from the Hyuga clan, Kagaya says, and Naruto remembers the Hyuga were a very staunch clan. About an hour later the mansion was secured by the Kingsglaive and the noble arrest with the slaves freed. Ignis started the night with 2 children, but now he would have 4 children. Insomnia. Citadel. 3 months later. This is the Hall of Kings, Noctis says, walking with Naruto. It's been 3 months since Naruto came to Insomnia and 3 months NCE meeting Noctis but gaining new friends in Rebecca and Kagaya. Naruto looks around and sees 13 tombs with weapons in front of them. These are the only royal arms to survive, he asks. Yes, since you're a part of the line of kings, I've decided to honor Ravis's request and give you a royal arm to awaken your Armiger. It will aid in your time training in the Kingsglaive, Noctis says. Thank you, Lord Noctis, Naruto says. Noctis stops at the first tomb with a simple black and silver long sword. This is the sword of the wise. Wielded by the wise king, he says. Next is the axe of the conqueror, Noctis says, pointing to the large double-bladed halberd. This is the bow of the clever, Naruto asks, touching the crossbow, and Noctis nods. He was known for be versed in a myriad of arts, both martial and intellectual. Next we have the swords of the Wanderer, or the twin swords of the Lion King, Noctis explains. Naruto stares to dual swords and remembers the swords could combine into one sword. This sword was wielded by our founder, Somnus Lucis Kylum, and his sword was known as the Blade of the Mystic, Noctis says, stopping in front of silver long sword with black mixed in. This one resembles a Fuma shuriken, Naruto says. It would appear, but it is the Star of the Rogue, wielded by the Lucian Queen, Crepera Lucis Kylum. She preferred to fight from the shadows, Noctis says, and the points to the chainsaw-like great sword. This is the sword of the tall, but it is also known as large sword of the Dynast King, he adds. Naruto is enamored by these great weapons of past kings as his gaze falls on a tall black and silver shield, the shield of the just, he says. Yes, wielded by another Lucian queen, who brought peace and serenity to her kingdom. Then we have the mace of the fierce. This king was known for his love of his people and brutality to his opponents, Noctis explains. It looks like you break someone to pieces with it, Naruto says, and Noctis nods. This is the scepter of the pious. Its wielder a pious man and lived according to divine law and smited his foes with blades of light, Noctis explains. Stopping in front of silver and black trident. This is the trident of the oracle. Wielded by an oracle, a strong and noble woman was loved by the world. She dead succor to the stars and brought man and God together, and this was the trident of her line. Luna once wielded this trident, Noctis explains. Naruto touches the trident as his thoughts go to his mother. She was a strong woman and had the kindest heart, Noctis says, placing his hand on the blonde's shoulder, and Naruto nods, before looking towards a katana. That is the katana of the warrior wielded by the warrior king of Lucis, whose life changed upon the death of his wife and queen by assailants, Noctis says. Its Tsuba handguard has a wing design, having silver double-edged sword-like inlay on the katana's ridge. The katana also has a hole on the base of the kisaki, and the blade itself has a black finish. The last royal arm is the sword of the father and is wielded by the true king, Noctis explains. So it is your sword, Naruto says, and Noctis nods. Tell me, Naruto, which royal arm do you feel a pull to, Noctis asks. Naruto turns towards the 13 weapons, but his gaze drifts to the katana of the warrior. A fine choice for your royal arm, and now we can begin your training with Armiger, Noctis says, and he would see the birth of the Vortex Hunter. Insomnia Citadel. 6 years later. 13-year-old Naruto Nox Floret stands with his party of 14-year-old Kushina Uzumaki, 13-year-old Kagaya Itsuki, and 15-year-old Rebecca Victoria. Opposite them is Gladiolus with a smirk on his face and his arms folded over his wide chest. The four have finished their training with the Crown Guard and Kingsglaive, becoming honorary members and allowed to wear their colors. You're actually going into the Vortex dungeon in the Howling Valley, Gladiolus says. I am, Naruto says. He wears a black silver frock coat, black pants, black gloves, and black knee-high boots with a white undershirt. We can handle it, Kushina says, slapping her right bicep. Her red hair now reaches to just above her rear, and she wears a similar outfit to Naruto but adds fingerless gauntlets. We've trained for this, Rebecca says, wearing the same as Naruto but adds a red scarf with shoulder and waist gun holsters. Kagaya remains quiet. ND wears the mage variant of the uniform of a black leather jacket, a form-hugging sleeveless bodysuit with a zipper running down the torso and an intersecting chain in between her collarbone joined by a blue gemstone, black pants, and thigh-high black boots. She also wears fingerless black leather gloves and arm warmers, as well as a shoulder cape with a blue interior. Well, I won't stop you. But Ravis will be pissed if you seriously get hurt, Gladiolus says. Naruto slams right fist into his chest with a determined look in his face. I won't. Besides, I have one of the best young and upcoming mages, he says. Glancing to Kagaya, and she blushes a little. Gladiolus lets out a belly laugh and slaps Naruto on the shoulder. Well then, little Kingsglaive. Show your mettle, Gladiolus says, and the four salute. So we're doing this, Rebecca says, as the four were heading out of the Crown Guard training area. We are. Between the four of us, we can clear this dungeon, Naruto says. Are we heading north once this done, Kagaya says. They reach the outside as clouds were in the sky as signal for rain. I still have 3 years before my sperm donor wants me to return to Konoha. I want to make a name for myself before that, Naruto says. The four make their way down the 2 rows of steps as they greet various people. You should go wild with my chakra, Veldora comments. And bring the dungeon down on us, Naruto says, and Veldora stays quiet. Over the past 6 years, Naruto has been able to wear down the Tsunere dragon and the pair have become friends. He managed to unlock a chakra mode known as Dragon Force but can only use 3 taels worth as his body is still young. The foursome reach the bottom of the steps as Naruto and Rebecca raises their hands to speak an incantation. 2 arrays appear on the ground and their regalia rise from them, with Naruto having custom black and red NM4 motorcycle with a large windscreen and numerous decals or skull motifs. Rebecca has a dark sub regalia known as Cayenne with 4 doors for all of them to use but a place to put gear as well. We'll get supplies along the way. We should reach Ling Valley the day after tomorrow, Naruto says, and the 3 nod, climbing in the Cayenne. Naruto climbs on his bike and starts her up as the front wheel surges with pink energy, before the blonde T aches off with his party behind him in the beginning of the Vortex Hunter. Howling Valley is southwest of Insomnia in the ruins of Harkonia, and the party dealt with roaming monsters, rouge soldiers, and weak demons as they loaded up on supplies. This dungeon is relatively new and explorers found it was Temple of the Vortex Queen, a powerful warrior mage and summoner. It could increase the Umber weapons for my Armiger, Naruto thought. He gained numerous weapons over the years for his Armiger, but the only royal arms he used was the katana of the warrior. Noctis noted Naruto fought similar to his father Regis Lucis Kylum, who used his personal collection of weapons for his Armiger. The party soon reach the Howling Valley and have to leave their regalia behind, but luckily Naruto and Kushina taught Kagaya and Rebecca to unlock their chakra, helping Rebecca with her guns and Kagaya with her magic. So this is the ruins of the Temple of the Vortex Queen, Kushina says. The F.R. were standing in front of entrance leading underground. Around them were the ruins of a church or temple. It would see, so Rebecca says, adjusting her scarf and then her guns in her waist and shoulders holsters. The 4 head down about 4 rows of steps to a cave system with a few paths, Kagaya, Naruto says. Swallows of air, Kagaya says, holding up her staff. It is silver and black. K with chain motifs around it and curved top having a blue crystal. Several blue swallows appear and fly down the paths to guide their way as Kagaya closes her eyes to look through them. This way, she says, leading them through the eastern path. Rebecca unholsters her twin pistols made by Prompto known as Quicksilver. The bullets are created by one's magic and can even keep up with ninja, as she tested them with Naruto. The 4 follow the path as Kagaya's swallows continue to scout. What do you think we'll find, Kushina asks. One only knows, Naruto says, as the path becomes more refined as they go. It's like the entrance was carved towards this path, Rebecca says. Maybe the temple was collapsed and they had to dig another, Kushina says, and Naruto nods in thought. They so on reach a large chamber with broken pieces armor scattered about, but standing about 40 feet from them is an empty set of full plate armor with long elk horns and a sword in its hand, driven into the stone floor. The sword is a broadsword with a blood groove down the length. The handle is wrapped in brown leather and features a regal lion's face decorating the stone-shaped guard with an intricate antique finish along the pommel. Music. Hi-yo, berserk, loop. Once the 4 were fully in the chamber, the floor glows a light red and an array forms behind them, but also to the right the statue of armor. Look, Kagaya says. The broken pieces of armor start to rise and form soldiers as the full plate armor comes to life with light blue flames. Seems we'll have to fight to continue on, Naruto says, holding out his left as he invokes his Armiger and the katana of the warrior emerges with white blue energy. Kushina bites her lip to draw blood and smears some on her thumb. Kuchio's no jutsu, she says. Summoning a chainsaw great sword made in honor of the sword of the tall. Let's do this, Naruto shouts, and three rush into battle as Kagaya fires fireballs from a distance. Kushina swings her great sword with ease through a few armors as Naruto pushes towards the full plate armor but dodges left as it swings, creating a slice of wind. Interesting, Naruto thought, moving towards the full plate and again dodges another slice of wind. It raises its sword high as Naruto closes the gap with an upward swing, causing a vortex of wind as Naruto braces with his katana and uses chakra to hold himself steady. Sao, Naruto hisses, as cuts form on his body and he parries the broadsword aside to back leap with a skid. Rebecca leaps into a spinning bullet storm as her bullets target limbs and stun them, allowing Kushina to cleave them apart or Kagaya to blast them with a spell. Naruto sends his katana away and weaves signs to Dragon as he links his hands together. Ranton, laser circus, he shouts, firing light blue laser beams. Full plate swings its sword to deflect but Naruto closes the gap with a stinger, the force of the thrust sending the armor back but Naruto combos it into a high time. It lifts the armor off the ground as Naruto leaps into a helm break and the overhead swing sends the armor crashing down but the blonde also sends his phantom blades into the armor as he lands. The other armor collapsed to the ground as Naruto stares at full plate but raises his katana as it moves, to slowly hand the blonde its broadsword. Take it, full plate says, in an echoing tone. Naruto slowly takes the sword as full plate breaks down and runes appear along the blade to reveal its name, Vortex Gaze, he whispers. The array blocking their way, shush. Adders like glasses as Naruto looks around but focuses as he makes Vortex Gaze a part of him, Armiger. The sword glows white-blue and breaks down to become a part his hoard of weapons. Everyone all right, Naruto asks. We are, but you're bleeding, Rebecca says. Kagaya uses a healing spell on Naruto as Kushina rests her chain sword on her shoulder. We continue, Kushina says, and Naruto nods. There must be other levels, Naruto says. The four continue on through the exit of the chamber and find another triple set of stairs leading further down. I wonder how far down it goes, Rebecca says. Naruto looks around and he starts to see engraving of a warrior woman with various weapons, a broadsword, a great sword, a pair of daggers and a bow. I hear water, Kagaya says, her ears moving around. The group reach the bottom of the stairs and see a lake about 20 feet in front of them. Think another fight, Rebecca says, looking around and grabbing one of her quicksilvers. Possible, so be on guard, Kagaya, Naruto says, as they reach the water's edge. Pisces of Aquarius, Kagaya says, and several fishes of water appear and swim around the waters. A few moments pass as no attack comes but Kagaya opens her eyes. There is switch, I believe, with a sword, she says, and Naruto cups his chin in thought. Look like I'll have to swim down and check it, Naruto says, and this causes all three girls to perk up. He slowly begins undressing down to his orange boxer briefs as three stare with two getting small nosebleeds and one hiding her eyes with her ears but still peeking. Keep your eyes trained. Enemies may appear, Naruto says, and dives into the water. He covers his mouth and nose with his hand to create an air bubble with some magic as he starts to dive down towards the switch Kagaya mentioned. This Vortex Queen has created an odd temple, Veldora says. Maybe she wanted someone to collect her weapons, even if she's been dead for years. Vortex Gaze is pristine, Naruto thought. The water is crystal blue but dark at the same time. On your left, Veldora says, and out of his periphery Naruto sees a light. He stops but quickly waves a large chain of signs to bird as a large angler fish is swimming towards him. Sweden. San Suryuden no Jutsu, Naruto thought. Three water dragons with golden eyes form and charge the angler fish, crashing into the fish and tearing into its scales as Naruto continues swimming towards the switch as he sees the sword driven into it. Another sword. Why not a weapon like the Cerberus, Veldora says. Naruto grabs the sword and pulls it from the switch as runes light up across the blade to reveal the name Vortex Pain. It is a great sword with a battle-worn solid metal cross guard and pommel. Genuine leather-wrapped grips and a rat-tail tang. Naruto looks over the blade as the water level lessens as the section of ground near the switch opens. Naruto. Did you kill this fish? Kushina shouts. I did. Think we can eat it? Naruto says, using Armiger on Vortex Pain. Kushina slides down the hole and uses her sword to cut some pieces off the angler fish as Kagaya prepares a fire. Seems we'll need to go further down, Naruto says, pointing to the opening by the switch. I wonder deep where, Rebecca says, as Naruto puts his clothes back on and Kushina tries to cook the pieces. Makes you wonder why make it so deep, Naruto comments, as Rebecca slides down towards Kushina and Kagaya. Naruto finishes getting dressed and slides down as the four fill their bellies. Before heading to the stairs and finding another path to lead them further in, as this path is lighted. Anything, Naruto says, and Kagaya listens with her ears but gets nothing. The path deviates to the left until the four reach a chamber with a pedestal in the center of the room, also engravings around the room with some metal work as well. On the pedestal is a pair of daggers having a silver blue blade with 3 spiraling cutting edges. The handle is black with a skull crusher pommel and the blade looks like a cyclone. Another vortex weapon, Naruto thought, slowly approaching the pedestal. He slowly grasps the daggers and like before runes appear along the blade to reveal their names. Vortex fangs, Naruto says, before metal bars shoot up from the floor around him. A blue array lights up as Kagaya, Rebecca and Kushina shout his name as he vanishes. Music change. Restriction and pledge, Hunter x Hunter. Naruto gasps and finds himself in what appears to be a large throne room, but he can barely see 5 feet in front of him as he grips the vortex fangs. He continues to look around as something whizzes by his ear to cut the top, causing him to tense. And sends the daggers away to bring out vortex gaze. Naruto shifts his eyes from right to left with gaze in both hands, but another whiz happens but hits the sword, pushing him back with a skid. See, out, Naruto shouts but gets no answer. However, suddenly he jerks as pain blossoms in his right leg and Naruto looks down to see a bleeding wound but then a pain above his right shoulder. What? Naruto says. Someone is here, Veldora says. Naruto grunts as 3 more wounds open up on his left shoulder, left leg and his right cheek. I'm not sensing anything until I am struck, but air is something hitting me, Naruto thought, bringing out his Armiger. The phantom swords block a barrage of strikes but Naruto couldn't see what was striking his blades. Then let's try this, Naruto thought, weaving signs to hair and inhaling. Sweden. Mizoripa the blonde thought, spewing water out his mouth to coat the floor around him as his left cheek opens and he weaves to ram. Sweden. Kurigakur no Jutsu, Naruto says, creating a thick mist, and his eyes widen as thin streaks appear as he brings out his blades. Arrows, Veldora comments. Naruto attempts to dodges but slips on some water and blood as this helps dodge a flurry of arrows. You're going have to finish this quickly. I'm not good at healing like the others, Veldora says. Naruto gets to his knees as he wrings out a tail's worth of chakra from Veldora and weaves signs to slap his hands together, creating a large pulse of Raiden with his eyes closed. There, Naruto thought, vanishing with a combination of warp and shunshin. He brings out the katana of the warrior as he sees a woman with long silver hair in light armor and a black and silver recurve bow with phoenix markings in her hands. She fires a few arrows but Naruto sees they are made of wind, before grunting in pain as a few find his stomach, but he stays the course with an aerial but downward stinger, piercing the woman in the chest. Her eyes widen as they crash to the ground and Naruto groans in pain from the wounds to his body. An interesting person. One of the Lucian bloodline, the ethereal woman says. She leans WN and places her hand on Naruto's chest. Thank you for freeing me. I leave my weapons and my summons to you, she adds, as 2 tattoos form on Naruto's body. One is a lion-tiger hybrid and the other is a phoenix. Use them well, the ethereal woman says and fades away. Song ends. Naruto's eyes slowly open to find himself surrounded by 3 crying girls, where he whispers. Kagaya is healing him with tears in her pale eyes, with Kushina and Rebecca trying to hide their tears. What happened? You vanished but reappeared covered in wounds, Rebecca says. I think I fought Lady Vortex and got a bow, Naruto says. Seeing said bow on his chest and the runes appears to reveal its name of Vortex Abandon. You also got 2 summons, Veldora says. Naruto was about to answer the Ragon, but Kushina starts shaking him with tears in her eyes. You almost died. Think before rushing into anything. I know we took this dungeon to prove ourselves, but she says, as Naruto touches her cheek. Sorry I dragged you 3 into this. I'll think next time, Naruto says. You better, Kushina and Rebecca say, in unison. Naruto slowly gets to his feet with a groan and looks over his new bow. Let's head back, he says, sending it away with Armiger. The four start to make their way back to the surface as Veldora explains things as the Lady Vortex was originally from up north and came south, bringing her 2 summons with her of the Liger and Phoenix. So you have 2 summons, Kushina says, as they pass the remains of the angler fish. Not in the Traditee. Onal sense I think, but yeah, I have 2 summons, Naruto says, causing Kushina to puff her cheeks. I've never heard of a Liger, but phoenixes are said to rise from the ashes of their deaths, Rebecca comments. Liger sounds like a combination of lion and tiger, Kagaya adds. The 4 soon reach the surface but immediately go on guard as people were waiting for them. All of them were wearing WHITE outfits, having silver armor on their legs or arms with burqa masks over their faces, along with the symbol of a sword through 2 dragons on a red background. However, one stands out as he wasn't wearing a covering over his face to show his wrinkles and his dark hair in a bun. His most noticeable feature is his beard and a flail in his right hand with a hooded cape. Ha 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 ha. It seems we have a group of explorers who have explored this dungeon, the leader declares. We're not explorers. We're Kingsglaive of the Kingdom of Insomnia, Kushina shouts, causing Naruto to sweat drop as he wanted that to be a secret. The leader releases a belly laugh with a wild look on his face. Even better. I am Caliber and we are members of the Eos Empire, and what better way to honor Emperor Aldercap by bringing him the heads of 4 Insomnia dogs, he declares. Kagaya. How many? Naruto says. At least 50 soldiers, Kagaya says, moving her ears. Kushina right. Rebecca left. Kagaya support, Naruto says. Kill them, Caliber shouts. His soldiers open fire with fireballs but the 4 spring into action. Kagaya counters with a green barrier for Naruto as Ushina rushes right with her chain sword and Rebecca heads left, drawing her quicksilvers. One of the soldiers with Caliber breaks formation but Naruto grabs his face, driving him into the ground and leaping to dodge another's flame. Naruto brings out Vortex Gaze and swings to create a vortex to wind to offset the flames, creating a firestorm to engulf several soldiers. Caliber manages to do DGE this and sends mana to his flail to increase its size. Take this, he shouts, swinging the large flail. Naruto parries the flail with a loud clang as he glances to see few soldiers charging Kagaya. They are assuming she is simply a mage, Veldora says. Kagaya plants her staff into a standing dropkick to one soldier, into several strikes with her staff and a few spells. Explosion, Caliber shouts, pointing his right hand, but Naruto dodges as the ground explodes where he was standing. Naruto leaps as Caliber tosses the flail, but the blonde uses it a springboard to switch to Vortex Ab. And firing a barrage of wind arrows. Caliber dodges and increases the size of his flail once again to send it towards Naruto, but the blonde blocks with a shield from his Armiger. Why has the Eos Empire sent soldiers here? Naruto says. It matters not to you, Insomnia dog, Caliber shouts, increasing his flail even more and spins the massive weapon over his head. He bring the large flail down, but Naruto blocks with his shield as the ground buckles underneath. Ha 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 ha. You will die. Caliber howls, increasing the size of his flail continuously. Naruto grits his teeth as the ground continues to give way underneath his boots, but the blonde uses his free right to weave one-handed signs. Grr. Raiden. Thunder Spear, Naruto says, firing a blast of lightning like a spear and cutting into the side of Caliber. This freezes the crazed knight as Naruto uses Kawarimi with him, Kagaya. Naruto shouts. She appears above the large flail to slam her boots into it and crushing Caliber with his own weapon. Naruto falls on his butt as Kushina approaches with her sword stained in blood. Any survivors, he asks. Nope, but a bunch ran off, Kushina says and sees Rebecca approaching. Anything, she adds. They wanted the possible riches of the dungeon, Rebecca says. Naruto gets to his feet and dusts off his rear to approach the crater with Kabiber's flail now back to normal. The crazed knight was unmoving, but Rebecca puts one into his head for good measure. Naruto grabs the flail and adds it to his collection, before creating a dozen clones to explore the remains of the temple. If there are riches other than the Lady Vortex's weapons, we should find them but archive them, Naruto says, and the 3 nod, but the blonde is unaware a tragedy has happened. Insamina Citadel. 1 week later. Naruto feels his legs were ready to give out as he stands opposite Noctis. Naruto says. The ruler of insomnia stares at Naruto but rises fro. His chair to approach the blonde and place his hands on Naruto's shoulder. Ravis was critically injured in battle, Noctis says. What happened? Naruto whispers, his eyes flickering. It was an ambush led by Arden Izunia and a large group of demons. Noctis starts and returns to his desk. Ravis fought valiantly and severely wounded Arden, but the price was high as he was severely burned in the process. Arden fled like the coward he is and Ravis was rushed back, but it is too late for him. He finishes. Where is here? Can I see him? Naruto says, clenching his hands behind his back. Noctis slowly nods and calls for someone to escort Naruto to Ravis. His will has been keeping him alive. When his body couldn't, Noctis says, and Naruto salutes, before quickly following a member of the Crown Guard. I'm going to kill that bastard, Arden, Naruto thought. I know you do, but you aren't strong enough yet, Veldora says. I know that, but he is the only family I have left, Naruto thought. You still have a father and sisters, Veldora comments, but Naruto nearly slams his fist into the wall of the elevator. Sorry, the dragon adds. Minato Namikaze is no low. Inger, my father, and the only reason I'm going back to get what my mother left me. I know he has my inheritance, Naruto thought, stepping off the elevator and walking down at hall as dread fills him. The Crown Guard stops at the door as Naruto touches the handle with his eyes flickering but pulls it down and enters the room. Ravis is laying in a bed with bandages covering all but a small port. Ion of his face and could see his uncle is missing his leg as well. Naruto slowly approaches the bed as if his legs were stuck in a thick mud. You uncle, he says. Naruto, Ravis whispers, opening his eye. Naruto kneels next to the bed with flickering eyes as Ravis stares. Do not grieve, Naruto. Soon I will be with Luna and mother, Ravis whispers, as Naruto stifles his tears and sobs. How could this happen? Naruto whispers, his forehead hitting the bed as tears run down his cheeks. Ravis weakly raises his bandaged left hand to place it on Naruto's head. Naruto. I have something to ask of you. My sword, Alba Leonis. Give it to my Arya, Ravis whispers. You uncle, you can't leave. Please. I can't be alone again, Naruto says. You're not alone. You have Kushina, Kagaya, Rebecca, Asakura, Tsunade, Shizune and Arya, Ravis says, weakly rubbing the blonde's hair. Maybe so, but you saved me at my darkest hour, Naruto says. And you saved me in mine. You've grown into a strong young man. I would have been proud to have you as my son. Live. Good. Life, Ravis whispers, before his hand falls from Naruto's head. A shudder of pain pierces through Naruto as loud sobs fill the room as the blonde grieves for his uncle. Kushina and the others would find Naruto in the room, curled up into a ball and sobbing, but the blonde refused to leave when asked by the three. Kagaya would have to use a spell to knock Naruto and get him brought back to his room. Noctis would have a day of mourning for Ravis the day before his funeral, which would be a procession through a section of the city. Naruto would not attend as the blonde was holed up in his room, not eating or drinking. And only crying, but he would get the kick in the ass a week after Ravis' death. Naruto lays in a ball in another part of his mindscape, unable to face Veldora or anyone else for that matter. Loss. Ravis brought back old memories of his father, stepmother and half-sisters, with the constant mocking from the latter or the disappointment from the former. Naruto hears footsteps walking on Wait. And his eyes shoot open to see a figure looking down at him. They wear a somewhat thick armor, a tattered cape, and a large volumed feathered tassel on the top of their spiky helmet. I know the feelings that you are feeling, the figure says. Naruto stares at the figure but recognizes the armor. The warrior king, he says. When my love was taken from me, I waged a near-global war in revenge for her death. It broke me, warrior says. Naruto feels the hot tears running down his cheek. He saved me. If he hadn't, he whispers. Would he wish to see you wallow in sadness? He would ask you to stand and surpass him, warrior says. I don't know if I can, Naruto whispers. You have the blood of kings in your veins. You can persevere, young one, warrior says. I agree, a voice says. Naruto looks up to see a sky blue and silver phoenix with flame-like wings, but also a large white tiger with black stripes. Greetings. I am Bridge, and this my cantankerous ally Kaiser, the phoenix says. They are summons of the Lady Vortex, warrior says. I can understand your pain, but it is foolish to wallow in it, Kaiser says. As the warrior king says. You have blood of kings and can overcome this sadness. You have allies, Bren says. Naruto sniffles as he remains quiet but wipes his eyes. I'll try, he says. We will be with you, Naruto, Bren says. As Naruto leaves his mindscape, he slowly opens his eyes to his bedroom and weakly sits up with a sheet around his body, before sliding off the bed and making his way to table with a case on it. He slowly sits down and opens the case to reveal Ravis' sword Albelianus. It is a gold-hilted saber with a dark-colored blade that has a central ridge. This seems like a good sword for his little one, Veldora says. Naruto hears his door open and he looks back to see Kushina with a tray of soup. Naruto, she says, followed by Rebecca and Kagaya. Hey, Naruto whispers, closing the case and moves it aside for Kushina to place the tray down. How are you feeling, Kushina says. A little better, Naruto says, staring at the soup and let it cool a bit. Will you leave your room today, Kagaya asks. You stink. So a birth first, Rebecca adds. Naruto sighs and grabs the spoon to try some of soup. Yeah. It'll be tough, but I can't hide here forever, he says, after slipping the spoon of soup into his mouth. So we're still heading back, Kushina says, and Naruto nods. We'll head to Uzushio and tell Aunt Tsunade about Ravis. From there, we'll head out to make names for ourselves, Naruto says, after a few spoonfuls of soup. I can't wait to show Mom how strong I've gotten and introduce her to you too, Kushina says. I want to see the whirlpools, Rebecca says. I want to see the ocean, Kagaya adds. The room falls into silence as Naruto eats his soup, but Kushina looks to Rebecca and Kagaya as both slowly nod. Naruto, I know this isn't the best time to say this, but we need tell you this. We love you, Kushina says, and Naruto looks to her with the spoon in his mouth. I love you too. We've been friends for almost 8 years, Naruto says, and Kagaya places a hand on his shoulder. No, we love you. Like we want to be a couple, Kagaya says, and Naruto's eyes widen. We've talked about this for a while and we agreed. It would be best to share you. That way you don't have to choose between us. Plus Kushina told us that up north that there is something called the CRA, Rebecca adds. But I don't have a clan, Naruto says. You can. The Nox Floret clan. Mom could help you create it, and bam. CRA, Kushina says. Naruto places his spoon down and looks the girls in the eye but could see their determination. I guess I can't say no, he says. Nope, and since I've known you longer, I'll be the head wife, Kushina says. I don't know about all that, Rebecca says, and Kushina puffs her cheeks, causing Naruto to sigh and finish his soup as the two argue. 3 weeks later, Naruto, Kushina, Rebecca and Kagaya were leaving Insomnia to head to the north. For Rebecca and Kagaya this would be a new experience as the north didn't use magic as much as the south, but both could use chakra as Naruto and Kushina taught them. Bren and Kaiser said they were different than the other summon clans as Naruto would only be able to summon them, but the pair could alter their size to be as large as Veldora. Naruto would make a vow at Ravis' grave to surpass his uncle and kill Arden Izunia. The Great Whirlpool Bridge. Kagaya and Rebecca stare at the ocean with the wonder of children as they were stopped at the midway point of the Whirlpool Bridge. It has been about a month since they left Insomnia, but unlike Naruto and Kushina's journey, they didn't stop much but did deal with bandits or stray monsters. They stopped in the port city of Nam. And Naruto noticed the town seemed off compared to the first time he came, so he left some reinforced shadow clones to scout things out. I wonder how cute Arya is, Kushina says, and Naruto shrugs, making some adjustments on his bike. Aunt Tsunade is a beautiful woman and Uncle Ravis was a handsome man. So by virtue of that Arya should be cute, Naruto says. Don't be fooled by Tsunade Bachan. She's old and hides behind a henge, Kushina says, and Naruto quirks an eyebrow. Are you sure? It would be near impossible to hold a henge all the time, and she does have Uzumaki genes, Naruto says, and Kushina huffs, folding her arms. I still think it's a henge, Kushina says, and Naruto sighs, shaking his head. Come on you two, Naruto shouts, starting up his bike. Kagaya and Rebecca make their way back to Rebecca's Cayenne with Kushina driving the rest of the leg to Uzushio. About an hour later the four reach the toll gate and one of them sees Kushina, before letting them in, and they make their way towards Asakura's home. Rebecca and Kagaya stare out the window at the hustle and bustle of Uzushio, with it being a smaller but homely version of Insomnia. The farm. We're robust and the city not as crowded as Insomnia as well. Will the people accept me? Kagaya says, from the backseat. Sure. Though be prepared for the major shinobi villages is not many Mahumans come this far north. Kushina says. Naruto won't let anything happen to you. Rebecca adds, seeing a casino and a blonde storming out. The four soon reach Asakura's home and the guards were shocked to see Kushina but also Naruto, before opening the gates to let them in and alerting Asakura. Naruto pulls in front of the Cayenne as Asakura comes out of her house, but he also sees a little girl about 4 years old with long red hair and matching eyes behind glasses. Kushina, Naruto, Asakura says. Hey mom, and who's that? Kushina says, pointing to the little girl behind her mother. Asakura places her hand on the little girl's head. This your little sister Karen. Karen, this is your sister Kushina and her friend Naruto, she says. Karen stares at Kushina and Naruto, but her gaze drifts to Kagaya. However, it's more to her ears and her eyes light up. Bunny, Karen shouts and Kagaya blushes. A demihuman, but her eyes. Asakura says. Yeah, this is Rebecca Victoria and Kagaya Itsuki. We'll explain in detail, but as Aunt Tsunade here, Naruto says. She's at a casino, Asakura says, picking up Karen. Kagaya lets Karen touch her ears with a small smile as Asakura invites them inside. You two have grown, and not just physically, Asakura says. We learned a lot, Kushina says. Asakura leads them to the back deck and lets Karen sit in her sister's lap. So, Asakura says. Naruto sighs and starts explaining things over the past 6 years, how they met Noctis and his comrades, met Rebecca and Kagaya at a slave auction, training with Kingsglaive and Crown Guard, conquering the temple of Lady Vortex, gaining Bren and Kaiser, but also the loss of Ravis in battle. Ravis was a good man, Asakura says, her tone saddened. Does Arya know about her dad? Kushina asks. She's know a little about him and that he's from Niflheim, Asakura replies. Ravis had a daughter, Kagaya asks, and Asakura nods. She was born before Ravis too. Okay, Naruto and Kushina to Insomnia, Asakura replies. The deck door slides open as Tsunade steps, but her eyes widen at the sight of Naruto, Kushina, Rebecca and Kagaya. Little tomato, Tsunade's AYS and several ticks mark form on Kushina's face. You're the lady from the casino, Rebecca says. Tsunade ignores this and looks at the two young children who were now young teens. So, where's Ravis, she asks, and could see Naruto visibly deflate. Uncle Ravis died a little over a month ago, Naruto replies, and Tsunade's eyes widen to flicker. I see, Tsunade says. Naruto wipes a tray tear and pulls out the case containing Alba Leonis. He asked me to give this to Arya. It's his sword, Alba Leonis, he says. Tsunade approaches the table and slowly opens the case to see the saber. I'll make sure she gets it once she's old enough, she says. Where is Arya? Kushina asks. Shizune took her the park. Your friend here has eyes very similar to the Hyuga, Tsunade says, changing the subject. My father maybe was from the Hyuga clan. He assaulted my mother. Though I think my eyes are for aesthetic purposes and I can't use their dojutsu, Kagaya says, and Tsunade frowns. I see, Tsunade says and sighs. Konoha has changed a lot, she thought. Aunt Tsunade. Does Konoha know about Arya? Naruto asks, as Tsunade takes a seat. Unfortunately they do. Jiraiya's informants happened to see us at the park about a year ago. Since then Minato has asked not less than 10 times for me to return to Konoha because the Senju now have heir. Luke. Killy, they don't know Ravis is her father, Tsunade explains but smirks. I wish I could have seen Jiraiya's face. I bet he whined that I now have a child, but not with him, she adds. Did he ask abo? Me, Naruto asks, but Tsunade shakes her head and the younger blonde sighs. He's more concerned with the Uchiha massacre, Tsunade says, and Naruto's eyes widen. It happened about 2 years ago. Some unknown group attacked the Uchiha under the cover of darkness. The clan was mostly wiped out save the clan head's wife Makoto. Her 3 children. The eldest son's wife and non-combatants, she explains. Who could attack a major clan like that? Kushina asks. Rumors are swirling but nothing is concrete. However, there is something you should be prepared for. It's an organization called Akatsuki, Asakura says, and Naruto arches an eyebrow. Akatsuki, Rebecca says, and Asakura nods. They are group formed in aim with noble motives, but that changed when one of the leaders died. Now they are taking in missing Nin and their noble intentions have turned darker. Our spies found they are searching for the locations of the 9 Jinchuriki. For sinister purposes, Asakura explains. All the more reason to stay on the move and continue to train, Naruto says. You can stay as long you need. However, Kushina, I learned something about one of the leaders. It's Nagato, Asakura says, and Kushina's eyes widen, with her breath hitching. Who's Nagato? Kagaya asks. Kushina looks at the ground with a sigh. He's my older brother. He kenned the Rinnegan when he was 13 and attained a god complex, she says. He killed my husband and fled. He managed to stay under the radar, but I've had hunters searching for him, Asakura says. So he wants to prove himself a god among people by capturing the Biju, Rebecca says. It is possible. However, the Rinnegan is an almost mythic dojutsu. So when you're out there, be careful and run, Tsunade says, and all 4 nod, but Naruto groans. Seems Nami is nearly under new management, Naruto says, and rubs his head. A man called Gato is trying to take over the city, he adds. That can't be good. That could put Uzushio in bad shape as the bridge passes through Nami, Kushina says. Asakura leans back in her chair with her eyes on Naruto. Think you can handle it? A way to start your infamy, she says. Port city of Nami. The next day, Naruto and company were making their way through the port city, his clones gaining information about Gato, and the man is rich. Very rich, but also a miser when it concerns money. He has been buying businesses to subtly take control of the town, but his miserly ways are hampering things. Do you think we can deal with this, Gato? Kushina says. As the 4 were wearing their Kingsglavy outfit but minus their frock coats. We'll need to scout him first. We can't just go off of rumors, Naruto says. The 4 continue through the town as a few give Kagaya a second look, but she sees a few demihumans as well. The town also seems to have this slightly oppressive atmosphere, but the casual person couldn't see it. Perhaps we should stay somewhere, Rebecca suggests. A good idea, Naruto says, but his eyes narrow, seeing 2 of the thugs from his clone's memories. He turns to the 3 with a flick of his eyes as he bumps into one of the men. Watch where you're going, you brat, the man hisses. He has an eye patch over his right eye and has brown hair in an elaborate topknot and elaborate tattoos. It stretches across his entire left side and right, inner thigh, as well as a stitched scar on the left side of his forehead and the left side of his mouth. He wears a loose-fitting kimono with the top half falling around his waist to leave his upper body exposed, and bandages wrapped around his waist with simple sandals. Sorry, Mr. Naruto says, but man grabs him to pull the blonde into an alley. You bumped into me. You need to pay me for that, the man says. Naruto puts on this facade of a frightened teen as the man glares with his lone eye. I don't have money, he says. Hee. You're going hand over that bunny girl. I hear demihuman pussy is tight, the man says, with a lecherous sneer. Naruto's facade drops and a dark look forms on his face, before pulling out the vortex fangs and driving them into the man's thighs with a twist. He screams and falls to the ground as Naruto slams his boot on his chest. You're going to tell me about Gato, Naruto says. Fuck you, brat, the man hisses. Naruto flexes a little of Veldora's chakra and the man breaks out into a cold sweat with wide eyes. He stays on the west side in a compound with high walls and barbed wire. He also has a missing nin. A former member of the 7 Swords of Mist, he says. You finished, Naruto, Kushina says, dragging the other thug. He has bluish-white hair, having a dark purple hat on his head and black eyes with line markings tattooed under his eyes. He wears a blue jacket with multiple pockets and tied to his waist with brown shorts, along with simple sandals as well. Yeah, and I've got an idea, Naruto says, killing the man with vortex gaze. What sort of plan, Rebecca asks. Kushina and I will henge into these thugs to infiltrate Gato's place with Kagaya. You can provide overwatch in case things get dicey. However, there is a missing nin inside as well, Naruto explains. How strong of a missing nin, Kushina says. Probably Jonin level, so if things get dangerous, we leave, Naruto says and looks to Rebecca. If you see a shot, take it, he adds, and she nods. Kushina seals the bodies of the thugs into a scroll in C. Ace of a bounty and the pair henge into the 2 of them. Let's get started, Naruto says, and all of them nod. Kushina and Naruto make their way to the west side of the city to search for Gato's place with Kagaya bound by her wrists. Is that it, Kushina says. Looks like, Naruto says. Waraji. Zori back already, and who's this, a guard says. Naruto gives the guard a lecherous smile. Found a young demihuman. Gato will like her, he says. Ha ha ha. Maybe we'll get a chance on her, the second says, and internally the three were plotting their deaths. The three pass through the gate and note Gato's place is a 2-story house. How many? Naruto whispers. At least 20 with people underground, Kagaya whispers. Where have you two been? A voice says. Naruto sees 2 meters. N approaching with one wearing a suit and is short, having shaggy brown hair and small, circular black glasses. The other is strong and tall with a slender frame and no eyebrows, creases under his eyes, and a cross-shaped scar on his right cheek. He also has sharp shark-like teeth with red grid-shaped marking covering his jaw. He wears a black tight-fitting sleeveless shirt with 2 light, thin stripes on his chest. A striped cloth belt and light pants along with black arm covers extending from his hands to his biceps. Also bandages around his neck and face which also cover his ears. Sword he carries is a tall broadsword with 2 cutouts, a circle close to the top and a semicircular one nearer to the handle. The handle itself is extremely long with a notch having a strap wrapped around the weapon. Sorry boss, but we found this rabbit demihuman and wanted to get her for you, Kushina says, and Kagaya looks frightened. Gato looks over Kagaya with his hidden eyes, undressing her, and licks his lip. Good job Zori. Waraji, he says, reaching to grab Kagaya, but the man with him stops him. What are you doing, Juzo? Gato says. These aren't Zori and Waraji, Juzo says, his eyes narrowed. No sense hiding, Naruto says, dropping their hinges and Kagaya breaking her bounds. Who the hell are you people? Gato shouts. Call me Vortex Heart, Naruto says, and brings out Vortex Gaze. Juzo points his sword at Naruto as Gato skitters off. Go after him, Naruto says, as Kushina and Kagaya chase after him. Vortex Heart, huh kid? What's your real name? Juzo says. Naruto shifts into an ox guard stance with a serious look. Naruto Nox Floret, he says. Juzo Biwa, Juzo says. Music. Treachery, Bleach Ost. Naruto edges forward slowly as Juzo Ramai. NS motionless with a small standoff forming. Why work for someone like Gato? Naruto says. Juzo says nothing but shoots forward with a wide swing, but Naruto leaps over it into a crouch and a thrust forward to pierce Juzo's chest. However, it isn't blood that spews but water, Mizu Bunshin, Naruto thought, as a shadow appears above him. Juzo brings his sword down but Naruto dodges as it spied. Webs and Naruto uses the sword to run toward Juzo. However, the former Kurigakure ninja lets go of his sword and swings a weighted left as Naruto blocks with his forearm, but there was some force behind it as the blonde lands with a skid. Not bad kid, Juzo says, but weaves signs and raises his left arm. Ninpo. Kurigakure no jutsu, he utters, as a thick mist forms. Naruto's eyes move left and right as he lets go of Vortex Gaze and summons Vortex Pain with his hand on the blade as it slowly starts to glow aqua blue. There are 8 points I can strike, kid, and they all end in your death, Juzo says, from all around Naruto. The blonde remains motionless as Juzo appears to Naruto's left with a wide swing, but he blocks with a skid to Juzo's shock. Sweden. Water wheel, Naruto shouts, winging and creating a wheel of water, but Juzo dodges to melt into the mist. Sweden. Mizu Kamikiri barely echoes through the mist and Naruto narrowly blocks each slice of water, but his left shoulder sprays blood. Naruto jerks as Juzo appears above him with his sword down and he gets Vortex Pain up to block as the ground crack underneath him. However, another Juzo appears behind Naruto with his sword cleaving him in half at the waist, but blood and guts don't appear. Juzo narrowly dodges lightning as his Mizu Bunshin is destroyed. Ranton. Laser Circus barely echoes. Juzo turns and jerks as several laser beams erupt from the mist as his sword takes the brunt of the beams, but one finds his left side. This kid possesses a Kekkei Genkai, Juzo thought. A heavy gust of wind ws through and dispels the mist to reveal Naruto with the katana of the warrior in his hands, before both rush each other in a clash of strikes with sparks erupting from each swing or counter. What one could not see through this dance of death is that their swords were telling a story and slowly both were learning about the other. The dance breaks as both skid back with a few gashes on their bodies. Not bad, Naruto Nox Floret, Juzo says. Right back at you, Juzo Biwa. I can see why you were one of the 7 swords, Naruto says, but his breath hitches as Juzo is blasted from behind by Gato. The mini tyrant stands with a pistol in his hand. what is taking you so long to kill some kid? Gato shouts. Juzo drops his sword with a loud clang and clutches his heavily bleeding stomach with his right. Staggering a bit and collapsing. Gee Gato, you bastard, Juzo hisses. Naruto desummons his katana and rushes to Juzo's side as Gato points his pistol at him. You shinobi are always expensive. So this is me recouping my investment, he says, but screams in pain as gun hand is blown off. Naruto rushes to Gato and grabs him by his tie to toss him on his stomach, only to drives a silver longsword into Gato's back. I've inflicted a fatal wound. You may have a few minutes before you die, Naruto says, coldly, and Gato squeals in pain. He sees Kagaya approach with her staff in hand. Please help, Gato sputters. Naruto twists his sword and Gato screams more in pain. She can save you. If you beg the gods to give Juzo a proper place in the afterlife, Naruto says. I will. Any gods listening? Grant Juzo Biwa a place in the afterlife, Gato sputters. Naruto rips his sword from Gato's back. Don't say something that you don't mean, Naruto says. Before severing Gato's spine from his neck, he turns his attention to Juzo and makes his way back to him. Brutal kid, Juzo says. I can heal him, Kagaya says. Juzo spits up some blood with a chuckle. No need, little lady. I'm too far gone. Though I have a request, he starts and groans. Burn me and take my Kubikiribocho. Kurigakure doesn't deserve it, he whispers, before drawing his last breath. Naruto sighs and closes Juzo's eyes as he rises to his full height. Where's Kushina and Rebecca, he says. Freeing the prisoners and mopping up Gato's thugs, Kagaya says as Naruto picks up the Kubikiribocho. Won't Kurigakure be on the hunt for it, she adds. Naruto adds the famed Kubikiribocho, a part of his Armiger. They can have it back. For a price, he says. Nah. Ruto and company with the prisoners under Gato's compound, with them informing of their hero known as Vortex Heart, something that spreads for the next 3 years. Island of Uzushio. Naruto stares at the ceiling of his old room with a groan escaping his lips as someone is sitting on his chest. Can I help you, Arya, he asks. It has been a week since his escapade in Nami and news is spreading of the heroic Vortex Heart and his cadre, as the general public were unaware of Gato's actions. Arya stares into Naruto's azure blue with a stuffed slug in her arms and wearing a pink and white dress. You know magic like my dad did, she asks. I do, but you need to be bigger to learn, Naruto replies, beating her to the punch. Arya puffs her cheeks and slides off his chest, but Naruto raises his right hand to create a small flame to Arya's enjoyment. Magic is not too different from chakra. Learn that first, then maybe I can help with magic, he says. The door opens and Karen pokes her head in with Kushina. Lunch is ready, Kushina says. Mom made cheesesteak sandwiches, Karen says. Arya hops off Naruto's bed and the blonde sits to get off as well. Extra cheese on mine, he says, and Karen nods. As he ruffles her hair a little, the two teens and toddlers make their way to the dining room, where Rebecca and Kagaya were seated with Tsunade and Taunton. Where's Shizune and Konan, Naruto asks. Konan still working at the hospital, Tsunade says. Konan Itsuko is one of the prisoners found at Gato's compound, and the man planned to sell her in a slave auction. She decided to follow Naruto and his cadre as they had saved her from such a horrid fate. Thanks for the food, everyone says, and start eating. Naruto picks up half his cheesesteak as the extra cheese oozes from it. You are going to be backed up from all that cheese, Veldora comments. You're thinking about my bowel movements, Naruto thought, continuing to eat with happy noises. Naruto, do you know where you and the others will head to train, Tsunade says, after a sip of tea. I want to learn to fully control Veldora's chakra but also gain experience, Naruto replies. If that is the case, you would need to head to Kumogakure, Asakura says, cutting Karen's sandwich. Why Kumo, Kagaya asks. Of all the nations with Jinchuriki, Kumo has a track record of creating perfect Jinchuriki. Unlike the unstable Mizukage of Kurigakure, who many call the perfect Jinchuriki, Kumo has two true perfect Jinchuriki. Yugito ni and holder of the Nibi and Killer Bee holder of the Ha Chibi, but he's also the Raikage's brother, Asakura says. Minato tangled a lot with A and B during the war, Tsunade adds. To think Gyuki would get along with his host. Hey, the world might end soon, Veldora comments. Gyuki is that bad, Naruto thought, as Asakura explains what perfect Jinchuriki were. Gyuki is pretty bull-headed. Bad experiences when we were smaller, Veldora says. So to become a perfect Jinchuriki, Naruto would need to go to Kumogakur, Kushina says. Wouldn't the Raikage recognize Naruto as the Hokage's son, Rebecca says, and Asakura nods. Cognizes strength but also family, Asakura says. Lunch soon finishes and Naruto heads out to the backgrounds to work off his sandwich with Rebecca and Kagaya watching from the deck. Naruto summons Bren and Kaiser to watch him but also give tips as he brings out Vortex Gaze and a clone that brings out Vortex Pain as both stare each other down. You possess affinities for water and air. Both can be gentle but both can be very violent, Bren says. Naruto moves forward with a flurry of strikes as his clones blocks, parries or even counters. From a gentle breeze to a raging hurricane, or a serene lake to a powerful maelstrom. Such is the power of wind and water, Kaiser adds. Gaze gains a sharpness as Naruto add his futon and wind elemancy to the sword. The clone counters, with pain glowing a light blue and the blade seemingly flowing like water. The clash ramps up more as both pick up their speed as the swords become a flurry of movement, clangs and sparks as both circle each other. Naruto manages to disarm his clone into a spinning and upward slice to dispel the clone, before dispelling the sword with a roll of his neck. He then shifts into a stance of standing on his toes with his left outstretched and his right close to his chin. I wonder who he'll shadow box this time, Rebecca says. Naruto slowly closes his eyes as the sea wind washes over his body. Before his left arms start move like piston on an imaginary opponent. His head moves on a swivel as he dodging punches as his left moves from right to left but right crashes forward. Rebecca and Kagaya focus and can barely out the form of a stocky fighter's head flying back from Naruto's right. It's like Naruto is conjuring an opponent from the ether, a voice says, and both look to see Konan. She has fair skin with amber eyes and shoulder-length blue hair, wearing a white blouse and black pants with a red scarf around her neck. It is known as image training, Bren says, landing on the deck fence. So like Konan said, conjuring an opponent from his mind, Rebecca says, and Bren nods her head. The three turn their attention back to Naruto as his moves become more focused as the image's fist move faster and harder. His footwork, his movements, the image he created is strong, Asakura says, standing behind the three girls with Kushina. What is the image based on, Kagaya asks. Asakura watches Naruto's movements as he seems to be bracing for punches from right to left but sending a vague outline of moves. Naruto was a bit of bookworm in his younger days. Something I believe you two know, she says, and both nod, confusing Konan. When he was here, he did the same between his training. He read about many fighters and that built the image. He is fighting by using a genjutsu, Asakura says. Genjutsu, Rebecca says. It is a self-inflicted one of sort, Asakura says, seeing Naruto's guard break open. The blonde suddenly creates a gap to a full power right to his imagined opponent, sending him crashing back into the sand. Naruto releases a deep breath and falls on his rear with a sigh with a rub of his arms. A little better, Veldora says, and Naruto chuckles. He kips up and bring out a bow staff from his Armiger, before spinning around in right hand and closes his eyes once again. Naruto slowly starts move the staff around in what appears to an intricate dance, striking at invisible foes with precise thrusts of staff like a spear. Your weapons are extension of your limbs. No matter the weapon, Kaiser says. Naruto leaps with a burst of chakra into a spear thrust, landing in a front flip to a crouch but springs up into a series of twirls of the staff and spins to bring the staff down to disturb the sand. He pulls back into another spin with staff to cut the air as if he was cutting a drop of water. Naruto halts and dispels the staff but just as quickly brings out Vortex Abandon to pull it taut, firing a burst of wind to create a small split of the water. Uncle Ravis, Mom, I will continue to grow stronger and perhaps someday I'll find the ones who took you away from me, Naruto thought. It would be a month later when Naruto and company would leave Uzushio for the Land of Lightning and Kumogakur. To get the five into the village, Asakura would have Kushina and by extension Naruto broker a treaty between Kumo and Uzushio. The terms were fair of trade between the two nations, with Uzushio possibly providing fuinjutsu seals of various varieties for a price. Kushina would say goodbye to her mother and baby sister but also Arya, Tsunade, Shizune and Taunton as Naruto did the same. There would two routes for the group to take, with one being by sea and moving through Frost Country or travel by land. Naruto and company chose the latter as way to further train themselves but also incorporate Konan into their group, teaching her some of the skills they learned in the Kingsglaive and Crown Guard. Konan would also learn their life stories of Naruto's life in Konoha until 5, leaving with his uncle and traveling south to Niflheim with Kushina. Kagaya's life that our mother was assaulted by a Hyuga clan member, to how her village was wiped by people working for the slave auction. To Rebecca's family being killed and her being sold into slavery by a former friend of the family. Konan told her own story of how she grew in the country of Armiger, a place of perpetual battles and rain. How family attempted to escape Hanzo the Salamander's isolationist AC. Tyons at the cost of her father, but Slavers would kill her mother and would sell her to Gato. This talk about their lives further joined the group but also added Konan to their merry band of misfits. The group would skirt along the coast of Fire Country up towards Hotwater Country, dealing with bandits and helping small villages. Each time Naruto would use the name Vortex Heart, something he others adopted as well, with Kushina taking the name Vortex Spade. Kagaya taking Vortex Club, Rebecca going for Vortex Diamond and Konan going with Vortex Ace. The hoods of their frock coats hid their faces, with Kagaya and Konan buying hooded cloaks. Hot Water Country. Naruto and company could barely hold their stomachs at the sight before them of several people killed in a variety of ways. So you don't know who is killing the people, he says, his hood hiding his face. The man behind them shakes his head with a frightened look on his face, and no. We thought it was a man called Hidan from the now defunct Yugakure no Sato, but he left country some 2 years ago, he says. Why did you think was him, Konan asks, and the man points to the symbol carved into a woman's forehead of upside down triangle in a circle. The symbol of Jashin, Naruto says, and the man nods rapidly. I read about Hidan. That he practices the way of Jashin and is immortal, the blonde adds. That too, but how is he immortal, Kushina says, but Naruto shrugs. Will you help us, the man says. We'll investigate. I'm Vortex Heart. They are Spade, Club, Diamond and Ace, Naruto says. Thank you for helping us. I am Mukage. Follow me and we'll get you a place to stay, the man says. Naruto gives the bodies one last look and follows the others with Mukage into a small town, which has hot spring inn after hot spring inn. Mukage got them 2 conjoined room in one of the best inns in town as a down payment for dealing with the person responsible. Naruto WOULD remain in his section of the room as the girls decided to check out the hot springs of the inn. This will delay us getting to Kumo, Kagaya says, sinking into the hot spring surrounded by stones with tall bamboo walls around them. Maybe, but it allows up to gain some notoriety, Kushina says, liking the feel of the water as Rebecca and Konan follow suit. Can I ask something, Konan asks, and the 3 nod. What is Naruto to you? Comrades are something more, she adds. He's our boyfriend, Kushina says, glancing to Rebecca and Kagaya with both nodding. Before we left Insomnia, we agreed to share Naruto. We may still be young, but we love Naruto, Rebecca adds. He saved us and deserves all the happiness he can get, Kagaya says. Konan looks down at the saint, eaming water, and could see her reflection. I see, she says, but Kushina and Rebecca could see that Konan may have a crush on their blonde. To change the subject, but do we think we'll find the person doing the killing, Rebecca says. You saw the bodies. I doubt someone who did such a thing would keep a low profile, Kushina says, as Konan and Kagaya cover their mouths. Footsteps echo and all 4 girls look to see a gorgeous woman approaching the spring. She has a breathtaking figure with a slender waist, wide hips and large breasts with cascading raven hair to the middle of her back. Her eyes were also a haunting jade green. Hello ladies, and here I thought this spring was empty, the woman says, stepping into the water and removing her towel. Hello Ms. Kushina says. You can call me Mihime, the woman says, as the others introduce themselves. You seem a little young to be on your own. There is a killer on the loose, Mihime says. We're trained. Kushina says, and Mihime's green eyes widen slightly. Kunoichi. Interesting, Mihime says, and runs her smaller towel along her forehead. Tell me girls. Have you heard of the hot spring you can see those who have died, she adds. People who have died, Rebecca says. Surely something like that doesn't exist, Konan says, but Mihime smiles, showing her pearly whites. Oh, but it does, Mihime says. Before leaving the 4 girls to their devices. Think she is telling the truth, Kushina says. I got a bad vibe from her, Kagaya says, unaware of how right she is. They avenue the hot spring and dry off to slip on their blue striped robes and make their way back to their room. Kushina knocks on Naruto's door and the blonde opens it as the four enter. Was the hot spring good, he asks. After taking a seat on his bed. It was. You should try it, Kushina says. We also heard a story that one of the hot spring that can let you see the dead, Rebecca says. That's odd, Naruto says. But the person who told us gave off this strange vibe, Kagaya adds. Naruto cups his chin in thought. We'll explore the village more and ask around, he says. Well, we're going to get some food, Kushina says, and Naruto nods. I'll check out the hot spring, Naruto says, as the four go through the door conjoining their room. A hot spring to see the dead, Veldora comments. Naruto leaves his room in thought, but the dragon could tell the blonde was curious. It may just be stories to get people to check their hot spring, Naruto thought. He takes a show to clean himself up and finally makes his way to the hot spring with a towel around his waist, showing off his tattoos of a silver and blue phoenix around his left arm with a lion-tiger hybrid on his back. I doubt such a hot spring would exist, Bren comments, as the blonde slips into the water and winces a little from the heat. You're probably right. Regardless, we'll check things out because my instincts are telling me this town is off, Naruto thought. Music. Hidan theme. Naruto asked. The tearing of flesh and screams fill a large cavern as people were being brutalized by Rob. Ed figures with a symbol for Jashin carved into their foreheads. The cavern is fairly large with two entrances having tree roots surrounding the entrances. The victims were mentally gone from the torture and madness of their captors. Your deaths are in service, Jashin, one howls, stabbing a young woman multiple times. Others were doing the same and screaming about Jashin as another two robed figures enter from a path under the roots of a tree. One removes their hood to reveal Mihime and other being Mukage. The girls are Kunoichi, she says. I don't know which village they are from. They fell for my cover story concerning the sacrifices, Mukage says. Mihime shifts her gaze to a long tub on a raised section. No matter. These Kunoichi will be fitting sacrifices to Jashin and grant me immortality, she says. Approaching the tub and striping off her robe, she climbs into the tub as a few of her followers drag several girls towards her. A few of the girls are forced to kneel at the edge of the tub before their throats are slit and their blood floods into the tub. Mihime moans as she feels the blood touch her skin. Blood always allows me to remain this beautiful, and once I gain immortality, not even Hidan can stop me, she says. Mihime's followers continue to sacrifice girls for Mihime's blood bath until the tub is halfway full of blood. What shall we do with one known as Heart, Mukage says. Mihime cups some blood and raises it to cover her face with some slipping down her throat. Leave him a trail to follow and kill him. Also have some spread the story of the hot spring, she says, and Mukage bows at the waist. Mihime continues her blood bath and even pleasures herself with the blood, but is unaware her dream of eternal life would remain simply a dream. Song ends. Naruto moves through forest on the trail of his quarry after spending a week in this hot spring town, while Kushina and the other were chasing the rumor of hot spring allowing one to see their deceased friends or family. The five were starting to see that the townspeople of this small hot spring town were off. However, Naruto and his comrade noticed some dark machinations among the people, causing the blonde to take steps on the matter. Up ahead, Bren says, flying above Naruto at the size of a raven. Naruto sees a person in a black cloak squatting over a visitor of the town. What are you doing? He shouts. The figure slowly rises and turns to Naruto with blood dripping from their left hand but a scythe on their right hand. The scythe TSELF is red and silver with two blades etched in Jashin symbols. Oh, another sacrifice to Jashin, the figure says, revealing his gender. So you're the culprit, Naruto says. The figure moves their cloak and tosses it aside to reveal a sickly-looking man with short blonde hair spiked up on the sides, and a couple of strands falling over his forehead. He has red eyes that are deeply sunken in and an earring in his left ear, wearing a long dark coat with a high collar, pants and sandals. My name is Ryuki and you will be my sacrifice, the figure says, a crazed smile and eyes on his face. Naruto narrows his eyes and brings out Vortex pain with a serious look. Well, come and try, he says. Ryuki blitzes with a flurry of strikes and they have no rhythm or reason as Naruto parries each. Come on, bleed for me, Ryuki howls. Naruto retreats with a skid and breaks right towards a tree to run, but Ryuki slices into the tree, causing it fall, but Naruto comes down with helm break. Ryuki gets his scythe up to block as his boots dig into the dirt, but the crazed look doesn't leave his face. Naruto dispels pain and grabs the scythe to monkey flip Ryuki over him. Ryuki she's to the ground as Naruto kips, but the crazed man only laughs, ha 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 ha. I can't wait to sacrifice you to Jashin. Though I would prefer that bunny girl, but Mihime will have her and those other girls, Ryuki says. What? Naruto says. Ryuki staggers to his feet with a mad giggling. Those girls with you will be sacrificed to make Mihime immortal like Hidan, he says. So Mihime is the mastermind of this little charade, Naruto says. Correct, and if you were to get past me, Mihime will have killed them all already, Ryuki says, laughing, but Naruto starts laughing with him to the madman's shock. I think you need to reverse that statement. Mihime will be killed by them, Naruto says. Ryuki's crazed look shifts into a murderous one as he slowly crouches to pick his scythe. You will pay for besmirching Mihime, he hisses. Naruto brings out the Vortex fangs and flips both into a reverse grip with cross-guard stance. Ryuki makes the first moves with a wide swing of his scythe, but Naruto blocks. Before ducking under the scythe to rush towards Ryuki, he quickly yanks on the scythe to try and pierce Naruto from behind, but the blonde Kawarimis with a log. Arg, Ryuki screams, as one of the Vortex fangs pierces his right shoulder. Naruto holds Vortex Abandon with the other Vortex fang as an arrow, before releasing, and the force behind it shears off Ryuki's left arm at the shoulder. Ryuki clutches his stump with wide eyes to point of being bloodshot. Why you? Oh, only give me pleasure, he says. Naruto pulls on his bow with a blank look. And allow me to give you the little death, he says, firing a few wind arrows. They pierce Ryuki in the chest, stomach and forehead as the crazed man falls with a look of pleasure etched on his face. What a disgusting man, Bren says. Naruto stares at Ryuki's corpse and points his left hand. Abolishing flame, he utters, as a blue flame erupts from his hand to incinerate Ryuki's body. I wand. If the others are finished, Naruto says, before heading back to town. Mihime stares in horror as her carefully crafted plan for eternal life goes up in flames at the hands of 14 girls. Her plan was simple, as she would perform the ritual of immortality with 20 girls, and she had already sacrificed 16 for it, using various travelers and spreading the story of the hot spring cap. Able of showing one's deceased loved ones. The town is filled with her followers, so no one was the wiser if tourists were killed. It would be easily to blame bandits or missing nin and the town wool. Profit by using the tourists' belongings by selling them. They were supposed to be weak girls, Mihime thought. Rebecca is blowing out kneecaps and limbs with her quicksilvers, while Kushina is tearing through Mihime's followers with her chain sword. Konan is using the hot spring as a water source for various sweetened jutsu and paper shuriken that are as lethal as metal ones, and Kagaya uses her magic to stop Mihime's followers. Mihime grabs a spear with a crazed look on her face and charges towards Kagaya to perform a cursed technique on her, but she cries out as right kneecap explodes with blood. You little bitch, Mihime shrieks, now on the ground with her right leg now useless. You're the bitch, killing innocent people for your stupid ritual, Kushina says. How dare you besmirch Lord Jashin, Mihime hisses. Rebecca points her quicksilvers at Mihime. We dare because your god doesn't deserve respect, Rebecca says. Mihime struggles to move, but her eyelids become heavy as Kagaya uses a spell on her. You girls have finished, Kaiser says, his teeth and claws stained with blood. Kushina creates a few clones to lead the survivors out as she picks up Mihime and lays her on Kaiser. Has Naruto made it back to the town, Kushina says. Kagaya closes her eyes and looks through her swallows of air. Yes. He's in the center of the town with Mukage, she says. Can you teleport us, Kushina says. Kagaya holds her staff with both hands as the others group up as Kagaya channels her magic as the surrounding blur and shift from the cavern to the town square. Kaiser dispels and drops Mihime on her stomach as the others see Naruto with a sword pointed as Mukage, but also see villagers approaching. Mukage. K kill them, Mihime sputters, now awake. Naruto glances back to the crippled woman. There we have confirmation you belong to her cult, he says. She forced me, Mukage whispers. Naruto narrows his eyes and looks over the villagers. So she forced you all to perpetrate her and her cult's murders. Yet you wear expensive jewelry or possess trinkets from travelers, he says, but two clones pop to life, before hanging into a mo. Thayer and daughter to the horror of the crowd. When Kushina and the others told me about the spring, I wanted to test theory. Something I saw in the past, Naruto says, and all but Conan frown, confusing her. We killed them, Mihime hisses but screams as Rebecca blows out her other kneecap. Yes you did. That girl over there has the doll of the child. You people are accessory to their crimes for your own greed, Naruto says, and the villagers try to defend themselves. Declaring the springs were starting to dry up and other towns were prospering, when Mihime offered them the wares of the dead they took it. You killed innocent people, Kushina shouts, and they continue to defend their actions. Mihime tries to crawl past Naruto and his group, but the blonde manifests a silver great sword to drive it into Mihime's back, causing her to scream in pain and pleasure mixed in. You people are vile and have taught your children such actions. However, that will be your undoing. The moment you killed those two, I sent messages to every village around this town. They will know every one of your crimes. That will be your judgment, and I pray to God that you relive every craven, selfish and vile act you've committed, Naruto says. Who are you to judge us? Mihime says, but Kushina twists the blade in her back. We may be children, we have seen the horrors people can commit. However, I hope every one of you feel the same pain you brought upon those whose deaths you profited upon, Kushina says, before ripping out the sword and slicing off Mihime's head. The teens give one last look at the people and leave the town, but the country itself. Their enjoyment of hot springs nearly irreparably damaged as they leave hot water country. Each of them trying to come to terms with what they witnessed and nightmares haunting them for a few weeks. They passed through Frost Country, and the name was sort of ironic as Frost was nowhere to be found until they reached near the border of lightning. The land of lightning is country of mountain ranges and rivers heading towards the ocean itself with a crooked coastline. They continued to make a name for themselves by dealing with bandits, a few missing nin that were weaker than Juzo, and gaining a little notoriety with the country that might reach Kumogakure before them. He also had to endure numerous lightning storms and monsoon-like weather in some areas. This would inundate them in a few times, but for Conan and Kagaya it was a chance to enjoy the rain and play in it. Something they dragged Naruto and the others into. The journey continued and they passed through the many mountain ranges towards Kumogakure, finding the village literally hidden among the clouds itself. Kumogakure no Sato. The Yondaime Reikage Yatsuki sits at his desk with a pen in his right hand and a 50-pound dumbbell in his left. He has dark skin with a large muscular build, white hair combed back, a small mustache and goatee. His face has pronounced cheekbones and tear troughs under his eyes, and a prominent crease across his forehead. He wears a white haori without a shirt and large, golden vambraces on his wrists. He also wears a gold belt around his waist with a boar's face engraved in the center, black pants with Kumo-style shin guards, and shinobi sandals. The door opens and A looks up to see his secretary Mabui, A-sama. We have a small group from Uzushio, she says. Uzushio, A says, and Mabui nods. She has mocha skin with green eyes and ht gray hair pulled back into a bun with two bangs that fall on either side of her face. She wears a dark long sleeve, high collar dress shirt-skirt combo, along with a pair of long earrings and high-heel sandals. Yes, one of them is daughter of Asakura Uzumaki and another to me resembles Minato Namikaze, Mabui says, and A places his dumbbell down. Where are they? A says. They are in one of the meeting rooms and had a scroll with details of a possible alliance, Mabui says, handing A the scroll. He opens it and reads the details about Uzushio willing to sell various fuinjutsu-based items, even offering to teach their ninja Iriojutsu through Tsunade Senju. Interesting. Bring me Asakura's daughter and Minato's supposed son, A says, and Mabui bows at the waist. A.S. It's to await the pair, but someone decided to involve themselves. Yo brother, shouts one killer B and his younger brother. What are you doing here? B.A. says. B has dark skin, having a muscular build with white hair and a goatee, oval-shaped sunglasses and a white hitai. He wears a one-strap over one shoulder flak jacket, and a long, red rope belt tied around his waist, the standard Kumo hand and shin guards, shinobi sandals, and a white scarf around his neck with 7 swords. Mr. 8 sensed Mr. 9 in the village B says and raps a little. Shut up B. Prepare yourself the Hachibi or Gyuki says. The door opens as Mabui enters with Naruto and Kushina as A narrows his eyes towards the blonde. Hello Yondaime-sama. My name is Kushina Uzumaki and this. My friend Naruto Nox Florette Kushina says. Nox Florette A questions and Naruto slowly nods. Why not Namikaze he adds, shocking B. He's the yellow flashes. Little Flash B says. A. Leans forward on his desk with his eyes on Naruto. Well. Why are you Uzushio and not Konoha he says. It's a complicated matter Yondaime-sama Naruto says but sees B staring at him. Gyuki must have sensed me Veldora says. I see. So why does the Whirlpool Maiden want to align with Kumo? Aren't they Konoha's allies A says. Our alliance with Konoha is almost non-existent. So mom wants to look for greener acres. Everything written in the scroll is what Uzushio is offering Kushina says. A taps the scroll a few times with a nod. I can see that but my curios. Ity on why the Kiroi Senko's son is here in Kumo. So sat my curiosity and I may accept an alliance between Kumo and Uzushio he says. Kushina glances to Naruto with a soft look on her face but. Before she could tell him he didn't have to, the blonde raises his hands to stop her. I'm sure every major nation has heard about the Kyuubi incident Naruto says and A nods. Well. My mother L. Unafraid Nox Florette sealed the Kyuubi inside me. Mere hours after I was born by invoking the Shinigami and using a seal made by the Uzumaki he continues. Lunafreya Nox Florette was your mother. I've heard about the Oracle Healer Mabui says and Naruto nods. My condolences she adds, causing Naruto to nod once again. So Konoha got their hands on the strongest Biju and its Jinchuriki as the Kiroi Senko's own son A says. Son would be a loose term in Minato's mind. To him I am a bastard from his southern fling. He married the Fire Lord's grandniece and she gave him 2 daughters. In his eyes they could do no wrong and I could only do wrong Naruto says, clenching his fist tightly. His fears of Jinchuriki pushed me away and at 5 I left Konoha for Niflheim with my uncle Naruto adds. So he let the Jinchuriki of the strongest Biju leave with no fuss A questions and Naruto nods, looking the cage in his eyes. Konoha is a superstitious place and the villagers but also ninja have preconceived notion when it concerns Jinchuriki. The mad Mizukage comes to mind Naruto says. I thought Minato Namikaze was a noble man but to abandon his own son in such a manner Mabui comments. So why did you come with Little Red? Little 9B asks. Lady Asakura told me that Kumo has trained perfect Jinchuriki and I want to do the same and become a perfect Jinchuriki as well to use Veldora's power Naruto says and A stares at the young blonde before him. Why should Kumo train you to become a perfect Jinchuriki? Are you going to become a ninja of Kumogakure A says. No but you can say to the world that you trained Minato Namikaze's son better than he ever could Naruto says. A leans back in chair and pushes it back to rise to his feet. Before rounding the desk to loom over Naruto in thought. B. Take him and his little group to the Unreikyo. Test his mettle A says. You got it brother. Follow me little 9. It's time I shine B says. Naruto and his group look around in wonder the Unreikyo or Valley of Clouds and Lightning as it was a large water-filled valley covered in clouds. EY were walking down a very long length of steps that were adorned with eastern dragons as B is rapping non-stop. Something that was annoying to both Kushina and Rebecca. The group of 6 soon react. The bottom of the stairs to a large area but Naruto sees 4 people already they. Raiden. Shiro Reikyu 1 shouts. She is a girl around Naruto's age with blonde hair cut in an asymmetrical bob and has ice blue eyes. Wearing a gray outfit with fingerless white gloves on. Samui is shining with her white lightning B comments. Looks we get to meet the Hellcat herself Veldora comments. Naruto sees another woman with long, straight, blonde, hair bound with taut bandages, dark eyes and red lipstick. She wears a short-sleeve black and purple blouse and black pants, both of which have a design similar to clouds on them, purple fingerless gloves and a chain of blue beads wound around her left hand. Yo Darui, she, Yugito and Samui, I brought some new friends to meet thee B shouts. Getting their attention. Seems B brought Veldora's host here a voice says, within Yugito's mind. He's Veldora's Jinchuriki Matabi Yugito thought but glances to see Samui has a little pink on her cheeks. Foo. Seems Samui instantly likes him, she thought. Who are they, Lord B, she says. He has dark eyes and short, blonde hair parted in the front. He wears a sleeveless, black shirt with a one strap over one shoulder, white flak jacket, black Hitai-8, black, elbow-length arm guards, and the red and white shin guards along with a pair of sandals. This is Naruto Nox Florette, Kushina Uzumaki, Rebecca Victoria, Kagaya Itsuki and Konan Itsuko B says in the 5-wave, they are Darui. She, Samui and Yugito B adds. Are those real, Samui asks, pointing to Kagaya's ears. They are. I am from Niflheim and I am a demihuman, Kagaya says. They are pretty rare this far north, Darui says. He is a fairly tall L and dark-skinned with a slightly bulbous nose, black eyes, and shaggy, white hair that covers his left eye. He wears a high collar, sleeveless uniform with loose-fitting pants, bandages on his WRI. STS and the one strap over one shoulder flak jacket. Why are they here, Yugito asks. B places a hand on Naruto's right shoulder. Little Nine want to fully shine, B says. Little Nine Daru, I says, but his breath hitches with a O face. Brother wants me to spar with him. Sorry to interrupt your party, B says. Spar, Yugito comments. To think the boss would allow this, Darui says. Perhaps it is because my father is Minato Namikaze, Naruto comments, shocking the 4 Kumo ninja. You're the Yellow Flash's son, Yugito says. Naruto unzips his frock coat and hands it to Kushina. Unfortunately, but he fears me instead of caring for me, he says. Ready, Little 9B shouts. Naruto pops his joints with a roll of his neck as everyone moves back, while B starts writing in a small notebook but puts it away and tosses his 7 swords into the air. B allows the swords to fall and he holds the 7 blades in between his left armpit, both elbows, right leg, stomach, the right side of his neck. And in his mouth. 7 swords, Naruto thought, bring out vortex pain. He manifested a sword from thin air, Samui says. A summon, Yugito questions. More along the lines of a bloodline, Kushina says. Music. Naruto Ost. Killer B theme. A small standoff starts as Naruto shifts into a Gatatsu stance as B stands motionless but the Hachibi hose. T leaps into a front spin as Naruto parries his furious strikes. He parries and counters but B's moves are nonsensical with no discernible pattern. B dances around with multiple strikes from H. Is swords and manages to send Naruto flying with a mule kick. B launches after Naruto with a furious rush of strikes as the blonde lands but he has to sidestep and dodge B's swords as he lands, picking them up as he goes. Naruto continues to try and force his way through B's defense but the Kumo ninja parries each attack, cutting Naruto in various places on his body. He's good with 7 swords, Veldora comments. As Naruto skids to a halt and shoots forward with a stinger but B dodges. Naruto narrowly dodges B's downward boot and manages to get his sword up to block the down W. Ard sword strike but it leaves him open for B to send him crashing to the ground with several rolls, losing vortex pain in the process. I'm impressed he's lasted this long with against B's 7 sword style, Yugito comments. What is up with his moves? I can even predict where he's going to strike, Kushina says. That's what makes Lord B dangerous, Darui says, but his eyes widen. Naruto weaves signs and links his hands together. Rantan. Laser Circus, Naruto shouts, firing several light blue lasers. He knows the Rantan, she says. I see. So that's another reason he came to Kumo. As we are known for our Rantan users, Yugito says. How can he know the Rantan, Samui says, seeing B dodge Naruto's attack. Jinchuriki can gain a pseudo Kekkei Genkei from their Biju. You've seen my flames, Yugito says, and Samui nods. Well, the Kyuubi is known as the Storm Dragon. So he's gained the Storm Release, Yugito explains. Naruto rushes forward and D brings out Vortex Gaze as he channels Raiden through the sword but B smirks as he channels Raiden as well. Their blades meet as Naruto fails to overpower B, float like butterfly, B says, raising his right arm and leg. B parries Naruto's blade and skewers the blonde with 5 of his blades, stinging like a killer, B says, to Kushina and the others shock. Naruto, they shout, as Naruto crashes to the ground and B rushes him. However, the Hachibi Jinchuriki halts in his tracks as this time it is the Kumo group in shock as 20 blades were pointed at B. Whoa, Little 9, no need turn me into a porcupine, B says. Song end. Naruto has his right hand raised with one eye open due to the pain and his breath heavy but falls on his back as his swords fade into dust. Kushina and the other rush to Naruto's side to pull the swords as Kagaya starts to heal him. Little Nine really did shine, B says, but sees Kushina glaring at him, causing him to back off. Yugito stares at the young blonde in thought but was impressed with the skills he showed. He can become quite the ninja, she thought. Naruto slowly get to his feet with a groan. I can see why. You were a contemporary to my father, he says. Yellow Flash is a powerful guy and makes his opponents cry, B says. So will you teach me to fully use Veldora's chakra, Naruto says. One spar with B doesn't mean we'll teach you. You have to earn it, Yugito says, and Naruto narrows his eyes. 6 months would pass before Naruto would be allowed to even attempt to become a perfect Jinchuriki. Naruto and company were allowed to remain in Kumogakure, but they would have to perform missions for A in exchange. The missions were not diabolical but tests to see Naruto's skills in action, from fighting missing nin bandits and even sneaking into other countries. Naruto and company would spar or train with Darui, Yugito, Samui and B, with the blondes getting to know one another. Samui is the adopted sister of Yugito and possesses a mutation of the Raiden affinity, which produces white lightning, and compared to Darui's black lightning is faster. What neither knew is that Yugito is pushing her adopted sister towards Naruto and his group as she feels that certain elements in Kumo would use Samui for dark purposes. Naruto's natural charisma drew in Samui and they became fast friends. Something Kushina and her fellow girls noticed but liked. Conan let Samui into their circle. Speaking of Conan, the origami user would confess on Naruto's 14th birthday that she had feelings for him. Something Naruto accepted, and Kushina said his harem was growing. This would spur Samui to do the same about 2 months later, declaring she had feelings for him and wanted to explore those feelings. Again Naruto accepted or had no choice, and despite the group growing to 5 he was attentive to their various needs, something each girl appreciated, and were attentive to his needs as well. During their various missions the group continued with the names Naruto came up with in Hot Water Country, with Samui getting the name Joker and her coming up with the name of their group being the Vortex Royals. Soon the day would come when B declared Naruto was ready to venture to Turtle Island and become a perfect Jinchuriki. Genbu or Turtle Island. So, what's Turtle Island? Naruto says. Standing the deck of a boat with Kushina. Yugito stands with her arms folded as B is scribbling in his notebook, but it is their guide Motoe who answers. Genbu serves as Lord B's personal training ground and place where he and Lady Yugito train to become perfect Jinchuriki, Motoe says. He has dark brown, spiky hair and dark eyes with dark green mark that runs down the bridge of his nose. Wearing the standard Kumo attire and adds a gray scarf. Naruto looks out the ocean as the boat continues on through heavy mist. So Genbu is a giant turtle, he asks. He's wearing black pants with gold trim with boots, a form-fitting long-sleeve shirt with no right sleeve and the left sleeve having an attached glove, and a sleeveless hoodie also with gold trim. Yes, Genbu has been in the care of Kumogakure since its creation, and he allows certain shinobi to train on his back, Yugito says and glances to B. There are also many dangerous animals as well, but B has tamed them, she adds. How dangerous? Kushina asks, wearing a similar outfit to Naruto but has 2 fingerless gloves. Genbu ahead. Prepare your head, B shouts. Naruto and Kushina focus their attention as spikes start to appear from the mist, but the blonde sees numerous skulls, corpses as a bellowing noise echoes. Wow, Kushina says. Looks like lovely place, Naruto says, looking away and making a face. The group soon make their way onto Genbu's shell and Naruto sees there is forest on the supermassive turtle's back. A large gorilla with several scars tried to impede the IR way, but B calms him down and he lets them pass. I see what you mean by B taming the animals, Kushina says. Indeed, Lord B stands atop the hierarchy of the wildlife, Motoe comments. The gorilla named King lets them pass and they continue on until they reach a large building in the shape of a muscular ushi oni with 4 long horns on its head. PFTTT. Ha 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 ha, Veldora cries, seeing the building, but Naruto says nothing as Motoe leads them inside. This will be your room, Motoe says, pointing to the door on the 3rd floor. So when do we start training? Naruto says. If you wish to start now, we can, Yugito says, glancing to see B strolling off to do who knows what. That's fine, Naruto says. Then put your things away and I'll take you to where Lord B trained, Motoe says. Naruto and Kushina enters the room and put their backpacks away to follow Motoi but also Yugito as she drags B along. They leave the Ushi-Oni theme building and pass T. Hiro the forest with B greeting several large animals like an armadillo, wolves, large bears and an anteater. The five soon reach a waterfall with a pool of water and a small piece of land in the center. This is the waterfall of truth and it is the first step in fully controlling a Biju, Motoi says. I did the same to control Matabi's chakra. Sit there and close your eyes, Yugito says. Then the truth will be revealed to you. Bakayaro, Kanayaro, B says. The waterfall will reveal your true self, Motoi adds. Naruto stares at the waterfall but then to the small peak. E of land and slowly nods as he walks on the water towards the land. He slowly takes a seat and crosses his legs as he closes his eyes to focus. Before long the blonde hears sniffling and crying. B, but I want to stay with you. I'll be a good boy. P, please let me stay. Why would dad send me away? I'm not a bad boy, a voice says. Naruto slowly opens his eyes as the area is mi. Sty, but his eyes widen as a small figure emerges from the waterfall. Why would dad send me away, the little figure says, but Naruto recognizes him immediately as himself at 5. It seems my true self is the me from then. Wondering why my dad decided to push me away, Naruto says. Little Naruto continues to sniffle and cry as Naruto sees his eyes were puffy but also bloodshot from his crying. I remember crying myself to sleep that day. How can a father break his son's heart in such a manner, Naruto says, as little Naruto continues to cry and mumble the same thing. Because he's a coward, Veldora says, and Naruto grips his knees. He chose the many over his family. His own son. He chose preconceived notions over his son, Veldora adds. Little Naruto is now inches from Naruto with tears in his big blue eyes. Why, his little self says as Azure Blue stares into Azure Blue. You're right. To him I was just a kid from his dead fiancé. He moved on from mom with ease. All to remain Hokage, Naruto says and pulls his younger self into his chest. Just you wait, Minato Namikaze. I'll show you, Cersei, Azula and Asuka, how strong I am. I'll be someone you can't ignore, Naruto says, and his younger self stops sniffling and crying as he fades away. Naruto slowly opens his eyes and rises to his feet as B approaches. Shall we counter? OL, the Kyuubi's power now, B says, and Naruto nods. B leads them through the waterfall to reveal a temple with engraving and murals of the Nibi and Hachibi with headless bodhisattva-like sculptures. These are past Jinchuriki who failed to pass, B says. For real, Kushina says. Stop joking. They are simply broken, Yugito says, and B chuckles. He leads to a sculpture of the Matabi's head. Only the chosen can pass through. Stick your head inside and be judged, B says. Naruto looks between B, Kushina and Yugito but slowly approaches to kneel, before sticking his head inside to see a small switch, and he pushes. The wall groans and the door slowly opens to a myriad of colors. Go inside and do exactly like you did at the waterfall of truth, Yugito says, as the four enter. What sort of seal was used to seal the Kyuubi, B asks. A tetragram seal, Kushina replies. That is a seal more solid than mine or B's seal. Does it need a key, Yugito asks, but Naruto shakes his head. The seal filters Veldora's chakra into mine own. Because of this my chakra grows with each passing year, Naruto says. Then that makes things easier, B says, as the door closes and he takes a seat. Yugito and Kushina stands off to the side as Naruto takes a seat as B holds out his fist. Grab the Kyuubi's chakra with your own chakra. Take his chakra and become number 1. We, B says. Music. Fairy Tale Ost, Dragon Raid. Naruto enters his mindscape and stares at the purple lake which has grown over the years, before making his way towards Veldora's chamber. The dragon is waiting for the blonde with a gleam in his eye. We don't have to fight for you to gain my chakra. Because we're friends, Veldora says, holding out one of his claws. Naruto smiles and holds out his fist to touch the dragon's claw. Best friends, he says, causing a glowing effect. Outside, Yugito's eyes widen slightly as she sees black steel scales form on Naruto's bare right arm, and Kushina prepares her chains in case. Seems Veldora has formed a connection with young Naruto, Matabi says. It would seem so, Yugito thought. The scales mauve down the arm and she sees it slowly creep up Naruto's neck to his face and over his closed eyes. The chakra cloak forms next with 3 tails of red chakra. Slowly 4 then 5 and last 6 tails were now visible. Yugito could see that Naruto was now struggling. He's still too young to bring all of Veldora's chakra, but to get to 6 tails at his age, she thought. That's enough, little 9. No need to bring all 9, B says, as red-orange tails emerge from his body to ensnare Naruto as his eyes open to reveal reptilian azure blue eyes. Naruto releases a slow breath as his draconic features slowly fade. So what happens now, he says. We go to the shared mindscape, B says, beckoning for Yugito. Won't take long, little red, B says. Yugito sits next to Naruto as B. EE holds out both his fist and both bump fists with him. Naruto gasps as he finds himself in a large expanse with an orange hue to the ground. Where are we, he says. This a place where we Biju can meet but rarely, Veldora says. The massive dragon is standing behind him but leans down to let Naruto onto his snout. Matabi and Gyuki should arrive soon, Veldora says. Soon Naruto sees 2 large animals slowly appearing with B and Yugito. One is a large Bakeneko with 2 tails but completely engulfed in cobalt blue and black flames, like Akasha, but the flames are more animated. It also has heterochromatic eyes. The right being yellow and the left being green, similar to an odd-eyed cat without pupils. The other is an Ushi-Oni with 4 long horns on its head, but one of the lower horns is missing. A muscular upper body structure, with a hunched back and spiked protrusions on the elbows, and hands with opposable thumbs. Instead of hind legs, its lower half consists of its 8 tails, which resemble the cephalopod arms of an octopus. Meet Matabi and Gyuki, Veldora says. Greetings, Naruto knocks floor at Matabi says with Yugito on her head. Gyuki stares but sighs with B on his head wrapping, but he flicks him off. So you were finally sealed away, Gyuki says, his tone serious. I was under the control of a man with a Sharingan and his mother sealed ins. I'd him to keep from killing more people, Veldora comments. I thought the Uchiha were loyal to Konohagakure, Yugito says. Perhaps it was a Rouge Uchiha or someone who came into possession of a Sharingan, Naruto comments. HMPH. You were weak enough to get controlled. Now you know what the rest of us felt, Gyuki says. You wanna dance, calamari, Veldora says, before a large puff of smoke erupts and Naruto crashes to the ground. Veldora emerges from the smoke in a human of a tan-skinned man with blonde hair, wearing black pants and knee-high boots with a black cape. HMPH. I'll beat you this time, Gyuki says. Doing the same as Veldora. His human form resembles B but has 2 long horns, dark skin with a black striped pants having a gray stripe. A form-fitting tan K-top of a dark color and a bomber jacket tied around his waist. Don't start fighting, you two, Matabi shouts, as Yugito leaps down to check on Naruto as Matabi takes a human form as well. She is a young-looking woman in her 20s with cobalt and black hair, wearing a white and blue sweater dress with black tights. Biju can take human forms, Naruto says, rubbing his head. The mind's cape is suddenly rocked by rumbling and explosions as the older brothers did battle. Yes. Now let's put some distance from that, Matabi says, as Yugito sees B trying to get involved and sighs as she follows Naruto and her Biju. Valley of Clouds and Lightning. Naruto sidesteps the right hook of his clone and ducks up the spinning roundhouse of his second clone, then leaps to dodge the sweeping low kick of a third clone. It's been 3 months since he went to Turtle Island and faced the training B showed him to better use Veldora's chakra. Also learning Biju have human forms and the history of Biju and their creator Hagoromo Otsutsuki as well. Kagaya's last name sounds similar to Hagoromo, Naruto thought. Maybe she's a descendant, Veldora comments, and Naruto mentally n. Odds, but this provides an opening for his clones. One kicks Naruto from behind into the 1-2 punch of another clone. The second clone grabs Naruto by the wrist, swinging him into a heavy kick of a clone, sending the blonde flying into a few rolls. Sorry, Veldora says. Naruto pops up charging the duo as he catches one clone with a skidding left fist, dispelling the clone and leaps backwards and catches the other with back kick. Naruto rushes the final clone flurry of punches and kicks, culminating into a stiff kick to double it over and finally a heavy powerbomb to dispel it. Incorporating some of Lord A's moves, Samui says, standing on the steps. Naruto rolls his neck and wipes a smudge of dirt on his cheek, a little. Something happened, he asks. Lord A has mission for me and I want your help, Samui replies, and Naruto arches an eyebrow. What sort of help, Naruto asks. Samui folds her arms under her burgeoning bosom with a sigh. I want to get a special wee. Maid and I need to head to the land of bears, she says. Naruto slowly dusts himself off as Samui approaches. A meteor crashed there about 200 years ago and there are several mines that sell the ore from it, she says. Must be pretty large to mine even after so many years, Naruto says. Yes. However, there is an issue. The village of Hoshigakure sells the ore but they are surrounded by a canyon that spews noxious fumes, Samui says, as they head for the steps and make their way up. Why go through the trouble of going if the risk is high, Naruto asks. The ore the meteor makes powerful weapons, or so I've read. I need a special sword to conduct my raiden, and metal from a falling star would be pretty powerful, Samui replies. Are the others coming with us, Naruto asks, but Samui shakes her head and Naruto sighs. Let me guess. Kushina said, and I quote, use this chance to get to know Naruto better, he says, and Samui blushes a little. Consider it. You escorting me to a foreign country under the guise of Vortex Heart, Samui says, and Naruto ruffles his hair with a chuckle. Sure, Joker, Naruto muses, and Samui giggles softly. Naruto and Samui return to the former's temporary residence to clean up and pack for their journey to Hoshigakure, like he thought this was planned by his fellow royals to allow Samui some alone time with Naruto. About 2 hours later, Naruto is standing at the main gate of Kumogakure in his Kingsglaive outfit. I think I'll change my outfit, Naruto thought. Any thoughts, Veldora says, as Naruto cups his chin thought and leans on his regalia. Something similar but different. I'll check some clothing shops on the journey, Naruto thought, seeing Samui approaching. She is wearing a long-sleeve black-purple blouse, black shorts with black tights, Kumo-style shin guards and sandals. Is this your regalia that Kushina told me about, Samui says, and Naruto nods, storing her gear under the seat. Naruto hops on and Samui does the same, but sitting a little above him as he hands her some goggles to keep the wind out of her eyes. The others said their goodbyes, Naruto asks. They and they said separate beds, Samui says, and Naruto blushes a bit but shakes his head, starting up his bike and riding off as Samui holds on. They head south towards the border of Frost Country and head west skirting Hot Water Country. This dredges up memories of his issues with the residents of a certain town. They would stop at a hot spring resort near the border of the country in the land of rice paddies, or as some of the people now called the Land of Sound. They encountered several missing nin attempting to kidnap them for their mysterious leader, but Samui tested some her raiden on them. They left the Land of Sound fairly quickly and had to switch to running as they passed through a heavily forested area in the north of Taki. Towns were sparse, so the pair had to camp under the stars a few times until they reached the border. They soon reached the Land of Bears, but in the first town they stopped in, were indeed informed they would need gas masks to reach Hoshigakure. They would have to pass through ravine, Samui mentioned. Samui stares in horror as she sees the rotting corpses of animals in the ravine as they ride along the ravine. The meteor crash must have been the cause. The gas. Even the land near the mines barely has any life, she says. Naruto notices this as well, that even though the country was heavily forested, the closer they got to Hoshigakure the flora and fauna seemed less and less. The canyon they were passing over provided the perfect barrier, as without a mask the gas would kill you in minutes. Why would your cool beauty choose this place for chakra metal, Veldora comments, and Naruto mentally shrugs but halts his bike as 3 arrows bar their path. A figure appears with a full face mask over their face, wearing blue and dark gray outfit with a light purple scarf, arm-length gloves and calf-length boots. State your business, the figure says. We're here to purchase some meteor ore, Samui says. Follow me, the figure says, and Naruto follows on his bike alongside the figure. The village of Hoshigakure is about 15 miles from the ravine with several mines surrounding it, the trees of the forest serving as a secondary barrier. You could probably circumvent this country in hours, Naruto thought, as they pass the village walls, and brings his bike to a halt. The figure removes their hooded mask to reveal reddish-brown eyes and long smooth black hair in a braided ponytail. His bangs partly curl around his head. I'm Sumeru and I'll take you to Lord Akahoshi. But what is that, the figure asks, as Naruto and Samui remove their masks. It's known as a reglia. It's from the south in Niflheim, Naruto says, and raises his right hand with an incantation, causing the bike to break into crystalline dust. We have visitors, Sumeru, a voice says, and the 3 see a man approaching. He has a pale tone, a thin and bony face, blue eyes and a narrow nose with lilac-color hair in a ponytail. He wears a teal robe with red trim, light-color pants with dark knee pads, matching gloves and boots with a high-color dark-color haori having light-color trim. I am Akahoshi and I am the deputy Hoshikage, the man says. I am Samui and this is Heart. I am here to purchase about 10 pounds of meteor ore, Samui says, and Akahoshi narrows his eyes. I see. Follow me and we'll speak more at length. Sumeru. Return to your training, Akahoshi says, looking to the young man. Sumeru bows at the waist as Naruto and Samui follow Akahoshi to a 3-story mansion with a sign having the kanji for star. However, both notice that there weren't many people in the village itself. Why have you come to our small country for our precious ore, Akahoshi says, once they were inside and in the meeting area. Well, Samui starts but Naruto interrupts her. You said Deputy Hoshikage, Naruto asks. Yes, the Sandame Hoshikage passed away last year and there is no Hoshikage at Mom. Ent Akahoshi replies and looks to Samui for her to continue. Well sir, I possess a mutation of the Raiden affinity and I wish to have a sword capable of channeling it. Normal swords are after a few uses and I believe your meteor ore may have enough tolerance for my Raiden, Samui explains. I see. Not many would travel to this small country for our meteor ore, Akahoshi says. I read stories about the meteor that fell here and that Hoshigakure sprung up from its crater. Though we did see the canyon, Samui says. Akahoshi rubs his right leg with a slow nod. Indeed. It encircles Hoshigakure and serves as a perfect barrier. I doubt any of the major nations would dare attempt to attack our country, he says, something Naruto logs in the back of his mind. How much would you sell the ore for? I would like to purchase enough to forge 2 daisho sword sets or 10 pounds, Samui says and pulls out a scroll. She slowly unfurls the scroll to show a kanji with a black circle and she places her hands outside the circle to channel her chakra, releasing 3 gold bars about 3 inches wide and 6 inches long. This should cover things but I do have more in case, Samui says. Akahoshi stares at the 3 gold bars but keeps his face blank. It will take a few days to gather the amount you want, he says. That is fine but we need to begin our journey back within the week, Samui says, and Akahoshi slowly nods, before calling for 2 of his men to escort the pair to a room. The room is fairly comfortable but only has 1 bed and a sofa. You can have the bed, Naruto says. Unsealing his things. Sorry, Samui says, unsealing her things. Naruto starts weaving signs as he approaches the door and places his right hand as a sealing array forms. So what's the real reason for you heading all the way here? Speak freely. This seal will keep others from knowing, Naruto says, slipping off his frock coat. Samui softly sighs and sits on the bed. The ore, but also a woman named Natsuhi wants to save her home, she says, and clears her throat. Hoshigakure does sell the ore from the meteorite but they keep a piece for themselves for some sort of training. Natsuhi wasn't forthcoming on that but the training was supposed to be outlawed by the Sandame, Samui says. Now that he's dead, she fears this, Akahoshi, Naruto says, and Samui slowly nods. Where is Natsuhi now, he adds, unlacing his boots. She's in a hideout outside the village with many others who escaped, Samui says, and Naruto sighs, slipping off his right boot. This feels like it is going to be like that town in hot water, Naruto says, slipping his left boot. What town? Is that why you were agitated about staying in a hot spring town, Samui says, and Naruto nods. Yeah, it was before we came to Kumo. The town seemed normal on the surface but there was a Jashin cult in the town and were sacrificing people who traveled through. Then the cult would give their wares to the townspeople who turned a blind eye for the riches. We killed the cult members and I sent letters to other towns, outing the villagers on the actions, Naruto explains. Do you think the same thing is happening here, Samui asks, taking a seat next to him. This Akahoshi seems off, Naruto says. We'll need to find a way to meet with Nats. UHI and coordinate our actions, Samui says. Do you know the location of the hideout, Naruto asks, and Samui nods. Then I may have a way, he says. About 3 hours after sunset, Naruto and Samui lip out of their room with Naruto using 2 kage bunshin. One hanged as Samui as the real pair were under an invisibility spell to leave the village. He follows Samui through the forest to Natsuhi's hideout. Magic is pretty amazing, Samui says. It can be and it can be dangerous too, Naruto says. The new moon masks their presence as Naruto follows Samui towards the northern border of the country. Isn't she worried Akahoshi could finding their base, Naruto says. They must be hidden well, Samui says. They soon start to see the trees lessen and look more charred as rock formations jut out of the ground. This way, Samui says, pointing towards a formation similar to a star. Suddenly both halt in their tracks as several arrows strike the ground. Who are you? A voice echoes. Naruto sees a figure standing on the star rock with a crossbow and wearing a full mask over their face, wearing a blue flak and light color shorts. We were sent by Lord A. We're here to see Natsuhi, Samui declares. The figure leaps down and slowly removes their mask, revealing jade green eyes and long violet hair. Prove it, the woman says. Samui reaches into her pouch and pulls a scroll with A's seal of approval. Before slowly handing it to the woman before them as Naruto shifts his eyes from left to right. I am Natsuhi. Follow me, the woman says, after reading the scroll. Naruto and Samui follow Natsuhi up to the large stone as she weaves signs, causing the stone to move to reveal an opening, and the three leap inside to reveal an underground hideaway. He sees several people look over others as Natsuhi leads to another area. Are you all Lord A could send, Natsuhi says. Without raising suspicions. Yes, as both of us aren't official ninja of Kumogakure, Samui says. Causing Natsuhi to frown, but she knew the major nations wouldn't risk things for such a small nation. Then I have to work with this. Have you met with Akahoshi, Natsuhi says, disgust for the man evident. We did, and he thinks we're here for the meteor ore. Which is partially truth, Samui says. Samui tells me you want to stop some sort of training, Naruto says, and nah. Suhi narrows her eyes and clenches her left fist. During the reign of the Nadaime Hoshikage, miners found the core of the star. Natsuhi starts and thinks of her husband Hotarubi, the core GIV. Off a form of chakra radiation that enhances one's chakra levels. It is the core of the mysterious peacock method, but the same techniques cause extensive damage to the body, she adds. Why use such technique, Naruto says. The Nadaime Hoshikage wished to be seen on the same level of the 5 Kage, but the training was detrimental to our shinobi. The Sandaime finally banned the star tea. Reigning after many died, including my husband, Natsuhi explains, and her eyes flicker. However, now that the Sandaime is dead, Akahoshi wishes to revive it, she adds. So you contacted Lord A for aid, Samui says, and Natsuhi nods. I did. I have evidence that Akahoshi killed the Sandaime but enslaves the people in the mine. He has them believing there may be other pieces of the star, Natsuhi says, and looks down. I worry for my son Sumeru, she adds, shocking both. I have question. Why did you leave your son in the village if the star training so bad? Naruto says, but Natsuhi remains silent for few moments. We made a foolish mistake when Sumeru was very young. Hotarubi and I attempted to steal the star after seeing the deadly side effects, but we were caught by the Sandaime and his Anbu. We pleaded with him about the effects of the core and he believed us. However, we needed to disappear in case the militant members of the village attempted to restart the training. So we faked our deaths and he ordered us to watch the village from afar, but Hotarubi died from the side effect a few years ago, Natsuhi explains. What about you, Naruto asks. I didn't suffer the side effects. Other than my hair turning this color, but no other effects, Natsuhi says. How do you want to handle things? Do you know the strength of Akahoshi's forces, Samui asks. Our ninja forces have dwindled due to the star training, but from our people. We know he has at least a dozen Chunin and Jonin at the ready, but only 2 have the star training. Maru and the other genin are still in training, Natsuhi replies. Naruto runs his fingers through his blonde hair in thought at how to handle things. How do you wish to deal with Akahoshi, he asks. The day after tomorrow I will attempt to steal the star and will use Fuinjutsu to destroy it, Natsuhi replies. What about the mine, Samui asks. I leave that the 2 of you. He keeps his force light around it. So it should be enough, Natsuhi says, and Naruto silently sighs, getting to his feet. We should head back and I'll scout the mine tomorrow. We may be able to coordinate with your attempt on the star, Naruto says. I pray to the gods that we succeed, Natsushi says, and both bow a bit to her, before excusing themselves. Naruto and Samui leave the hidden base to make their way back to Hoshigakure as Naruto uses his invisibility spell to hide them again. Can the 2 of us handle this, Samui says. We can. Otherwise Lord A would have sent someone else, Naruto says. They soon reach the village gate and make their way back to the Hoshikage's mansion, slipping into the room but notice some of their items were disturbed. Looks like Akahoshi doesn't trust us, Naruto says. As both clones dispel to reveal two Akahoshi's men named Yotaka and Shiso were going through their things. Get some rest. I'll start scouting the mine and take a tour of T. He village, Naruto says, and Samui slowly nods, as they check their things to see if anything is missing, but nothing was. Naruto stays up for another hour and creates some clones to start scouting the village and the mine. Luckily you didn't have anything to show where exactly you're from, Veldora says, as Naruto lays down on the sofa. We're not official ninja, and Samui kept the seal on her person, Naruto thought. Before drifting off to sleep. The next day comes and the pair were brought breakfast, about 8 of berries, toast, jam and juice. I'll speak with Akahoshi about the ore, Samui says. I'll try to follow the genin to see the star if possible, Naruto says, as the pair finish their breakfast and get dressed for the day. The pair separate and Naruto attempts to find the genin. Finding Sumeru heading outside the village, and the blonde follows, but Sumeru doesn't attempt to stop him. The forest gives way to a large crater with nothing but charred trees and next to no life. At the center of the crater were several buildings as Sumeru is heading towards but stops to look back at Naruto. Why are you following me, Sumeru says. I was curious about the crater. What's that building down there, Naruto says, and Sumeru narrows his eyes. It is our training area. Visitors are not allowed, but you can go to our resting area, Sumeru says, pointing to the build in an L shape as he continues on to the training room. Very narrow-minded thought process, Veldora comments. Naruto sighs and looks up to the cloudless sky but groans as a clone dispels. The mines aren't deplorable, but they need to be weary of poison gas, he thought, continuing down the incline. He reaches the building and knocks upon the door but slides it open as no one comes to open it. Hello, Naruto says, but hears soft coughing. He enters the room and sees a few futons as at the opposite end is a lump. Hello, Naruto says, again. Who are you? Another says, and Naruto looks back to see a young girl. Before she sends a light pink rope towards him, but he uses his Armiger to her shock. Easy. I heard him coughing and wanted to see if he's okay, Naruto says, swords surrounding him. She dispels the pink rope and slowly enters with her indigo eyes filled with suspicion, and wearing light pink blouse with a turquoise, red patterned dress over it and light pink chaps along with brown sandals. Are you a visitor? The girl says, and Naruto nods. My name is Heart and I'm here with a friend to buy some meteor ore. The deputy Hoshikage allowed me to explore. I apologize for entering without permission, Naruto says. My name is Hokuto and that is Mizura, the girl says, as she goes to help her friend. He has medium-length dull purple hair, purple thick bushy eyebrows and has large brown pupil-less eyes. He wears a tan kimono jacket with navy blue trimmings, but Naruto sees he's quite frail and sickly. Your friend is sick, Naruto says. Hokuto helps Mizura sit up and gets him some water. It's for the sake of our training, he says. Training that makes you sick isn't training, Naruto says. You don't understand. The star training is making us strong. So strong the great nations will fear us, Sumeru says, standing in the doorway. The star training is that powerful. So powerful it will make the 5 great nations tremble, Naruto says. Listening to Mizura cough as Sumeru glares at the blonde. It will, Sumeru says. Naruto shakes his head with a sigh and kneels to Mizura. I know a little about healing. May I try, Naruto says. Can you help, Hokuto says. Naruto pulls the sheet away to see more Mizura's frail body as he opens his top to see his ribs but purple flame-like marks on his body. Is this because of the star training, Naruto says, but Hokuto remains quiet. He places his left hand on Mizura. I can't do much but I can relieve some of his pain. Heal, Naruto says, as his hand glows a light blue. Hokuto gasps as Mizura's pained face slowly relaxes a little. Thank you, he says. Sumeru. If your star training is the result of Mizura's suffering, then it won't help in the long run, Naruto says, rising to his feet. What do you know, outsider? Sumeru snaps and Naruto shrugs. You're right, I don't, but I've seen people kill themselves for a cause that may not be right, Naruto says. Walking past him, he may try to kill his own mother, Veldora says, as Naruto walks up and out of the crater. He believes in Hoshigakure supremacy. Only AF. EU have the star training and I don't believe that can help against Jinchuriki, Naruto thought. He makes his way back to the village as Bren lands on his shoulder. The children stay in the room for hours with this star, she says. My clones have checked the mines and they seem to be searching for more pieces of the core to have more to use, Naruto says, keeping his eyes out for people. When will things happen, Bren asks. The day after tomorrow, but she may up the timetable, Naruto says, as Bren dispels and he picks up his speed back to the village. Most of the townspeople must work in the mines, Veldora says. As Naruto passes through the gate. It's not a large village, and because it has sprung from crash site. Farming is out and I guess the mines keep the village afloat, Naruto thought. Reaching the Hoshikage's mansion, he makes it to his shared room and finds Samui already there. Any issues, Naruto asks, after putting the seal back up. He's stalling. I believe Natsuhi has sent us as a distraction. He said he'll have the ore the day after tomorrow, Samui says. Naruto cups his chin in thought with a sigh. He may have put a mole in her group. So I have an idea to move things along, he says, and Samui arches an eyebrow. I'm going to steal the star tonight and draw Akahoshi to me, or rather a clone will, Naruto says. What about Natsuhi, Samui asks. I'll send Bren to tell her. We'll bring them all together and expose Akahoshi, Naruto explains, and Samui slowly nods, as he explains more of his plan. The rest of the day is rather uneventful, but it is after sunset when the fireworks begin as Naruto and Samui were awakened by heavy knocking. Ms. Samui, Mr. Hart, we need your help. Someone is attempting to steal the ore set aside for you, Shiso says. He has long chin-length black hair and dark eyes, wearing a purple Hittite and a blue-purple flak jacket with a black long-sleeve shirt underneath it and black shorts. Who would do such a thing, Samui says. We don't know, but can one of you help us, Yotaka says. He has thick black eyebrows and dark eyes with a bald, having a purple Hittite. He wears a purple-blue flak jacket, a black t-shirt under his flak jacket and short black arm sleeves on his lower arms with black pants having knee guards. I will go with them. You speak to Lord Akahoshi, Naruto says. Getting dressed, and Samui does the same. The pair split up as Naruto follows Yotaka and Shiso towards the mine. Why would someone steal the ore we purchased, Naruto asks, running behind them. We do not know, but you can help us look for clues, Yotaka says, glancing to Shiso. The three reach the mine and Naruto looks but notices that the pair have put some distance between themselves and the blonde. Is something wrong, Naruto asks. The pair slowly turn to Naruto as several other Hoshi ninjas surround him. We know you're working for that traitor, Yotaka sneers. Traitor, Naruto says, looking left and right. Don't play dumb. Natsuhi sent you as a distraction as she attempts to steal the star, Shiso says. The tension starts to ramp up as L pull out kunai as Naruto stays motionless but sighs. Well, I can let Kagaya know that it works, Naruto says, and rapid weaves signs to Bird. Kill him, Yotaka shouts. Music. Naruto Shippuden Ost 2 Hyuhaku plus Kokuden. Megan. Hunter's Moon, Naruto utters, and all of them halt in their tracks as the area turns dark except for the red full moon in the sky. What is this? One of them says, as Yotaka and Shiso look around. Don't falter. It's simply Genjutsu, Yotaka shouts. Ominous giggling echoes around them as they attempt to release themselves. Well, you're half right, Naruto says, seemingly from everywhere. Suddenly a roaring echoes through them to induce panic in the weaker members of the group. Why won't it release? Another shouts, before something large ashes into him and sends him to the ground. Yotaka and the others back away with their kunai at the ready as the thing lifts off their down comrade, revealing a set of haunting blue eyes and 2 rows of sharp teeth dripping with blood. What is that? Another shouts but starts gurgling as his throat opens up with a spray of blood. Yotaka and others toss kunai at the tiger, but one by one their throats are torn open. Kujaku Miyoho. Kemono, Yotaka and Shiso shout, using their star chakra to create a beast that resembles a dog with golden eyes. Is that supposed to frighten me? Ha 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 ha, Naruto echoes. We're not done. Synthesis, Yotaka shouts and combines his beast with Shiso's. Oh my. Quite impressive, but let me retort with this, Naruto says. Yotaka and Shiso gasp in horror as a dragon with glowing red eyes emerges from the shadows. I give you my Rantan. Demon dragon, Naruto says, as the dragon ensnares them to explode. The red moon fades in the area L. Idens as Naruto holding the sign for horse as his opponents were twitching on the ground from the storm cloud surrounding them. Your Rayunkaha still needs work, Veldora says. Naruto creates about a dozen clones to secure the bodies. Using it in conjunction with Hunter's Moon is useful, he says. Indeed. Now why don't we bring down the final curtain, Veldora says, and Naruto nods, vanishing with Shunshin. At the same time, Samui is playing her part as Akahoshi's hostage, with Natsuhi and Naruto's clone having the star. Hand over the star or the girl dies, Akahoshi shouts. How can you allow such a barbaric practice continue? Natsuhi shouts, preparing to use her kimono. Because Hoshigakure deserves to stand above the five great nation, but our fool of a Sandaime outlawed the practice, Akahoshi shouts. Seeing Sumeru and a few other genin. Mother. Sumeru says, his eyes wide. Sumeru, I'm sorry. However, I must stop Akahoshi from gaining the star, Natashi shouts. Sumeru, bring me the star, Akahoshi shouts, syncing his chakra with Sumeru, and his eyes glow purple. Under his control, Sumeru uses his star chakra as a rope to grab the star and toss it to Akahoshi as he tosses Samui aside. Sumeru, Natsuhi shouts. Now do you see, Natsuhi? Your son is mine to control, Akahoshi shouts, before tearing open his shirt and digging the star into his chest. Natsuhi rushes to her son and envelopes him in her star chakra to free him of Akahoshi's control. Is Naruto on his way? Samui says, reaching the clone, and it nods. Akahoshi screams, as he forces the star more into his chest as veins become pronounced. Now I will become the Yondaime Hoshikage, he howls, his eyes glowing purple. His body seizes as the star forces chakra out his eyes and mouth. His muscles increase in mass and he gains a mane of light pink hair. Kujaku Miyoho. Ryu, Akahoshi howls, creating a large Eastern-style dragon with dark yellow eyes and a ring of red around them. Raiden. Shirotora, Samui shouts, holding a ram sign. A white tiger roars and slams into the star dragon, but it starts to overcome the tiger. Ranton. Rankiryu, Naruto shouts, airing beside Samui and firing his red-eye dragon. Akahoshi hisses in rage as his dragon is being overcome, but he forces more star chakra out, allowing it to grow wings and fire blasts of chakra. Variwan scatters as Naruto brings out Vortex Abandon to fire several shots, but the dragon shakes them off. Naruto sends Vortex Abandon away as he lands with skid. Slowly his eyes turn reptilian-like. And his muscles increase a little, with steel scales forming on his cheeks. Ha ha ha. Time to bring out my power, Veldora crows. Akahoshi sees this change in Naruto but fires another blast of Tar chakra as Naruto weaves signs to ram and inhales. Ranton. Roar of the storm dragon, Naruto thought, firing a laser blast of lightning from his mouth. The blast tears through the dragon and leaves Akahoshi open as Naruto closes the gap with a stinger through the core but also his heart. I am possible, Akahoshi hisses, spitting up blood. Naruto stares with a blank look on his face. Possible, the blonde says. His teeth much sharper, and wrenches his sword free as Akahoshi crashes to the ground. Song ends. Naruto relaxes his body as Samui approaches. You've been holding out on me, she says. He sends Vortex Gaze away with a sigh. So have you, Naruto says, as the pair turn their attention to Natsuhi. She hugging Sumeru as the young man is softly crying. Mother, Sumeru whispers. And Natashi rubs his back as Samui approaches. The star core has been destroyed, Samui says. As it should have been. Thank you, and as payment. You will have your ore, Natsuhi says. The fight is not over. We need to capture those loyal to Akahoshi, Samui says. Natsuhi looks to her son and fellow genin. You're right, she says, leading the charge. By morning, Akahoshi's follow. Would be captured with Yotaka and Shiso confessing their crimes with Akahoshi. Naruto and Samui would leave Hoshigakure in the care of Natsuhi, who would soon become the Yondaime Hoshikage. Would congratulate them on a job well done once they were back in Kumogakure, even offering some of the ore to make a weapon, but Naruto declined. Kumo's best blacksmiths would make 2 sets of sword. DS for Samui, and Kushina added some fuinjutsu to further strengthen the sword. Another 3 months would pass and Naruto would decide it is time to leave Kumo to keep traveling to further their strength but also see other countries. Naruto would pass on the information about Akatsuki to Yugito and B but also A, allowing them to be prepared, and A agree to an alliance with Uzushio. Land of Lightning. Kumogakure. I want you to take Samui with you, Yugito says, sitting across from Naruto with Samui next to her. Yugito, I want to stay and become a Kumo ninja, Samui says, rubbing a crystal necklace in her hand. Samui. There are elements in Kumo that will want to see if your Raiden would be passed on to your children. They will attempt to turn you into a broodmare and pump out children. I don't want that, Yugito says. Samui has talked about becoming a strong Kumo kunoichi. I couldn't deprive her of that, Naruto says, and Yugito glares at him. Don't you care about her well-being? Yugito says. I do, but don't you trust Samui? Naruto says. Naruto is right, sis. I would love to travel with the other Vortex Royals, but I don't want to leave my friends. We want to become a team together with you as our sensei, Samui says, and Yugito could see the determination in Samui's ice-blue eyes. Yugito leans back in her chair with a sigh. So will you write him letters? Well, you can't with them on the move, she says, but Samui holds up the necklace. It's a magic crystal. We can speak through it. It'll create a mini projection and it works with chakra too. So we can speak both ways, Naruto explains. I see. So where are you heading next? Yugito asks. We're thinking of heading further north, Kushina says, holding a big duffel bag. Be careful around Yuki though. Lord A's spies report there is despot there, Yugito says. We'll try not to anger the despot, but knowing our luck, we might get dragged into something, Naruto says. Yugito rises from her seat and extends her hand to Naruto. It was a pleasure to meet you. Naruto knocks florette, she says, and Naruto shakes her hand. Likewise, Yugito ni, Naruto says. Matabi suggested we meet in the Biju mindscape every few months. Veldora will feel the pull, Yugito says, and Naruto slowly nods, before excusing herself. Kinda wish I had a Biju, Kushina comments, as Conan, Rebecca and Kagaya come with their bags as well. Samui rises from her seat and hugs each of the girls. I'll miss all of you, Samui says. Same here. The Royals woe. NT be the same without our Joker, Rebecca says. You can still come with us, Kagaya says. I want to become a Kumo kunoichi. But if it doesn't work out, Samui says, opening her arms to Naruto. The fellow blondes hug and Samui kisses Naruto's cheek. Next time we meet, I'll probably be a Kumo ninja, she says. And I'll probably be a Konoha one, Naruto says, getting another hug from Samui. We'll contact you in a few days, Kushina says, and Samui slowly nods, wiping a tear. Naruto and company excuse themselves to make their way towards Kumo's main gates. So where to now, Conan asks. We'll west and then north, Naruto says. They soon reach main gates of Kumo and bring out their respective regalia. Westward we go, Naruto says, slipping on his goggles and starting his bike with a surge of pink energy from the front wheel. The Vortex Royals would leave Kumogakure behind and head through the mountains towards the Land of Lightning's western border. Thanks to the group were registered bounty hunters and their names would spread to other countries. Thankfully they didn't use their real names but their codes names. Naruto decided to further hide their anonymity by having special masks to further keep their identity a secret. They would stop in the Land of Thunder to purchase their custom masks, with each having blacked out eyes and their symbol shaped like a vortex. Once their masks were done they would head to the Land of Glaciers and would get snowed in at an inn for about 2 weeks due to a freak snowstorm. Kushina would freak out as this inn was her favorite actress Yukie Fujika's. The young woman is a bit on the cold side but warmed up to Kagaya because of her ears and the actress, love of rabbits. The Royals would get to KN. Yukie and thanks to Kushina's motormouth, the actress would learn they were bounty hunters and skilled ninja. This would be something that would catch the eye of Yukie's assistant Sandai Osama. After the snow was cleared, Yukie invited the group on a whale and glacier watching tour, which they agreed, and it was amazing to see as they saw several whales and icebergs. It would be at the end of this tour where Sandai would ask the Royals for help, in terms of protection for Yukie as she filmed her movie. Naruto was weary and pressed Sandai, in which he revealed that Yukie is actually Koyuki Kazuhana, true ruler of the Land of Snow. Yukie would reveal that her uncle Dodo Kazuhana murdered her father in a coup, and if not for the timely intervention of Konoha Anbu, she would have died. But they refused to aid her in retaking her home. So with Sandai's help Koyuki became an actress and trained to become strong enough to defend herself. This tugged at the heartstrings of the oath. Royals and Naruto found himself outvoted, so they agreed to aid Koyuki in saving her home from her uncle. Sandai revealed Dodo has special chakra armors that negates both ninjutsu and genjutsu. Naruto informed the pair that they would find, and Koyuki revealed that Dodo is after a special necklace given to her by her father Sosetsu. The two groups devised to draw close to Snow Country by using the filming of her movie. Land of Snow. Welcome back to the Land of Snow. Princess Koyuki One Roga Nadare says. Naruto notices he resembles Akahoshi with a similar haircut and eye shape. Except he has small diagonal purple marks below both of his teal eyes. He wears a Hapuri-style Hittite that frames his face, and his long purple hair is in long a ponytail running down his back, along with a long, thin strand of purple hair hanging over the right side of his face. He wears a blue and white outfit with chakra armor having mesh underneath. His compatriots Mizore Fuyukuma and Fubuki Kakuyoku were looking down at the group from their perches on this large ice sheet. The plan Naruto and company came up with worked as it lured some of Dodo's forces to them. Diamond. Club. Take Koyuki and the others to the ship. Spade. Ace with me, Naruto thought. Be careful, Heart, Koyuki shouts. She has long black hair with bangs that fall on each side of her face and violet blue eyes. She wears a green blouse over a pink jacket with brown gloves and black pants. You think you can defeat us, little one, Mizore says. He is a rather large man with a short crop of purple hair and dark eyes with small circular-shaped purple eyebrows. He wears the standard uniform of a blue and white outfit with chakra armor like the others. We'll show you the power of Snow's ninja, Fubuki says. She has green eyes and pink spiky hair that sticks out of two holes at the top of her gray helmet, reminiscent of pigtails and small circular dark pink eyebrows. And wears the chakra armor with dark teal pants. Mizore. Fubuki. Get the Princess, Roga says, and all three rush forward. Naruto does the same and leaps on pieces of ice to meet Roga. Why? Mizore uses a snowboard to move towards Koyuki. Come at me, little man, Roga says. Naruto leaps at Roga as fists meet forearms, knees meet shins as both parry and counter their strikes as they move up the glacier mountain. Mizore surfs around Konan as she fires several shuriken, but they bounce of his chakra armor. Hyoten. Sabama Fubuki shouts, firing a flurry of ice swallows. Kushina dodges, but the swallows curve around to attack her. Sweden. Tepidama, she thought, firing several water bullets, but the swallows freeze the bullets and effectively stop them. Hiro no Jutsu, Fubuki shouts, slamming her hand on the ice. Several thick pieces of ice erupt as Kushina dodges, but she tosses a few explosive kunai to destroy them. That's useless, Fubuki sneers, as the ice continues to follow Kushina. Mizore fires his steam-powered gauntlet at Konan, but she nimbly dodges it and him as he closes the gap. The director and his crew were filming frantically to keep up with all three fights. Sweden. Suiryuden no Jutsu, Naruto shouts, using the ocean and firing the roaring dragon, but Roga's chakra armor negates it. It's useless. Our chakra armor negates all chakra and creates a wall of chakra to negate weapons as well, Roga says, weaving signs from tiger to dog. Hyoten. Haryu Moko, Roga shouts, creating a tiger. Naruto counters with another draw. Gone to keep up their ruse, and it freezes up due to the tearing tiger. You say it negates all chakra, but I wonder how you stand up to magic, Naruto says, pointing his hands forward. Shard buck shots, Naruto shouts, as crystal shards emerge from his hands. Roga only smirks as he believes his armor will do its job, but it vanishes as the shards cut into him as he dodges. What? He says, I guess your armor is not as invincible as you thought, Naruto says. Kushina gasps as her leg is caught by the ice and quickly freezes as Fubuki smirks, but the redhead swaps with a heater. The Kunoichi gasps as Kushina appears behind her with her chain sword coming at full force, hitting her in the side and snapping her arm so it could touch her upper arm. I can't feel my legs, Fubuki thought, crashing to the ground with a few hops and coming to a halt. Fubuki. Mizore shouts but halts as paper is floating around him, what he thought, as the paper were bombs. Konan focus. As most of her body has turned to paper, Katsushi says, as the bombs explode for nearly 50 seconds. The former AIM orphan has always been great at origami, and after so long she is now able to turn her body into paper. Even creating paper wings to fly. Maybe I should change my name to Angel rather than Ace, Konan says, slowly reforming as Mizore falls on his back and unmoving with most of his body severely burned. You little brat, Roga snaps and weaves signs to dog. Hyoten. Roga Nadare no Jutsu, he roars, creating an avalanche of wolves. Naruto slaps his hands together and Loli pulls them apart as lightning surges between them. Twin maximize magic. Chain dragon lightning, he shouts. Roga gasps as a dragon of lightning tears through his wolves and electrifies him until his heart explodes. Along with his armor, Naruto turns his attention to Konan and Kushina, who were done with their opponents, before creating some clones to give the Yuki ninja a burial at sea. How long before Dodo finds out they failed? Kushina says. Maybe long enough to reach Yuki's shores, Naruto says. The three head back to the ship and meet up with the others. Are they dead? Koyuki asks. They are. Seems their armor can't stand magic or continuous explosions, Naruto says. They were Dodo's strongest soldiers, Sandayu says. His over-reliance on them will be his downfall, Naruto says. Once everything was secure, the ship set sails for Yuki's mainland and their confrontation with Dodo. Naruto sits in his room and pulls a certain necklace from his shirt, before channeling magic into the crystal in his palm. Hey, Naruto says, to a tiny Samui. Hey, I was just about to take a shower, Samui says, causing Naruto to blush a little. Sorry to bother you. Just wanted to talk. We're heading to Yuki and encountered the locals, Naruto says. How did that happen? Samui asks. Naruto explains that they met Yukie Fujika's in Glacier and they were hired to be her bodyguards. Learning Yukie is actually the rightful daimyo of Yuki and she hired them to help overthrow her uncle. You have the wildest luck. So not cool, Samui says, giggling a little. How are the others? Samui adds. They're doing well. Konan is continuing to find new ways to use her Kamadan and the others are their normal selves, but Kushina is still a motormouth, Naruto explains, and Samui giggles. I won't keep you long. I wanted to hear your voice, he adds. Same here. Talk to you later, Samui says. Same, Naruto says, cutting the connection. ND slipping the necklace back into his shirt. The journey to Snow Country takes about a day and another to unpack things, setting up vehicles to take them to their wanted location. The Royals see no action from Dodo, but Naruto and others notice the advancement of technology. It wasn't to the level of Niflheim or Insomnia, but it was more advanced than Kumo. Seems my uncle hasn't been making. That thing's completely unlivable, Koyuki says. She is riding with Naruto in a trailer as the others were in another. It may be similar to Nami. A man called Gato attempted to take over the city. The common person had no idea such things were happening, Naruto says, removing his mask. Koyuki looks out the window with a sigh. I hope I can restore what my father created, she says. Journey continues and they pass through a large tunnel system to reach an area for the final scenes of the film, but also where a number of Koyuki and Sandayu's followers are waiting. I can't see the exit, Kushina says. Sitting with the other as Naruto got the lucky part. Do you hear or see anything? Konan asks, as Kagaya has her eyes closed and looking through the eyes of her swallows. Nothing yet, Kagaya says. About 30 minutes later they reach the exit and the area has a steep incline up towards the forest. The director and his crew start setting up for the scenes needed to be filmed, but Sandayu notices something as the train tracks along their path have now been infused with chakra. Could he? Sandayu thought. Princess, a train is coming. I believe it could be Dodo. Sandayu shouts and looks to the director. You all need to run away. I'll alert our forces, he adds, running up the hill to the crew's shock. They found out pretty quick, Kushina says, bring out her sword. Well, we weren't inconspicuous, Rebecca says. It's nearly here, Kagaya says, bringing out her staff. Naruto slips his mask on with a roll of his neck. Rebecca. Kagaya. Konan, get to the top of the incline and provide overwatch. Kushina and I will be boots on the ground, he says, and the three nod, rushing up the hill. The loud train horn echoes and so on a long train formation bursts from the tunnel, knocking several of the trucks out of the way and causing everyone to scatter. It slowly screeches to a halt about a mile from them. Long time no see. Koyuki, a voice says, on a loudspeaker, and Koyuki knows this voice well. Dodo stands on the railing in a black and blue chakra armor with a light blue cape as well. Give me the crystal and I'll spare your life, Dodo declares. Never, Koyuki shouts. Then I'll take it from your corpse, Dodo declares, but numerous logs smash into his train, courtesy of Sandayu and his forces. Annoy pest. Kill them, Dodo shouts. Several of the boxcars open to reveal several kunai launchers with Yuki ninja manning them. Open fire, one shouts. Koyuki gasps in horror as time seems to slow as The kunai launch and a smirk forms on Dodo's face, but a large green barrier erupts to block the projectiles. What? Dodo shouts. Rebecca opens fire with her rifle and disables the launchers before they could fire another volley. For Lord Sosetsu and Lady Koyuki, Sandayu shouts, as his men rush down the hill and Yuki Ninja engage them. The director and his crew were watching but also filmy. As Naruto and Kushina rush towards the train. Dodo tosses his cape aside and leaps off the train as he weaves signs to dog and punches his right arm forward. Hyoten, Kokuryu Bofusetsu, he shouts. A black dragon of ice erupts from the snow with red eyes, forcing Naruto and Kushina to dodge, but Dodo unfurls wings from his armor and shunshuns to grab Koyuki. Damn it! Kuchio's no jutsu, Naruto shouts, slamming his hand in the snow. Bren appears big enough for him to ride. Follow us when you can, Naruto says, giving chase. We will, Kushina shouts, joining the fight. We need to follow them. The finale is about to begin, the director says, and his crew nods, getting some snow mobblies. Koyuki struggles in Dodo's grip as they fly over the forest. Stop struggling or I will drop you to your death, he hisses. Where you taking me, Koyuki hisses. The Rainbow Valley and with the hexagonal crystal. I will gain the treasure of snow, Dodo says, and Koyuki wanted to struggle once again but doesn't. The forest soon gives way to glacial formation with several ice slabs surrounding a small altar. Dodo lands and drops Koyuki to quickly rip the necklace from her neck, but Koyuki tries to fight back with a strike to his face but starts dodging. Dodo backhands Koyuki to the ground and kicks her in the stomach for good measure as he rushes to the altar, placing the crystal into the slot. It glows pink and the crystal slabs glow a light green or reflect the sun as the area starts to heat up. Where's the treasure? Dodo shouts, looking around. Koyuki struggles to her feet and holds her stomach, but her eyes widen as she sees an actually phoenix, Naruto. She shouts. The ice is melting, Bren says. Naruto brings out Vortex Abandon as he sees the area is warming up, a generator. Could this be the treasure her father left behind, he says. Dodo weaves signs once to dog and shoots both his fist forward. Hyoten, Soryu Bofusetsu, he roars. Naruto leaps from Bren as two black ice dragons and several flurries of arrows to block one and dispels Abandon to weave signs to link his hands together. Ranton. Laser Circus, Naruto shouts, ing light blue lasers at the other as he lands. He rushes towards Dodo and brings out the Vortex Fangs in reverse grip. Annoying insect, Dodo shouts, rushing Naruto with a leap and bringing his fist down. Naruto dodges Dodo as the ground shatters from his punch but lands and closes the gap to slash, forcing the tyrant to dodge as his cheek opens up. What? Dodo says, skipping back and palming his bleeding cheek. Your armors are not invincible, Naruto says, and Dodo grits his teeth in a rage, charging the blonde in a rage and his moves sloppy. Naruto slashes Dodo several times. ND uses the fangs on the power source of his armor. Lightning, Naruto says, firing a blast of lightning from his left hand. Dodo screams as his power source cracks more and more, but also from the lightning, but he too late to move as Naruto fires two wind arrows through his legs. Now Koyuki, Naruto shouts. Koyuki weaves signs to dog and slams her hands into the ice. Hyoten, Hakuryu Bofusetsu, she shouts. A white dragon with ice blue eyes erupts from the ground and twists into the air before it crashes into Dodo, sending him to the frozen depths below and ending his tyranny. Koyuki falls to her knees to catch her breath as the area continues to warm and she sees an image of her father but also her younger self, causing her to cry and remember the good times. Cut. That was a spectacular finale. The director shouts. It would be another 2 months to flush out Dodo's supporters and properly install Koyuki as the rightful daimyo of snow, or rather spring country, as her father's treasure was a heat generator to bring spring to the snowy country. This further endeared Koyuki back to her people and the Vortex Royals as her heroes. So you'll be leaving, Naruto, Koyuki says, sitting in her study with the others. We can't be your crutch, Koyuki, Kushina says. She's right. We simply helped you bring about your father's dream. Plus in the movie you defeated the villain, Naruto says. I can't wait to see us in the movie, Kagaya says, smiling. So where will you be heading, Koyuki says. Naruto cups his chin in thought but sighs. We'll head wherever the winds take us, he says. Koyuki rises from her seat and hugs each of them, thanking each for their help, and if they needed help in the future all they needed to do was contact her. The ALS would head further north into the land of Frostbite, where they would be walking into a dangerous situation. A man-eating tiger, Naruto says. The village head slowly nods as his eyes held a bit of fear. Why yes. There is a tiger that has lived in our lands for some time, he starts and then takes a sip of his hot tea. There has always been an unspoken rule in the forest where the tiger resides and one is never take its kill, the village head continues. Why old man Visha, Kushina says, and Naruto places a hand on her shoulder. It would the same with you and Ramen or Kagaya will her sweets, he says. Causing Kushina to make an O face and bringing in a little levity. Yes, but someone broke that rule. He was a newcomer to the area and believed himself superior to the tiger. He built a cabin near the tiger's range and hunted many of the wildlife. Boars, bears, even wolves, Visha explains. So this hunter breaks the unspoken rule and this pissed off the tiger, Rebecca says, and Visha nods. He didn't get to enjoy the stolen boar. The tiger attempted to kill him but he managed to wound the tiger and escape. However, his fate was sealed, Visha says and touches his chest. We have a saying, if you attempt to kill a tiger and you let it live, death is a guarantee, he adds. A powerful saying, Naruto says, and Visha nods, as the blonde drinks his own tea. The hunter was terrorized for several days. The tiger would not give him any rest, destroying everything it could around the cabin. When the hunter left to seek aid, it destroyed his home and finally killed him upon his return. We never found his body but only small stains of blood in his cabin, trashed, Visha explains, and his face goes grim. Tiger wasn't done, Naruto says, and Visha nods. Why yes. After killing the hunter, the tiger started to stalk the village near the hunter's cabin and drawing closer and closer each time. It was week after the hunter's death did another kill site be found. It was a brash young man. Unafraid of tigers, Visha says. We sure came into a bad situation, Conan says. I knew I wasn't imagining things, Kagaya says, rubbing her right arm and her ears down. Naruto knows exactly what Kagaya meant, as when they were nearing the village, this feeling washed over her and she could hear this low roar far from them. How many have died, Naruto asks. 4 at present. The last 2 intended to kill the tiger. All we found were scraps, Visha replies. We may need to deal with this tiger. Not just for the village but for our own safety, Kushina says. Naruto crosses his arms in thought for a few moments. Kushina is right. This tiger may follow us and kill anyone in its way, he says, and looks to Visha. Do you know the location of the first hunter's cabin, he asks. I won't go there but I can draw you a map. Why do you wish to go there, Visha asks, concerned. I'm going to lure the tiger to me. The others will watch the village. Kagaya can pick it up if it gets close and Rebecca can snipe it down. Hopefully it won't come to that and it will follow me, Naruto says. Visha gasps and rises to his feet to grasp Naruto's hands with his wrinkled own. Thank you, young travelers, Visha says, and all of them nod. They would spend night in Visha home but Kagaya could pick up the roars of the tiger as moves through the village outskirts. The next day Naruto would head out to find the original hunter's cabin. So we're going to have a tiger pelt, Veldora says. Maybe, Naruto thought, looking over the map, but summons Kaiser as well and explains the situation. That hunter was dumb or desperate if he took the boar carcass, Kaiser says. As they trudged through the snow, the only real sounds were their breathing, the crunch of snow under his boots and the scarce sounds of wildlife. Take this to heart, Naruto. A tiger will see you 100 times before you see it once, Kaiser says. Naruto looks around at the thick forest with a sigh. Thanks for the advice, he says, continuing to move through the forest for about 25 minutes. Soon the remains of the cabin comes into view with the door off the hinges, things scattered around the outside and a mattress outside. Can you get a scent of the tiger, Naruto asks. Kaiser sniffs the ground as they move closer the cabin and Naruto enters to check things out. He looks around and things are destroyed. Seems the tiger has been inside, Naruto says. Seeing deep claw marks dug into the wooden floor, Naruto continues to look and finds a sawed-off double-barrel shotgun with some shells on the ground. I have the scent, Kaiser says. Naruto grabs the gun but also a few shells and meets Kaiser. How far, he says. Don't know but I got his scent, Kaiser says, growing a little bigger as Naruto climbs on his back. Restore, Naruto whispers, on the shells and gun. He opens the barrel and slips into the breach as they hear a roaring through the clearing. Naruto Kaiser shouts. Naruto barely has time to get up a shield W. His Armiger as the tiger crashes into him and it takes the brunt, but the blonde screams as one of its paws digs into his chest. The tiger roars in Naruto's face, but Kaiser bumrushes the tiger off of Naruto as the blonde bleeds on the snow. Heal, Naruto hisses, closing his wounds and struggles to turn on his side. He sees the tiger fighting Kaiser and it is large, about 10 feet long, but has several wounds on his body. Naruto grabs the rifle and points it at the tiger. Kaiser, move, he shouts, and Kaiser moves as Naruto fires with both barrels, hitting the tiger in the side. It roars in pain and prepares to charge Naruto, but Kaiser enlarges enough to bite into the tiger's side. Naruto groans and opens the barrel to dump out the shells as the tiger roars weakly in pain. I know you got your revenge on the one who stole your kill and the ones who tried to kill you, Naruto says and groans to touch the wounds to his chest. I will wear this as a badge of honor between man and beast. I will even give you a name to live in the memories of others, he adds. He then points the rifle as the tiger's head. Your name will be Zar, Naruto utters, before his shots echo through the clearing. Naruto and Kaiser would bring Zar back to the villagers, shocked, but the other royals were concerned about his injuries. However, Naruto stops them from healing his wound because to him it is a badge of honor from his fight with Zar. Visha and the villagers would use every part of Zar to honor the famed tiger. Naruto and the royals would learn Zar has been wounded numerous times, had a broken jaw that didn't heal properly and a damaged leg. Zar's meat would be spread to the villagers and his pelt would be displayed with respect in Visha's home. Naruto was given a necklace with Zar's claws and another with his surviving canines. The royals would remain the village for another month to allow Naruto time to fully recover, leaving with a claw-like mark on his chest. They would leave the village and head further north to the land of wolves, where they would see a supermassive pack of wolves. The villagers would tell them that the pack K is about 400 strong and were paying hunters for every one they killed. This caught the eye of Rebecca and she challenged Naruto to see who could bag the most wolves. Naruto took the challenge and went with one group hunters, and her going with another group of hunters as Kushina, Konan and Kagaya stayed out of it. Rebecca would win the bet by bagging nearly 100 wolves to Naruto's 90. The group would leave the land of wolves with fatter wallets, traveling west through the land of ice fields. They would catch a boat back south towards the land of iron, where there were more samurai than ninja. They would avoid angering the die-hard samurai but would meet a young Onimusha, who was interested in the shinobi arts and inspired her. The group would leave the sea Country of Samurai and enter the land of Earth but would continue west towards the land of volcanoes. They would actually get to see a volcanic eruption from a distance, before eventually deciding to settle in the land of Earth for a little while to further hone their skills. Land of Earth. 1 year later, town of Omos. Naruto silently counts off his one-handed handstand push-ups on the balcony of their home in the town of Omos. It's been a year since the group have come to the land of Earth. Settling in Omos is a good place to do their bounty work. They were a few days' travel from Iwagak, Ure no Sato, and have done some work for the Tsuchikage. I wonder how the fence-sitter will react if he finds out you're the Kiroi Senko's son. Veldora comments and Naruto snorts. He leans down to stand up with a stretch and goes back inside to look over himself. He is now 15 and stands at nearly 5'9" with a decent body, having a few scars, but the main one is from Zar. He decided to further add to the memory of Zar by adding a tattoo around the claw marks with a pair of eyes staring out of the shadows of the claws. He grabs a shirt and slips it only to head into the living room. Konan is sitting a chair and reading a book in casual clothes. Kagaya is on the sofa watching their movie in a belly shirt and shorts, showing off the patch of white hair above her butt. Think Kushina and Rebecca will screw up their job, Naruto says. If Rebecca can keep Kushina's temper on the bad guys, it should be fine, Konan says and looks to Naruto, revealing her labrae piercing. Are we still aiding the Tsuchikage's granddaughter? Konan adds. Naruto pours himself a glass of orange juice. The pay is good and the missing nin is Chunin level. I can handle it alone, he says. You sure? Both say, and Naruto nods with a face, causing both to giggle. He makes his way to his room to get dressed but also to pen a letter to one of the good ones in Konoha, who helped him in his early years, and congratulating her on her 100th birthday. She'll probably cane you for that. Veldora chuckles and Naruto snorts. He puts on his Kingsglaive uniform but T is now a dark blue and black variant with a dark undershirt, adding a half-cloth mask under his mask. He heads back into the living room and kisses the girls goodbye. So when are you going to do the deed with them? Veldora asks. As Naruto leaves their place. When we're recognized as legal adults. That's something Kushina and the others decided on. Handjobs don't count though, Naruto thought. Dropping his letter at the postal drop and making his way out of town. So what is the game plan for the next year? Are we staying in the land of Earth or moving again? Veldora asks. Naruto whispers his incantation and brings out his bike. We'll stay few more months here and travel south to the land of wind. Get our names out there and then head back to Uzushio once I'm 16. Then we can enjoy some downtime before I head to Konoha, he thought, climbing on his bike and starting her up. Omos is located in a valley bowl and the main source of income being several mines and iron workers. The land of Earth is mostly mountain ranges and the main income coming from mine work but also a strange phenomenon called rock rain. Naruto makes the journey towards Iwagaku. To meet Onoki Kamizuru's granddaughter Kuretsuchi about halfway between. Why can't his granddaughter do this on her own? Isn't she a chunin? Veldora says. Naruto adjusts his goggles as dust is whipped up from his bike. I'm just added backup but he's probably testing us too, he thought. 2 days later Naruto is sitting across from Kuretsuchi in a small open restaurant, so our Tarj. T is a man called the Mountain, she says. Kuretsuchi has short, black hair and distinctly pink eyes accentuated by her eyelashes running upwards at the corners. She wears the standard attire of Iwagaku consisting of a red uniform with her right sleeve missing and a lapel over her right leg. A brown flak jacket, fishnet tights and a skirt over them, regular shinobi sandals with a pair of gloves. Meaning he's a mountain of muscle, Naruto says. Pretty much, but Tyr has a sick personality. Gramps wants him dead for the murder of his girlfriend and her children, Kuretsuchi says. Naruto takes a sip of his soda in thought at the barbarism of Tyr. I can see why, he says and looks through the menu. Do you know if he's in this town, he adds. Yes, our Anbu tracked him here. In fact, Kuretsuchi says, moving her eyes right. Naruto picks up the metal napkin tray to look in the reflection, seeing a very tall man with short brown hair in a crew cut, wearing a large sweater and eating several steaks. And here I thought this was a date, Naruto says, but Kuretsuchi scoffs. You're here as backup, heart. Now let's go, Kuretsuchi says, getting up from her seat. She's definitely brash, Veldora says, as Naruto gets up. Tyr, by order of the Sandame Tsuchikage. You are to be brought back to Iwa to stand trial. If you resist, lethal force is allowed, Kuretsuchi declares. Shocking many of the patrons. Tyr drives his fork into his steak and shoves the whole thing into his mouth with his dark eyes on Kuretsuchi but also the approaching Naruto. So Onoki sends his granddaughter after me, Tyr says, after swallowing his steak. What you did can't be overlooked, Kuretsuchi says. Tyr keeps his dark eyes on Kuretsuchi's vibrant eyes but chuckles and wipes his chin. Alright, let's what you can do, he says, slowly rising from his seat and Naruto's eyes widen under his hood as Tyr is pushing 7 feet in height. Follow me. I don't shit where I eat, Tyr says, tossing some money on his table. Kuretsuchi and Naruto follow Tyr out of the restaurant as they make their way outside of town. So who did you bring, Kuretsuchi heim, Tyr says. Walking them off the main road. Vortex heart, Naruto says and Tyr whistles. I've heard of you. Saved the daimyo of snow or rather spring country now. Even made a movie with her, Tyr says. Look around for a good place, bury them. Naruto glances to Kuretsuchi and could tell she was getting impatient. This is far enough. She shouts. Music. Baki Ost. Confrontation. Tyr comes to a halt with his back to them and slowly turns to them, before slowly reaching for the hem of his shirt and slipping it off to reveal his chiseled upper body. Naruto slowly removes his hood to show off his mask as Kuretsuchi is about to rush forward, but Tyr makes the first move by rocketing forward with a heavy and twisting left straight. Naruto and Kuretsuchi dodge, but the blonde could feel the power behind Tyr's punch, before connecting with his own to Tyr's left temple and bringing him down to one knee. Beautiful, Tyr says, springing to his feet to rush Naruto with a 6-piece combo and the blonde dodging with a few counters mixed in. Doden. Doryuso, Kuretsuchi shouts, after weaving signs to Bird and slamming her hands into the ground. Tyr dodges the earther. N spikes as Naruto dodges the same and weaves his own signs to ram. Raiden. Reikyu he says, forcing Tear to dodge the lightning orbs. Tear changes tactics to rush Kuretsuchi with a low spear and grabs her with a wide grin. Sawa he roars, flinging her around and sending her crashing to the ground with several hops. Naruto spears Tear but the large man only skids a few inches and he raises his arms to slam several strikes to Naruto's back. The blonde channels chakra through his body to lift Tear off his feet into a punishing spinebuster, before springing to his feet and hitting a twisting leg drop to Tear's throat. Kuretsuchi staggers to her feet but still sees a few stars but shakes them away as Naruto dodges a front kick. Bastard Kuretsuchi hisses and weaves signs to Snake, Bafo. Rishun shining behind Naruto with an inhale. Yoden. Sekigyo no Jutsu Kuretsuchi thought, spewing quicklime to cover Tri's chest and one of his arms as Naruto narrowly dodges. Tear roars and COV. Ers his free left arm with rock to swing it at Kuretsuchi but Naruto kawarimas with her, blocking the enlarged arm with a skid. Naruto cocks his left fist as it sparks with lightning. Raiden. Senko he shouts. Connecting with a left straight to Tear's chin and dropping him to his knees. Move heart Kuretsuchi says, weaving signs to Rat and inhaling to spew a thick black ash substance to cover Tear's body to his chin. What is that Naruto says? It's called Yoden. Kaisakifu no Jutsu Kuretsuchi says, before making a blade of rock to cut off Tear's head. Your money will be sent to you usual account Kuretsuchi says. Vanishing with a Doden Shunshin. She left you to clean up the mess. Plus you'll have to go back to that restaurant and pay the bill Veldora says and Naruto sweat drops. Using abolishing flame on the remains of Tear's body and heading back to town. Song ends. Naruto and company would stay in Omo's another 3 months, before packing their things and heading south towards the Land of Wind. Iwagakure would also put them in the bingo book as C-rank threats as a way to keep those outside of IWA and Earth Country from knowing they hired them. The Royals WOU.LD register as bounty hunters in Wind Country's capital and avoid Sunagakure for the most part. Naruto would enhance his futon affinity by learning a few jutsu from the black market, along with Bui-ing weapons to bolster his Armiger collection. They would spend about a year in Wind Country and smaller countries connected to their western coast. It would further teach them to survive in less than ideal conditions. They even work normal jobs while they were on the coast. Naruto and Kushina worked on a fishing boat, Rebecca worked as tour guide and hunter on said tours for the more dangerous wildlife. Conan worked as a cook in a fancy restaurant and Kagaya worked in a pet shop but also as a small-time model. Naruto's 16th birthday would come and it was small affair but it spelled time for them to return to Uzushio. Also for Naruto to prepare for Konoha. However on the train ride back to Uzushio they would meet someone who would become a powerful ally for them but especially for Naruto. Land of Fire. Hano Railway. Ieyasu Hine glares in contempt at his captors but as of now he knows who in his family's court betrayed them. He is a man in his late 20s with berry blonde hair cut low and slicked back, golden eyes, defined cheekbones, slender straight nose and pronounced tear troughs. He wearing casual clothes of blue jeans, a long-sleeve shirt and a hip-length coat. What most didn't know is that Ieyasu is the heir apparent to the throne of Fire Country. His grandfather is looking to retire and looking for someone to be his heir. The pool is limited to himself. His cousin Cersei are her children and his uncle Odayasu. His own parents died when he was young and Cersei's parents weren't ambitious enough. He was raised and trained with the Nja monks but also the 12 ninja guardians, learning much about his country and the others around them. Seems my plan has worked. I told Cersei one place I would be heading. Uncle Odayas. You another and grandfather another Ieyasu thought. The leader of Ieyasu's captors approaches with a smirk on his face. I wonder how much your grandfather will pay to save you he sneers. He is a tall and tan-skinned man with beady eyes and black hair tied into a topknot, wearing all black with a sword on his hip. Bastard. Whoever hired you will pay for this Ieyasu says. The man and his fellow captors laugh. Wouldn't you like to know? Though shouldn't you be more concerned with these passengers? Heir apparent of the throne of Fire Country he says. Ieyasu glances to the people huddled up behind him, looking frightened and the leader's men holding swords on them. Spare them Ieyasu says and the captors laugh loudly, as the leader pulls out a knife and runs it along Ieyasu's face. Jembala. There's someone here, one of the captors says. Jembala halts his knife and looks to where one of his people is pointing to see someone sitting on the bench with the legs crossed and their upper body hidden by a partition near the door. How could you miss someone? Jembala shouts. This must be my lucky day. I get to meet the heir of the throne of fur. But I get to have a debt for saving him, the figure says. The captor that saw the figure approaches with a large knife in his hand but jerk as the figure is holding a pistol. Jem. He says, before his head snaps back with a smoking hole. The figure rises to their feet and is wearing a black-white dress uniform jacket with the upper body featuring a hood and a beaked tip. The coat feet. Yours silver lining along the torso with the lower half of the coat forming two tails. Black pants with kingsglaive boots, a long-sleeve skull and chains graphic Henley, lastly a mask with a heart cut by Vortex over the right eye. Who the fuck are you? Jembala says. The figure shift their hidden eyes towards Ieyasu. My name is Vortex Heart, the figure says, revealing their gender and weaving signs to bird. Music. Dark Souls 3 OST, Yorm the Giant. And this is Megan. Hunter's Moon Heart says. Jembala and his men but also Ieyasu gasp as the outside turns dark with a red mo. On seemingly right next to the moving train, Genjutsu. Jembala shouts, trying to break it but fails. You might want to close your eyes, your highness, Heart says, and Ieyasu does as he is told. Jembala and his men draw their weapons but suddenly no longer find themselves on the train. Instead they are on the streets of a decrepit town as if people were lining the streets and cursing someone. Where are we? One says. It's Genjutsu. We just need to break it, Jembala hisses, but his breath hitches as he sees someone on broken knees being dragged by heavy and rusted chains. The Roop could hear the crows laughing as people mock and jeer the broken man being led like a dog through the streets. So here is the broken king. Dragged through the streets on broken knees and a broken body, a voice says, but Jembala recognizes it as Heart. Strangled noises echo and Jembala looks to see a few of his men being dragged into the sea of people, becoming part of the cursing rabble to jeer the broken king. Others were slitting their own throats to escape the mocking crows and they too were joining the masses as well. Come out, coward, Jembala shouts. The scene shifts to a lone tree on a hill and the broken king hanging from a tree like a common criminal as the people cheer his death. Jembala. Former Jonin of Sunagakure Heart echoes around him. Jembala clutches his sword as wind coats the blade. Futon. K's no Yeba, he roars, swinging his sword but hits nothing as the people seem unaffected by his attacks. The king hanging from the tree with heavy chain laughs an almost croaking laugh, causing those around him to flee in terror. Jembala stares at the hanged king with rage as now he was alone at hill, all of his men gone as crows now join the croaking laughter of the hanged king. Enough of this genjutsu and fight me like a man, Jembala shouts. Shinboi are deceptive. Samurai fight man to man, Heart says. Jembala grits his teeth in anger but now finds himself in a dungeon and the hanged king sitting on a throne of sharp rusted spikes. He starts to feel ill as he looks upon the face of the hanged king, or lack of face, as it appears to be a god-shaped hole. Blood starts to run from his nose, eyes, ears, as his body seems to be dragged down by rusted chains. A rotted lion circles around Jembala with carvings on its visible bones. The dead even dance around him as a jester holds his own head with a cracked mask in hands as all them dance. All hail the hanged king, the mocking visages cry, as Jembala screams while the deceased lion roars. Song ends. Ieyasu opens his eyes to find Jembala laying not far from him with his hands clutching his chest and foaming coming from his mouth. He feels his hands being freed and he looks up to see Vortex Heart. You're safe now, your highness, Heart says, helping him to his feet. Ieyasu looks to see the other hostages were safe as 4 others were checking on them, wearing masks with the symbols for Ace, Club, Spade and Diamond. Thank you for your aid, Vortex Heart, but I would ask to see your face and know your true name, Ieyasu says. Heart sighs and removes Hi's hood to reveal messy lightish blonde hair with eyebrow-length bangs. Asking for a person in mask who they are is a little taboo, but you are royalty, he says, removing his mask to reveal azure blue eyes and handsome face. My name is Naruto Nox Fluorit, but at one time known as Naruto Namikaze, Heart says, and Ieyasu furrows his brow. Namikaze, Ieyasu says, as Naruto leads him to another car. As the others take care of things and escape. Exactly. The husband of your cousin Cersei. I am the son he pushed aside for her daughters, Naruto says. Ieyasu takes a seat on the bench as Naruto remains standing. I learned from one of the ninja guardians that Minato sent his son to train with his mother's family, Ieyasu says. Well, you are half right. Minato sent me away with my uncle but not to train as he claims. He did it to appease his wife who has the ear of your grandfather, Naruto says. Cersei and Minato's marriage is a political one as Minato wanted to maintain his position as Hokage, Ieyasu says. Yes. I am his bastard and he put the village and his power before his son but wants me to return to become a genin under his command, Naruto says. Then why return? I've heard of Vortex Heart and your exploits, Ieyasu says. Naruto takes a seat next to Ieyasu and crosses his legs. I'm going back to gain the inheritance my mother left behind. I suspect Minato will make me jump through hoops to get it, Naruto says. Then perhaps I can help. I do owe you my life after all, Ieyasu says, and Naruto tilts his head with a "you're right" expression. I wish to test the new generation of Konoha's ninja force. Perhaps you can help in this, Ieyasu adds. I'm not due back until the spring, Naruto says. That is fine. It will give me time to prepare things and send them to Minato, Ieyasu says. Naruto uncrosses his legs and rises to his full height. If you need to send me anything, send it to Lady Asakura in Uzushio, he says. Another blunder on my grandfather and Konoha's side. I will help you, Naruto knocks floor at Ieyasu says and extends his hand. And I hope you help me, Prince Ieyasu, Naruto says, each shaking hands. Naruto excuses himself and walks towards the hatch on the top. Oh, make sure to spread the fame of the Vortex Royals, he says, slipping on his mask and brings out a bow staff with his Armiger. He pops up the hatch with his staff and leaps to grab the edge and lift himself out of the train car as the wind whips around him. He runs along the train cars towards the end and leaps towards the forest to stick to a tree. Think he will help, Veldora says. Naruto leaps through the trees to meet the others in thought. One can only hope, he thought. About 20 minutes of tree hopping and Naruto finds the others waiting in a small clearing. Took you long enough, Kushina says. The 17-year-old wears gothic steampunk trouser pants with a high waist and buttons from the knee down to high heel ankle boots, a short sleeve dress shirt and a black tie, and a coat similar to Rebecca along with suspenders hanging from her waist. Was it really the Prince of Fire Country, Rebecca says. The 18-year-old wears a double-breasted white overcoat with gray lapels and a collar of black fur. Underneath she has a thin full-body suit with black short shorts, a black bustier top and her Kingsglaive boots. It must have been coincidence, Conan says. The 16-year-old wears a white hakama having black trim with calf-length boots that button up the sides and a small heel. A white and black jacket that has a high collar and shows off her midriff but also 4 piercings around her belly button and unzips from the bottom to the top. The jacket has gold air filters on either side just below the trim with sleeves terminating in black glove-like extensions, resembling a cat's paw. At least we were able to save everyone, Kagaya adds. The 17-year-old wears a black and silver trench coat having lace trim, a white blouse and high-waist shorts to her mid-thigh having garter straps to thigh-high black stockings and calf-length boots that button up the sides and a small heel like Conan. Yeah, it was. If that missing nin didn't blurt it out, I wouldn't have known, but this has provided us a boon. He asked me to help with something in Konoha and it will help me with my sperm donor, Naruto says, removing his mask and explains things. It will be a great help to you, Conan says. Anyway, let's head to Uzushi. Oh, for some downtime, Naruto says, and all of them nod as they vanish with Shunshin. The royals would find the main road and bring out their regalia to make their way to Uzushio. Land of Uzushio, Sister Karen says, hugging Kushina. The redhead hugs her little sister tightly as Asakura smiles softly and looks over the others. You've all grown again, Asakura says. We saw your movie, Tsunade says, smirking and hugging Naruto. Did that really happen, Arya adds. Naruto picks her up as the group make their way inside and to the living room. Maybe, he says. So spill. We've been hearing about the Vortex Royals, Tsunade says, as Shizune goes get some snacks for Arya and Karen. Naruto starts explaining about their trip towards Kumo but leaves out the incident in Hot Water Country. Meeting the Raikage and explaining things about meeting So you got your butt handed to you by A's brother, Tsunade says, smirking slightly, and Naruto looks away. Kushina continues about meeting Darui, Yugito and Samui, but also becoming good friends with the latter. So your harem is growing, Asakura says, and Naruto blushes but coughs to continue explaining. How they did work A is a test, but he went to Turtle Island and confronted his younger self at the Waterfall of Truth, learning to control Veldora's chakra. He and Samui heading to the land of bears, but also there. Strange encounter in the land of rice paddies. I've heard those rumors. The land of rices of paddies is now called the land of the sound with the village Otogakure no Sato, Asakura says. It was odd. They wouldn't say who their master though, Naruto says, and continues on about the incident in Hoshigakure, aiding Natsuhi in saving her home. Then leaving Kumogakure and lightning to head further north, meeting Koyuki and helping her in saving her home from her uncle, but also bringing spring to the cold country. So the ending was true. As you didn't show until the end, Tsunade says. Almost. We met Koyuki during a snow-in at an inn. We agreed to help, and that lead to us being the movie thanks to the director, Kushina explains. It was very fun, Kagaya adds. Naruto then removes shirt to show his scar, tattoo of Zarin, explaining about their time in the land of frostbite. Did it hurt, Karen asks, and Naruto nods. I managed to use a heal spell, but I kept the scars to remind me of Zarin, keep his memory alive, Naruto says. You were really lucky to have Kaiser with you, Asakura says, and Naruto slowly nods. Rebecca starts explaining about the super pack in the land wolves and how she beat him in hunting some of the pack, then explaining their trip through the land of iron towards the land of volcanoes. You got to see an actual eruption from a volcano, Shizune says. It was really amazing. I took some pictures, Kagaya says, going to find the pictures from her bag. Did you encounter any members of Akatsuki, Asakura asks, but Naruto shakes his head. I know Iwa used them for a little while, when we did some work for Iwa, but we never came face to face, Naruto explains. Kagaya shows her pictures to Arya and Karen, and both light up at the sight of them as Naruto explains their time in the land of wind but also saving the Prince of Fire country. Now that is interesting. If he's genuine, he could very well help you, Asakura says. He's one of the better ones of his family. His parents were good people, Tsunade adds. Asakura glances to her daughters but then to Shizune. Can you take the girls to play while the grown-ups talk, Asakura says. I'm a big girl, Karen says, and Arya nods, but Naruto ruffles their hair. Maybe, but not big enough, Naruto says, and the girls follow Shizune out. So, have you decided to go alone to Konoha or takes the girls, Asakura says. Kushina said she wants to be ninja of Uzushio, Naruto says. I owe it to dad, Kushina says. I would rather not go either. I'm not really a ninja, Rebecca says. I'll go with you. I want to know more about my father's clan, Kagaya says. I'll go with you too. One of us needs to keep you from doing something stupid, Conan says, and the others snort. One time, Naruto says. Land of honey, all of them say, and Asakura starts laughing. Naruto and company would enjoy a few months of downtime to heal their bodies and celebrate Kushina becoming a Chunin with a Rebecca becoming her partner in a two-person cell. Naruto would receive a letter from Ieyasu in January, giving him the means to go to Konoha and not be dragged into his father's games. March would soon come, too soon for Naruto, but Kushina, Rebecca, Asakura, Karen, Arya, Shizune and Tsunade assured him that they had his back. Music. Celldweller, The Wings of Icarus. Naruto raises his hands and whispers an incantation as Ravis Barracuda rises from the array. He remembers the white regalia with black trim and a white interior as well. It's been a long time, Naruto whispers, running fingers along crossed swords emblem on the hood. The blonde is wearing casual clothes of jeans with a white henley having black sleeves. We'll see you at the Chunin exams, Kushina says, holding out her arms, and Naruto slowly hugs his redhead. We'll be doing the deed then too, Rebecca says, blushing slightly, and hugs her blonde. We'll probably see Samui too, Kagaya says, doing Jenkin with Conan for the front seat. True, she did pass with her friends Karui and Omoi, Naruto says, waving to Arya and Karen. Conan hops into the backseat as Kagaya gets the front seat and Naruto climbs into the driver's seat, pulling down the visor and the keys falling into his hands. The regalia rumbles to life, and Naruto smiles as few tears forms in his eyes but glances to see Arya likes the sound as well, like he did. It'll be hers someday, Naruto thought. Contact us once you get settled, Kushina says, and all three nod. Naruto puts the car in gear and rides off with waves from the others. Are you really ready for this? Conan asks. I have to be. I need to confront my past to prepare for our future, Naruto says, riding through Uzushio towards the Great Whirlpool Bridge. He remembers coming to Uzushio for the first time with Ravis and the second time with Kushina and the others. The smell of the sea hits their noses as they travel across the bridge, stopping a few times to rest and Kagaya getting more pictures of the sea. They reach the other side and pass through the city of Nami, where Vortex Heart was born and the country saved. They soon leave the city and pass old sights but soon reach a familiar spot for the blonde as he pulls off the highway and comes to a halt. Why are we stopping? Conan says, seeing a few wagons heading down the wide path. This is where my journey started with Uncle Ravis, and now I'm heading back to that place, Naruto says. Conan and Kagaya place a hand on his shoulder. You aren't going back alone. Your dad made the biggest mistake when it concerns you. Now you can show him how big it really was, Conan says. Naruto sniffles a little and nods slowly as they head down the path to Konoha as the Vortex Hunter. The end. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next part.